Hello, hello. Man. Talk about... Man. Talk about an underrated song. That goes hard. Alright, let's get to it. How does it feel to play on the witch side? Dolphin word, hello, and hello, Rep and Rowan. You're locked in? Was just that just because the music? Or are you locked in? In that case. Yay! Feels strange. You have a sick day? Oh, are you okay? But, yay, you're here all day! Yay, yay! Everybody's sick! Damn it! Alright. Oh, so you're just taking a day off for a day off. You know what? Valid. I was tempted to do that all the time when I was working in Japan. It feels strange. I used to think that the wish side had such a huge advantage. Oh, use them or lose them. You know what? Valid. Use that shit. For real. Yay! I'm glad you're here. And I hope you'll be able to go home soon, Rep. The witch side is a huge disadvantage, but Beato was so good in telling the stories. And Battler was kind of, I know! Battler had such an advantage, but he was so easily tricked into thinking that he had the disadvantage. He had just a incredible debuff of being Battler. Feels strange. I used to think that the witch side had such a huge advantage, but I was a fucking idiot. But now that I'm on that side, I see that's ridiculous. Almost like that party game where you stick knives in a barrel. From the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot at a target hidden by mist. But from the witch side, a random shot might become fatal. And the old me played several games just like that. Yeah, it's almost like Russian roulette. Even so, you stretched those games out to the limit, believing that I would eventually figure it out. It may be impudent of me to ask, but just what is it that you figured out, Battler-san? Yes, inquiring minds want to know. Spoil the whole thing for me now, Battler. At the very end of your games with the old me. It was a strange question. In the past, Beato had always been the one posing it to Battler. But now that Battler had figured it out, Beato was the one asking him about it. The exact opposite. In the past, only you remembered, and only I forgot. But now it's the other way around. Only I remember, and only you have forgotten. Would you mind telling me what it is? telling you would be easy.
でも教えたくない。
But I don't want to tell you.
意地悪のつもりはないんだ。
I'm not trying to be mean.
ただ、俺もわずかに奇跡を信じたい。
I just want to believe in a miracle myself. Just a little bit.
奇跡
A miracle? Those things that Burncastle is supposed to be good at. Yes. This was the single miracle seed that Battler had preserved. If Beato could remember a certain something without being told, that would prove that Beato had revived in the truest sense. So he wouldn't tell her. It was Battler's final seed, which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hope that Beato might revive.
バトラさんが話せないことなら私も聞きません。
If you can't tell me, then I won't ask.
不愉快な思いをさせてしまったならどうかお許しください。
If I have upset you, please forgive me.
気にすんな。
Don't worry about it.
俺が未練がましいだけだ。
I'm just clinging to the past. As she watched that sad smile, Beato's chest tightened. Oh no! Real. Oops. He was looking at her and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spider webs, and I who don't, must become one. Surely it's more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now. Yes, this is the kind of thing I want. Girl, have some self-confidence. Let's go, come on, girl. Then if I simply watch over his game.
今回のゲームは
Find yourself, girl. How do you feel about this game?
勝てそうですか？
Do you think you can win?
勝てるつもりでいるさ。
Go, baby Beato, go! Yes, I believe I can.
勝ってベアとの望み通りこの永遠の拷問を終わらせる。
I'll win. And end this eternal torture, just like Beato wanted. Doubt! Get him! Honestly, you gotta put your money where your mouth is, Battler.
終わったら世界はどうなるのでしょう？
When it ends, what will happen to the world?
さあ
Who knows? Man's been losing for 5 episodes. He did finally
どうなるん
remember
だろうな。
his mistake. So maybe that was somewhat of a W, but it's kind of like a W of a fuck up that you forgot about. He wins one time and suddenly real, yeah. Who knows? I'm really not sure.
それを俺たちは望んだんだ。
But that's what we wished for.
だからどんな結果が訪れようとも
You know,
それを受け入れるつもりだ。
the very first scene of this episode is very sus. So I think it's kind of setting the stage for us to see Battler's confidence with a little trepidation. So I don't think you're wrong in feeling that way. So, but that's what we wished for. So, no matter what the result is, I intend to accept it.
私はどうなるのでしょう？
I wonder what will happen to me. Beato was uncertain. Fighting witches with what? 1,000 years of experience? Yeah, get him. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. If the game ended, then would she, the one who had been born out of that game's rules, disappear? The game will probably disappear. But now I completely understand magic. So, I'll be able to carry you off the game board. I think that was your wish. My wish? In before the game completely uninstalls itself after the scene. No! Hello, Tao! Ah! Thank you for your stream streaks. Oh my god, you're at 25 stream streak now, B. Oh my god, and thank you for the 5 stream streak, Tao. Share your streaks now. No, you don't have to. Thank you guys. How was Hollow Knight, Tao? You 100! This is your 100th! Let's go! You finally reached the 100! The hundo, Rowan! Oh my god! Let's go! This is it, the hundo! Now, you need to hope that I'm not fiddling around with OBS and I accidentally click start streaming and I'm like, whoops, and then stop streaming and ruin all of your streaks. You better hope that that never happens. Thank you guys so much. Jeez. My wish? The rest is a secret. Wait, was that a hint? Hello? Beato wished to be carried off the game board. What does that mean? So if she's like not real, like an alternate personality of a person, is it like she should be made real? Or it has to do with who wins the love game, so that will be the personality that takes over and the romance that succeeds. So by carrying the piece off the game board and bringing it into reality, is that what he's talking about? Like, quote unquote, making Beato real? But I thought she wanted to rest. But that's what she said she wanted. Maybe that's not as much the same thing as her wish. He never got to ask her what her wish was, so it's his assumption. The rest is a secret. I'll be waiting for the miracle. For you to remember all that by yourself. After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. Apparently it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self. Well, that's different from before.
じゃあ、俺はちょっと対戦相手殿の様子を見てくる。
Well then, I'll go check on my opponent for a bit.
あのバカが次はどんなへりくつを言い出すか。
I can't wait to see what kind of twisted logic that idiot thinks up next.
かつてのバトラさんもそれにかけてはなかなかでしたよ。
The old Battler-san did a lot of that too.
私としましては第2のゲームの第1の番に対する小型爆弾を飲ませて殺したが最高傑作かと。
My favorite was the one from the first twilight of the second game, when you said that the culprit killed everyone by feeding them small bombs. None of us as a collective will ever let Battler live it down. The small bombs get wrecked.
それは俺の黒歴史最高傑作。
Oh, the highlights of my dark past. Yes, he thinks small bombs is embarrassing. Or getting your ass. Yes, Rep? Please forget that ever happened. No. The internet will never forget small bombs, Battler. Ooh. Episode 2? Like all of the murders, or what? Or just the banquet? Dan? I mean, Dan keeps coming up with great ideas, so I don't know how much I can say is my own work. But Dan said that the door was never locked. Or that's what he figured out. There was like all the stuff with the key and how it seems impossible. But if the door was never actually locked, then you know, all of that could have been pulled off. But you know, I'd have to go back and check, but I think Rosa was alone when she went and tried the door and it was locked. I'm the definition. Can I copy your homework? Okay, but don't make it obvious. It's not my fault Dan keeps coming up with great ideas. Anyway, but I think it's possible Rosa could have faked that the door was locked. And stuff like that. If she was the killer, because I think that's what it was trying to set up, that Rosa was the killer. Because she was the one with all of the power and control, and so it'd be easiest for her to pull off. Oh yeah, very obvious that Eva is the killer in episode 3, yeah. Some of the other ones... I think the... Well, if Rosa's the killer, I gotta kind of reevaluate some of my theories for other murders in episode 2, but just for the banquet one... That was, I'm kind of going off of, Dan's conclusion. Whoops. The highlights of my dark past. Please forget that ever happened. No.
はい、そのように努めます。
Yes, I will try. So in episode 2, there was a chapel, and inside the chapel, 6 people, us and 50 million people currently on Twitch will try to ignore your oopsie. Ooh, there's 50 million people online right now? That rules. No, I'm just kidding. You've been joking that Dan has been secretly spoiling himself, but you're not confirming or denying anything. I think he's aware that he's spoiling himself. I actually secretly spoiled myself without realizing it for like Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward before that game came out. And but I didn't have a 3DS yet when it came out. And so someone from, like a moderator from an old forum I was on, where I put this theory down, found me on another website and was like, you were right! And I'm like, I didn't have the game yet! I spoiled myself! No! So I knew about one, not all of them, but one of the huge spoilers, and I was like, no! Because I guessed it and I was right. So it's only a really spoiler if somebody says, you were right, and you haven't gotten there yet. Unless it's something that's, you know, gonna be something that hasn't been revealed yet or won't get explained later, or you know, like the Sakataro thing. Like, Dan's Sakataro theory got proven right because, I'm stretching. Let me say this without saying what Dan is right on. You legit have been having a stroke by how close or dead on he has been in some cases. Oh my god. Yeah, it's gotta be so stressful for some of you guys that have already played the game and are watching us. Wake up, babe. New Gummy Neko stream drop. That's right, baby. Hello, Alexi. Anyway, the theory was that in episode 2, I'm still stretching, 6 people were killed in the chapel, and it was very elaborate and gross, and the key to the chapel was in a letter in Maria's room. Like a sealed envelope that had been there since yesterday. And so, yeah, the parents minus Rosa, yeah. And the conclusion that Dan came up with was that the chapel was never locked. So anyway, the Sakataro theory was like, we were talking about episode 4, and then we were like, oh yeah, Ange like saw something in the sleep shop that freaked her out. And she was like, what? And then everybody else is looking past her like, what the hell are you staring at? What are you freaking out about? And she's like, don't you see it? You know? And then later on, Ange was able to summon Sakataro, even though that was said to be impossible with no explanation. And so then Dan was like, wait, what? Oh, no. He said it as a joke. it was an offhand joke. He was like, what if there were like mass-produced Sakutaros for sale in there? He said it as a joke. And then Cece went and got the HD asset for the sleep shop and showed that there were a bunch of Sakutaros in plastic bags in the sleep shop. Thus revealing that Sakutaro was in fact not unique and sewed by Rosa, but she ran out of time and bought one. So you just noticed something about Battler. The cape seems similar to Kinzo, so if Battler is turning into Kinzo, sounds far-fetched, but lets you cook. No, yeah, I think you're right. He definitely gave off those vibes earlier on in this chapter. He was like really pissed at this baby Beato for, he was really pissed at baby Beato for not being like the real Beatrice. Yeah, Sakutaro was supposed to have been made by Rosa, and that was the reason why it was impossible, apparently, to revive him. He was just a doll. Yeah, it turns out he was mass-produced. He was supposed to be a very special handmade birthday present from Rosa. But apparently Rosa bought him. That's only what Maria thinks. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, Beatrice said something about a sin Battler committed. We're pretty sure that was that he made a lot of like promises to Beatrice when or whoever like the real culprit is when they were kids, when he was 12, and then he forgot about it, and then she ended up suffering a lot and was waiting for Battler to come save her, but he never did. That's the sin. That's the prevailing theory. That's the one I believe in. We'll see. She saw his head get ripped off. Yeah. You know who came back? Well, Battler, the man, the myth. He didn't come back for 6 whole years of yeah, FBI's Most Wanted came back to the island every year. Damn. So it could be some time travel stuff? I think everything in this game is supposed to have like a magical and a non-magical explanation. So I think time travel can't be the end-all be-all, because I think everything in this game is supposed to have a possible logical, like, real-life explanation possible. But you could also say it's all magic. So I don't think this particular game, I don't think would be like, it's time travel, 100%. Just because of what this game is all. He had to come back every year to see his child bride, his victim. Ah! Or you could interpret it like, well, Battler didn't come back to save me. Shanon is just gonna move on to the dude who showed up. Best friend, nice guy vibe. Yeah, exactly. Real life can't explain those shitty shotguns. Okay, real. What the hell, Kinzo? Yes, I will try. Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Damn, Battler can do that now. Beato remained bowed until he had disappeared completely. Ooh, I like that image. Him kind of like disappearing in the butterflies. To fill in his place, a single gold butterfly appeared and became Beato the Elder. Magic can be connected to time travel, like at the start of the game. Beatrice kept resetting the game. Yep, that's a form of time travel or time manipulation because she reset everything in the island. Yeah. So that would be the magical explanation, right? I think the way we're being led to interpret how that could be possible in real life is if this is kind of like a D&D game. And it's like a board game, like chess, and it just starts over every episode. I think that's the explanation they're trying to go for how this could happen in real life. But I mean, it could be wrong. Could be wrong. So I guess we'll see. And became Beato the Elder. Yeah, we're getting the girl. She's so cool. Look at her. She's got style for days. Did you call me, little sister? Yes. I want to know more about you. And I want to know what the real me is like. I want to become like that. Of course, I also want to know about my future self. We revealed everything about ourselves to each other for that purpose. However, we did not become one. I cannot understand what we must do to become our single self. What can we do to become one? I have high hopes for the trials of Zepar and Furfur. You mean the miracle of magic given to the victors? I wonder if that magical miracle means becoming one's full self. Yeah, the personality that will take over, huh? That Beatrice is like the one that fell off the cliff. The one on the left? Yeah, she's very reminiscent of that Beatrice, isn't she? I think the voice actress is even using the same kind of voice acting style as she did for the one who fell off the cliff. I will be able to attain my true form. You will be able to fulfill Battler's wishes. The one Rosa pushed like the little freak she is. See, this is how the truth changes over time, folks. I mean, Rosa could be lying, but apparently they were clambering over rocks on the cliff, and Rosa just didn't think that maybe doing this in that huge frilly dress was a bad idea. Rosa was in fact Chucky all along. No! And what does that make Sakutaro? This was not Rosa's intention. You will be able to fulfill Battler's wishes. Battler will also be happy. And all of us will suddenly have what we want. can't get away from this trial, can I?
他の2組に負けるわけにはいかん。
Which means you cannot afford to lose to the other two pairs.
ジョージさんとシャノンさん、ジェシカさんとカノンさん、
George-san and Shannon-san. Jessica-san and Kanon-san.
彼らを踏みにじってしか私は幸せをつかみ取れない。
I can only grasp happiness by trampling over them. Because y'all are in the same
条
body.
件は同じだ。
The conditions apply equally to all.
他の誰かが恋を成就させれば、そなたを含めた2組が踏みにじられる。
If one of the others succeeds in love, the other two pairs, including you, will be trampled over.
なぜこんなにいびつな天秤なのでしょう。
Why must the scales be so unbalanced, I wonder? Almost like there's only one physical body for 3 of the people in the
い
competition.
つとは
Unbalanced.
恋は得るものと得られないものがいる。
Some people will find love, others won't.
ならばそれらが天秤の両端に並ぶことは理解できます。
So I can understand placing those two groups on the 2 plates of a set of scales. Why were both bishops the same color? Apparently, I've been told that whatever's going on in that chess CG is fucked up. That's something someone told me like episode 1. Something fucked up's going on in that chess CG. You can see the real Beatrice kind of like they're together. Everything in that chess CG is fucked up. You can see the real Beatrice kind of like they're together. Child Beatrice when she throws tantrums, more serious Beatrice is her when she's calm. You could think of it like that. So far, the childlike one has been very sweet. Some might even say Shannon-like. While the other one is more serious, or one could say Kanon-like. I think what they're trying to go for is like the Beatrice on the right, the kind of older, serious one, is like the witch from the legends. You know, you look at the portrait of the witch and you're like, ooh, she is the ruler of this island at night. You better watch out or she'll get you. And then the Beatrice on the left is like the tender heart, the one who was holding out for Battler to come back if his sin was forgetting about her, you know? So, like, one is the very human heart of the actual culprit pretending to be Beatrice, but also, maybe Beatrice is a part of her now, and that's why the kind of serious witch Beatrice is also considered half of a whole, or something like that. Tantrum Beatrice, but without all the negatives. Yeah. That's right. The one who fell off the cliff was a bit whiny. I remember that now. You just looked at the chess image, the bishop placement is fine. The way they're drawn is odd. One bishop is taller than the other and it's closer to the camera.
But 私たちの試練の天秤は3つの皿が並び、1人の勝利のために2人が敗北するというひどくいびつなものです。
But the scales for our trial have 3 plates, and 2 must lose for 1 to win. It seems horribly unbalanced.
さあな。
Who knows?
恋の価値とは2組の恋の破綻と同じ価値があるとでも言うのかもしれぬな。
It might mean that successful love is worth 2 destroyed loves. Beatrice, when she was whole, would throw tantrums a lot and act like childlike Beatrice. Oh, you're right. You know, Alexi, you're making a great point. Neither of these two were pitching a fit, but apparently the two of them together will make somebody who pitches a fit often. That's a great point, Alexi. What's going on there? Who knows? It might mean that successful love is worth two destroyed loves. Your words do not inspire confidence, little sister. If you cannot put your desire to answer Battler's expectations before your concern for the losers, victory will slip through your fingers. You're right. You said something about Beatrice having a crush on Battler in a weird way. It seems I was right. Yeah, it seems you were right. You're right. A long time ago. You called it back then. Let's go, Alexi. You're right. I won't give up our victory. I don't like doing this to the others, but there will be no hard feelings between us. If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever couple wins. Hey, that's what Kanon and Shannon said to each other. A third one? Oh. That could be anything between last month and last year fair. Like a crazy one. That would be interesting. I guess we'll see if something like that happens. So, I'll fight with all my heart and soul. Because neither of these two act crazy. I know, there seems to be a missing element, doesn't there? How do they find that dog in him? So, I'll fight with all my heart and soul, so that I have no lingering regrets. And I'll win that miracle of magic. There have been some scenes of somebody locked in a room trying to get out by like bashing the window down and thinking somebody ate off their fingers. Yeah, Rep, what does that mean? Suspicious. How was it? How did the red and blue shootout over the first twilight go? I was just gathering information to start. Battler seemed pretty fired up. She had just returned from a fierce fight with Battler, fought using the information gained through repetition requests. It was the old, familiar kind of fight, reminiscent of the time when the red text had first appeared in episode 2, or when the blue text had first been permitted. Maybe we're onto something. Yeah, no, that's a new way to think about this, Alexi. Thank you. And the result? First, in all cases, it was the victims themselves that constructed the locked rooms. Also, those locked rooms were perfectly preserved until Krause's group broke them open. Also, I confirmed that during the period, all forms of interference from the outside were impossible. What if the red truth wasn't real? Hear me out. Okay. I know, the freaking cat smile. She is :3ing at you right now. Erika reported this proudly, as though it might have been a great battle, but Bernkastel looked bored as she listened. The way of this world, you can believe anything into existence if you believe hard enough. Oh, good point. There have been discussions on what is truth. Maybe the red truth is a truth. So someone could have believed the red truth into existence? I think there might be something to that. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lambda Delta spoke her opinions frankly.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。
Wait a second.
それってつまり密室殺人は完璧ってだけの話じゃないの？
Doesn't that mean this locked room murder was perfect? Erika, you dumbass. He also said they didn't kill themselves. The victims had sealed the locked rooms themselves, and that state had been preserved until Kraus and the others had broken the locked rooms open. And no one had been inside the locked rooms except for the victims. You feel like Red Truth might have already been debunked a little while when they had that argument with Erika like a few weeks ago? I think Red Truth isn't meant to be debunked. Just going off of what people who have finished the game have been saying in the comments, like, it's subjective. Who said it with more conviction? Yeah, I think it's subjective to a degree for sure. Like, with my theory that Kanon might, somebody else might be pretending to be Kanon. But then I looked at a list of the red text from the first 4 episodes, and there was a red text that says nobody else could be mistaken for Kanon. So then I thought that doesn't preclude Shannon being in disguise, or somebody else, like an accomplice being disguised as Shannon. So it was like I used the red truth to come to a different conclusion by what was not said, right? But also, sometimes there's red text that's assertions or making fun of somebody. So in that sense, you could say maybe it's the truth for that person. The red truth is supposed to be said in a way to be debunked? Then Rep, you have to figure out what the loophole is. Oh, so it's like legalese. Could be a lie disguised as red truth, because you think people should be choosing to believe things as red truth. But if the impersonator said that, wouldn't that lock the true version of that onto him? It wasn't the impersonator that said that. Lambda Delta, the pink girl, said that in red. Could be, not should be. Oh, could be a lie disguised as red truth. Could be choosing believe things as red truth. Maybe. Yeah, but interesting you say that, Rep. Like, when I first started, so many people in the chat was like, red truth is the truth. If they said there's no secret entrances in red, then there's no secret entrances. And I was like, okay, you know. So it's interesting to like reconcile that. I hope you're enjoying your snack tout. What's in a Jaffa cake? A small example, okay. And the state had been preserved until Kraus and the others had broken the locked rooms open, and no one had been inside the locked rooms except for the victims, and Kraus's group, the one who had broken the room open, were not the culprits. Oh, red truth has been used a lot of times. I mean, this game has gone on. I've been playing this thing for 282 hours. It's been used a lot. I don't know, I guess somebody could look up the Red Truth on the wiki and count up until this part of the 6th episode. There was a shit ton in episodes 3 and 4. And 5. There was also a shit ton in 5 because Erika and Berncastle were using the Red Truth to be assholes. Actually, there wasn't a lot in 4, now I think about it. The 4, the Red Truth only really came in during Battler and Beatrice's last confrontation. Okay, yeah, so that's wrong. For most of 4, there wasn't any Red Truth. But there was a lot in episode 3, and then Erika or Berncastle was an asshole with it in episode 5. All right. I see a typo. I see a typo. Proceeded. Erika's battle had proceeded in this way, with her detailed repetition requests winning her several other little red truths just like these. Proceeded. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the witch who was her master was tired of boredom, and she had been expecting a much more flashy, argument-winning victory instead of this bland result. Your goose is cooked, Erika. Where is Virgilia? Good question. However, what I want to know is where's Nanjo? I have not seen Nanjo this whole episode so far, but apparently he's around because he's in the character list. You also like seeing Erika lose? Nice. Tao. Proceeded! Wait, there's somebody on Twitch with that name? Thank you for the gift, but also, what the hell? I can't believe there's someone on Twitch with that name. Nanjo's the doctor. Kinzo's best friend, one of the old man Yowies. I have not seen him this episode so far. Or if I have, it was once, a long time ago or something. Ah! However, this time I don't have the detective's authority, so there's a chance that my examination of the corpses could have been an error. Poor Nanjo, he serves no purpose. Poor guy. You can't find this preceded person? Well, yeah, because it has 3 E's. Know who you're waiting for? Your girl. Trunks. Ange! Yeah, she'll come back. You put in 3? Did Tao gift a sub to a ghost? Sorry, Ange. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the ghost sub! Thank you, Tao. This time, right. So, if we suppose that a drug which mimics death was used to fool my examination, you mean like Romeo and Juliet? It's real, they probably misspelled it. Ah, okay. You mean Puro Puro Pico Puyo? No, not that. Wait. No, not that.
知の薬物でも一時的に仮死状態を作ることは不可能ではありません。
It's not impossible for certain well-known drugs such as insulin to bring about a temporary state that mimics death. Skill right there. Aw, thank you.
バトラからは赤き真実による反応はありませんでした。
Battler did not counter that with the red
つ
truth.
まりは私の青き真実が通ったということです。
In other words, my blue truth worked.
まずは勝利かと。
I'd say we've started with a victory. Oh, Alexi, are you on mobile? Sometimes I try to search specific things on mobile with Twitch and it just does not show up. That could be your problem. Like, one time I was looking for Umineko streams. Oh, thank you, Tao. That works. Yeah, one time I was looking for Umineko streams and it was like, Umineko, when they cry, question arcs, 3 viewers. And on my phone, I was like, okay. And going to 3 viewers, and then it was like, there's no content to be found. You can't think of the right red truth without spoiling. Well, thank you for your effort, Rep. Aw, thank you. In other words, my blue truth worked? I'd say we've started with a victory. Red truth, more like red lie. Oh! To sum up Erika's report, all she had done was listen to the red truths Battler wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted to provide had been presented, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. It's explained more next episode anyway. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only brought candy. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. All the same, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. Blue. They call it blue truth. So it's like, if something in blue, an assertion, is not countered in red, that means it's valid. So I think it's a play on what this game is trying to say is there are different kinds of truth and what is real truth, etc., etc. Like, I'm trying to think of a dead person that was died long enough ago so that it wouldn't be insulting. Like what's a, like, maybe like Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake, right? At one point, let them eat cake became the truth in the public consciousness and has also moved how, changed how people perceive her, how people remember her. Blue Truth voice JFK's head just did that. Exactly. And then if it cannot be, if you can't be proven wrong, then oh, sorry, I was reading chat. So if something can't be proven wrong, then you could say that's a truth out there, because there's nothing to disprove it. Which, to me, is kind of depressing, but yeah. At the same time, her master had been expecting more than... So, but that was basically Battler's only way to fight back originally. was if he could get a blue truth that couldn't be rejected with the red, then oh yeah, there's golden truths now. So Battler was able to use the golden truth when he had learned the when he figured out the truth behind everything. Would a blue truth be, I'm shredded, there's no one around to refute it? Yes, Tao, that's right. I can't take a picture of you right now, so blue truth valid. A truth made of love, you think? Well, it's like a truth that the master of the game, someone who understands everything, can declare. And so I think it's as strong, if not stronger, than red truth or something like that. Like, trust me, bro, I've seen it. Yeah, Source, trust me, bro. That seems to be golden truth. Source, trust me, bro. Blue truth voice, I'm definitely sick enough to take a sick day. Yeah, if your job doesn't find out, then blue truth valid. Yeah. All the same, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. Red truth is like a truth from the perspective of the players. Golden truth is from the perspective of the GM. No, the players can't use red truth. Only like the witches can, or the GM. So so I think the reason why they did that was because Blue Truth Katie is cute, nobody will dispute it. What the fuck, y'all? What? Oh no, my vine boom's not working! Shit, my vine boom's not working, no! Oh god. You're cackling at me. Well, this isn't... I've seen... That's a golden truth, you've seen it with the... You guys?! Oh my gosh. I need to refresh the cache. Okay, maybe. Will it work now? No, damn it. Oh no, what if I have red truth? I can't do the vine boom. I'll have to get the instant sound effect online. Isn't this why this game's happening? Battler has to convince the witches that he knows truly can't simply rely on the trust me, bro. Yeah. Hydrate, thank you. Okay, well, basically, Burn Castle and kinda Lambda Delta were abusing the red truth in episode 5 to make Natsuhi look like the killer when Natsuhi really didn't do anything. So Battler was defeated. Yeah, trying to say that she was Kinzo's mistress and all sorts of terrible things. And so Battler wasn't able to fight back until he realized the truth behind everything after doing enough thinking and trying to remember. So he gained like all of the quote-unquote power over the game that Beato had, and was able to kind of kick their red truth's ass with his golden truth. But that's about as far as that's gone. It's only shown up like twice. He got destroyed by Dlanner. Yeah, got killed once in Limbo, starting to think it through with Dlanner help. Oh yeah. That's right. Flanner was such a good girl. Alright, all the same, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. Flanner's just MVP. It's so true. If only Cece was here. Cece, we're praising Flanner. And she plays for the other team. I know, that's how you know she's legit. So, she had tried to give her report energetically to make it seem as though they were in a superior position. But no matter how much she tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless. Your blue truth worked. You mean it was too ridiculous for him to bother cutting down? Impressive powers of deduction. Great detective. I did try to examine the corpses with care to the best of my abilities. However, I don't have the detective's authority, so we can't be certain. Wait a second, weren't you the one who decided not to make the detective proclamation? Didn't you say you wanted to raise the stakes to make up for your disgrace last time? Well... What's wrong? Are you saying you can't win against the battler without the detective's authority? These two really seem to hate Erika. Why though? Because they're a couple of bullies. Why do they hate her? Because they're mean girls. It's like that movie Mean Girls. They're just sadistic bullies, yeah. Not at all, my master. Which specific joke we made for episode 6? Oh man. Me neither off the top of my head. I know we did. I know you did make something. Not at all, my master. I can easily defeat an incompetent buffoon like that, even without the detective's authority. They're bullying Erika extra hard because she embarrassed herself last time. So they're like, ooh, if you're on thin ice, buddy, you better not be cringe next time, you know? Weird, because she's literally burned self-insert. That is interesting, huh? What do you guys make of it? Why is she being so mean to her self-insert? It's just... She has failed the vibe check. Ew, my OC failed the vibe check. I'm gonna stuff you into an old sketchbook and I'll die of embarrassment if anybody ever opens the page to you. Same as Sayo's reasoning? Old. Oh no! They're old because they look, even though they look like little kids. Yeah, they're like 1,000-year-old witches, right? But yeah, they do look like a bunch of kids. You see how mean-spirited Burn is? You know, she has to process trauma somehow. I mean, if she's Rika from Higurashi, yeah, I guess she's processing her trauma by being a bitch and bullying her sketchbook drawings. You could get them in a fist fight. You could try. You could try, but Alexi, think about it. If you lose, they will make fun of you. They will point and laugh at you. Would you be willing to take the risk? Technically, Burn Erika, she looks like her old self. Oh, so she's like mean to her old self, but she doesn't act like Rika from Higurashi. Don't artists and writers torture their OCs regardless? That is true. I have an OC that I've had for over 10 years who I am mercilessly mean to. So I can understand from that perspective. You still hope I play Higurashi? I could. I have it on Steam. After 1,000 years of doing it, Burn is exactly like Rika? Okay. If you could fight anyone from Umineko, who'd you go for? Let's see. The thing is, Kraus knows how to box, so he can punch really hard, but he would be tempting. Eva would kick your ass, Rep. She takes Taekwondo. Maria, no! I would feel sad to fight Natsuki. George, okay, George. Yeah, I'd fight George. Even though his mom took him to martial arts lessons, he's apparently declared that he'd never hit a girl, right? Well, he hit Gop, but she's a demon. But we could all beat George. That's true. If Rose doesn't beat you to it, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I know Kanon can technically kill me, but he looks so push into the lockerable, doesn't he? That's what you're doing so Rosa doesn't get to it? Oh no! You can't win against a gun. Oh, that's true. You take on Battler. All right, yeah, you know what? Battler is a good one for Let's Fight. He'd be such a little bitch about it, yeah. There is a fighting game based off of Umineko. I have it. I own it. And I will be streaming it after I beat the game. Child wiped your rogue. Yeah. So Kanon is dead, right? Does this mean Twink Death is canon in the game? Well, if he loses the love game, I think Twink Death will be canon. Oh, let's see who wins the love game. It's just, this style of fighting is a little different from what I'm used to, and I haven't gotten the hang of it yet. You don't know if I remember when you told me the first time, but I have to control the game. Use the directional buttons instead of the thumbsticks. Oh, for the fighting game? So like old style? Okay, I'll think about that. What if Battler for the next game is everyone play Mario Party or Among Us? Do you want the Ushidomiyas to play Mario Party? They would fucking kill each other without even a killer trying to follow the epitaph even necessary. They should play Overcooked. Oh no, Katie, that's Monopoly. Oh, that too. Oh no, those adults would take Monopoly so seriously. Also, Among Us? That's basically what they're already doing. Actually, it'd be pretty funny if the Ushidomiya played Among Us. That'd be pretty funny. Have them play Uno, see who snaps first. Oh my god. I have a feeling Kanon would hate Uno. Mario has caused more murders and betrayal than 6 tons of gold. Yeah! Yeah. Compared to other human beings, Erika would rank as extremely talented. Oh, that's another thing. They're still pretty vague about how the gold, like, we know the gold exists, but how was the gold acquired? That's a big mystery that still hasn't been answered. Right, compared to other human beings, Erika would rank as extremely talented. Her knowledge and powers of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and most likely no human could be more suitable for the role of detective than her. Aside from her being a little bitch and not having, you know, like, Herlock Sholmes swag. She doesn't have that Sholmes riz, but, we know it's Beatrice's, yes, but we don't know how she got it. Let them play Mario Galaxy with 2-player assists. They'd be fighting over wasting star bits in seconds. Oh boy. And the one-winged eagle. Yeah. However, no matter how superior she might be to other humans, yeah, maybe she's from an aristocratic, like the original Beatrice that Kinzo was so devastated over when she died, like the original owner of the gold. Maybe, yeah, maybe she was like an aristocratic daughter, and that's why she had the gold and the one-winged eagle. Maybe. However, no matter how superior she might be to other humans, that didn't matter in a game of witches. Oh, here's the fucked up chess again. Where's the bishops? And the bishops are 2 different heights. Stella! Leave me alone, it's not quite feeding time yet. It could be, but you're pushing me early, girl. Get out of here. Jump off. There you go. The Ushinomias were big before Kinzo found the gold. Well, they had fallen, right? They used to be like a powerful family, but they were on hard times before Kinzo found the gold. Yeah. All the pawns have different perspectives. Oh! It is a bit wonky, yeah. Very subtle. Oh! I'm seeing it a little bit. So far card that makes person pick up more cards in Uno who would get the most annoyed at that are we talking the draw 2 or the wild card draw 4? Who would get the most pissed at the wild card draw 4? I think Hideyoshi would think it's all in good fun. George would be annoyed on the inside, but he'll use his mistress's gold to salvage his family. He used that gold as collateral to make insane bets that ended up paying off, and that saved the family. Eva would be very angry depending on who did the draw 4. If Natsuhi did the draw 4 on her, Natsuhi would be fucking dead. He's Kraus except luckier? Yeah. Or Kraus is trying to be like Kinzo so bad, but he just doesn't got it. Let's see. Who would... I think Eva's in the running for being pissed at getting the draw 4. Oh no, you know what? Kinzo would also be mad, but Erika would be mad. Rudolph would be mad. Kirie, Battler, Rosa would try to keep it together. Hanun would be mad. Who would be the most mad? Battler would be like, oh no! Rosa would blame Maria. I know. Eva, drop 4, sit on your face. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say Eva. I think Eva would be the most mad. But particular people would make her, like, explosively angry. Like, she wouldn't be so mad if George pulled the draw 4 on her, even though she might be a little annoyed. But, like, if Kraus pulled the draw 4 on her, she's coming to physical blows. You know, a lot of these people would be annoyed if they got the draw 4, but they try to keep their anger on the inside, right? Eva would come to blows. Eva would cheat and ask her children to show her their cards. No, you know what? I think Kraus would do that. Like, okay, Jessica, show me your cards. Anyway, in a witch's game, it's either 0 or 100. In other words, everything is either the red truth or it isn't. If a normal human's abilities were worth a 10, her exceptional power would probably rate a 99. Michael Scott. Yeah, see, Michael Scott would do that. However, it could never be 100. Since it was less than 100, it wasn't absolutely certain. So it didn't count as red truth. For example, the examination of the corpses that Erika had worried over in the fight just now. Eva would do it too because of how much she despised the rest of the family, aside from her children and husband. Yeah. But the thing is she also feels superior. So I don't think she'd want to give her siblings the satisfaction of being caught cheating. If that makes sense. But maybe depending on the context. Right, the examination of the corpses that Eva had worried over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective's authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective's proclamation, it was 99%. She'd be a sore loser, sure, but she wouldn't cheat. I agree with that. She would be a sore loser. Thus, why she's the most likely to lose it over the draw 4. Kraus would fail to a bluff, yeah. Fall to a bluff, yeah. There was a 1% chance that she made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. Eva would vent and rage out. Yeah. That's exactly why I picked her. Rudolph would play it cool. I think he'd be annoyed, but yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of these people, like Rosa, Rudolph, Kinzo would just understand the game if he decided to play. Okay, he was, well, you know, I should stop myself for a second there, because we could say, oh no, Kinzo was sharp, he knew what was up. But if we think about it, we really don't know Kinzo. He's been dead this whole time. The only times we've seen Kinzo, those were other people's impressions of him and memories and what they think he would say. Maybe he was cognitively declining by the end. We don't know. So like what they're saying, you can say with 100% certainty or not. We actually cannot say for certain whether or not Kinzo would have understood Uno by the end. Wait, what do you mean by Helena is up to cat 4? Rosa would get irritated and then she would simply hear Maria go, ugh, and slap, no! Hurricane, oh! Headed for, or category 4. I thought you said like this old woman named Helen was up to her 4th cat. That's what I thought you said. They boarded up Waffle House? Oh shit! That's God. All right, you guys on the East Coast, be careful. Be careful for the hurricane. He seems like the type of old person not understand all this modern stuff. Yeah, but he's a gambler, so I think he takes... From what we've been shown, I should say, he seems to take games seriously. But we might have the wrong impression about him. Good luck, guys. Oh, you guys. Florida better take care of those 4 cats. Teens would probably ask someone why the TV isn't working and it's just unplugged. That's possible. We really don't know. The disaster guy on TikTok said not survivable? Oh, shit. Yeah, all the Florida mans. Oh no, Waffle House will survive. Watch, of course it'll survive. That's why they board it up. They know what they're doing. And if they board it up, that means all you guys better board up too in Florida. I don't know how many people watching this now are in Florida, but man. Yeah, praying for all the Florida mans out there, probably gonna be doing crazy stuff in the rain. I hope they stay safe. Waffle House employees are built different. Yeah, exactly. It will survive. They can fight the hurricane, yeah! I bet somebody's tried. The Waffle House being boarded up is for the safety of the hurricane, not the other way around! Yeah, exactly! Yeah. The reason Erika had gained the detective's authority and become the Witch of Truth was that Berncastle had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Just because Berncastle wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erika's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. And in the world of people playing this video game and posting about it online, even her talented assistant Dlanner couldn't be put to proper use without a power of 100. Aren't there people who got together to shoot guns at a hurricane some time ago? Oh yeah, people have shot bullets at the sun. People have shot bullets at other weird things in the sky. I wouldn't be shocked. Waffle House will send their strongest soldier, Waffle House girl. Oh yeah, I've seen that video. She was cool. Deflected. When working under an Erika who had lost the detective's authority, Dlanner's red longsword lost its power. Dlanner also found it vexing that she couldn't provide adequate assistance. At the Chinese spy balloon too? Oh yeah, I'm sure. I thought of that for a second, but then I was like, I don't remember how visible it was, but I'm sure people did that when it was visible. God, that was a weird week. I just remember that whole news week feeling surreal. She had tried several times to convince Erika to use the detective proclamation, but Erika had stubbornly refused each time. You could see it with the naked eye, but it was tiny. Why is Erika so prideful? Wasn't the Chinese balloon thing something else? Well, I think she wants to humiliate Battler. And I think she's like, if I can defeat you with my Rock Lee weights on my legs and defeat you anyway, that'll be a total victory. And I will be way, way better than you. I think that's why. It was like a hobbyist group's weather balloon. Oh yeah? Was that confirmed? Etika had stubbornly refused each time. It was like an actual Chinese spy balloon. Like, that's what I had heard, Tao. Why not just do it? Make that detective proclamation. Or that it was for the weather, but it got blown off course or something, and then it got blown all the way across the United States or something. Why? See, maybe this is what they're talking about. Umineko is positing the argument, what is truth? Perhaps we can understand the question this game posits through the lens of the Chinese spy balloon. What is the truth about the Chinese spy balloon? Many people have seen it in the air and come to different conclusions. But unless someone can say with the red truth of a federal and unredacted investigation that it was in fact a Chinese spy balloon, but even then, the red truth can be biased. Perhaps the United States government would have reason to make the Chinese government look bad through their red truth federal report. And so, but could we also trust an official report from the Chinese government? Then perhaps a neutral third party somewhere in the world should conduct their own investigation. Would that be the true red truth? What would be the truth behind the spy balloon? They called it a weather balloon that was off course. They also said they'd found aliens in Mexico and wheeled out a crusty little alien in a box. Oh. Was that Roswell or not Roswell? Because New Mexico is a state, although it is land that used to belong to Mexico long, long time ago. Huh. Alright. You read the wiki page, it was way dumber than you thought? Is Wikipedia the red truth? No, I'm just kidding. What happened? According to China, civilian weather balloon. I had heard that. Why not just do it? Make that detective proclamation. According to the US, spy equipment capable of gathering but not transmitting data, similar crafts found in 40 other countries. Destination was Guam, Hawaii, but was blown off course all the way to Alaska. China also says Uyghurs aren't being oppressed in re-education camps. Yeah. Similar crafts have been reported in Florida, Guam, and Hawaii in the past. But are they the same? Is it the 99 or the 100? Now your question is, how and why does China want to put any spy equipment in Florida? Maybe to figure out what kind of worm is eating Ron DeSantis's brain. No. They think the Florida men are aliens. Why not just do it? Make that detective proclamation. If you do, you'll be unstoppable. Slanner would even use her red longsword in the Nox Decalogue. They want to understand the power of Florida men before they invade through Cuba. Oh no. What? Why not do it? If you want. Now here's the question. Why is Erika being so prideful? Perhaps she will answer it herself. She does look like she's in much distress right now. Certainly are peculiar. You know, I have no doubts that Florida brings out a weirdness in people that you do not find in many places. However, I have heard that part of the reason why there's so many wild reports about relatively small incidents that has led credence to the Florida Man phenomenon is because apparently Florida journalists have complete unfettered rights to all local reporting, like police reporting, something like that. So even weird small incidents, I think the journalist can go in and be like, ooh, and, you know, make a report on any sort of weird small incident that happens. That's just what I heard. I'm not sure if that's legit for real, but it makes sense. So it could be weird shit like that could be happening everywhere. And to an extent, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure there's all sorts of wild stuff that happens everywhere that you never know about. Because it's controlled by the elderlies and corporations. Oh yeah? But also, you know, whenever I talk to people who used to live in Florida, they all say the same thing, like, shit is cooked there. Like, so I wouldn't, something about all that humidity and like all of that sun all the time, the temperature never changing, and alligators just on the loose does something to you. The gators, yeah. You think it's mostly just because it's governed poorly and as a result people turn to odd activities and behaviors? Oh, I could see that. The Florida men are actually gators in disguise. It could be, or maybe they want to make contact with the gators. They want to understand each other. They're making overtures to the gators whenever they do something odd. But yeah, the people in charge are gators too. Oh no! So once again, as opposed to Texas, where they shoot giant vats of explosives to announce what gender their baby is. Oh my god. I'm not saying Texas is much better. Texas is also having a hell of a time being governed. But as opposed to Florida, a lot of people, well, it's about half and half. Yeah, Texas is also governed poorly, but more people that I know who live in Texas do love Texas. However, about half will also say, yeah, it's shit. As opposed to Florida, where I've maybe ever heard one person ever who I know live there say they like it. But Texas isn't a major tourist destination. Oh yeah, that would be a different dynamic for sure. You don't get as many assholes visiting. Most people who go to Texas are going there to live there. Large swaths that aren't. Okay, anyways, what will Erika say next? Yeah, why is she being so stubborn? No. There was no need for anyone to explain. By now it was clear that Erika hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will. Oh shit! Not by her own choice? When Battler reached the truth in the previous
もは
game,
やこのゲームは終わりだったのよ。
this game was already finished.
今回のゲームは実は第6のゲームじゃない。
This isn't really the sixth
バ
game.
トラがゲームマスターとして記念に最後に執り行うフィナーレのゲームなのよ。
It's a finale game, so that Battler can have a chance to serve as game master at the end.
もう決着は前回ついている。
Everything was already decided last game.
まあそういうことよね。
Yeah, pretty much.
無限にゲームが続かなくなり、私とベルンの賭けは私の負け。
The games won't continue forever, and I've lost my bet with Burn.
今回バトラがゲームの真相に至ったことを証明して、
In this game, Battler will prove that he's reached the game's
ベ
truth.
アとのゲームは見事打ち破られて、人間側の大勝利。
And then Beato's game will be destroyed in a big victory for the human
そ
side.
してベルンも大勝利
And a big victory for Burn,
の
too.
はずなのに、なぜか不服なのよね。
Well, supposedly, but you look unsatisfied for some reason.
ええ、不服よ。
Because I am. You like how we went from talking about Red Truce to whether Florida is real? Yep! That's how it goes on Twitch.tv.
こんなつまらない勝利。
I didn't
私は
want
望んでないの。
I didn't want such a boring victory.
ベルンが望む勝利は、ベアとのゲーム版を徹底的に引き裂き、
The victory you wanted was for Beato's game board to be torn to
ベ
bits.
アとのみすぼらしい正体を暴いて、徹底的に泥を舐めさせて踏みにじること。
And for Beato's true, pathetic form to be exposed, humiliated, and trampled on.
だからバトラのこの勝利はちょっと違うのよね。
But this victory of Battler's isn't quite like that, is it? It wasn't torn to bits, the game just ended. Yeah, that's why Burncastle's disappointed. She wanted to be able to laugh at it. She wanted to revel in the humiliation. Not her own humiliation, but Beato and Battler's humiliation, or not Battler's at that point, but Beato's. Is the fictitious nature of Florida in question? Hello, Marinda. How are you doing? Yes, is Florida even real? Have you? This victory of Battler's isn't quite like that, is it? Oh.
約束だの。
Oh, you have a problem, Burncastle? Oh, this about love and promises.
静かにゲームを終わらせて、安らかに眠らせて。
To end the game quietly and let her rest in peace.
そんなゲロ臭い終わり方、誰が望んだってのよ。
That sort of ending would make anyone vomit.
私はね、そんな終わり方のためにバトラに助言を与えたわけじゃないの。
I didn't give Battler all that advice so that he could end things like that.
妹を背中でひき肉にしてやったの。
I had his little sister turn to scrap meat behind his back.
両親や親族を何度も何度もむごたらしく殺させてやったわ。
I had his parents and family killed horribly over and over again.
それはすべてベアトに対し怒りの復讐をかきたてるためよ。
That was all to spark a desire for revenge against Beato.
それがこの終わり方は何？
And now, what kind of ending is this?
私の勝利？
Have I won?
とんでもない。バトラは私もあんたも喜ばせない勝利を手にしたわ。
Of course not. Battler's gotten his hands on a victory that neither you nor I can stand. Burncastle a little mad because she hasn't gotten no game in all the years. Being a lot, even though Lambda Delta's right there. Beato did the same, and he loved her for it. Yeah, Burncastle didn't count on enemies to lovers. Yeah, apparently Burncastle orchestrated the Ange stuff, which makes sense, but also, ugh. no. Alexi likes Eva. Battler's gotten his hands on a victory that neither you nor I can stand. You need to be hot, and then you get shipped. Yeah, exactly. Burncastle didn't take this into consideration. Featherine? Or... Oh, wait. Oh, Virgilia? Is it Virgilia? Or is it Kumasawa? Kumasawa? Oh no, Kirie! Kirie has gray hair. Kirie! Umineko smash or pass stream when? Okay. Okay. Is it her? You're back from saying hi to friends streams. Nice, gonna be bouncing. Thank you for hanging out, Rep. Thank you. I knew it. All right. Hey, we could do an Umineko smash or pass. All right, so I have a vision, right? Oh, you announced something? Yes? You hit a milestone recently? Oh, what is it? You hit 330 yesterday? Yay! Followers on Twitch? That's amazing! Let's go! Go to Eva's character? Okay. Thank you, Cece! Thank you for 26 months. You're so happy. Oh, congratulations! I just hit 350. We're really close. I'm proud of you. You saw what you needed? Okay. I hope you have a great rest of your day, Rep. And your emotes are in the works? And you just got sub badges? Oh my god! Yeah, let's go! I bet you're gonna have amazing, lovely emotes. I just made my own sub badges after having not had any of them forever. I guess I've technically got emotes in the works too. Oh, it's exciting times! Exciting times! I gotta catch rep streams. Yeah, congrats! They're the best. Music discs based on record awards. Ooh, cool. Hell yeah.
私はね、ベアトリーチェがズタズタのボロボロに引き裂かれるところが見たくて。
Technically, how mysterious, Katie. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I don't know how much I should say yet. Hey! Yay, you got an Iron Mouse sub. Yeah, I think if they start running out of people who are actively in the stream, you can exit the stream and still get picked for a gift sub. It's happened to me before, definitely. Rep, leave a tab open on her, and I feel like it's bound to happen eventually. You'll have Beatrice torn to bits mentally and oh my god! Woo! Let's go! I think that's what Kinzo wanted. Yakuza stream? Aw, yeah! Let's go! When you get home, hope you guys make it. Yeah! A Pleasant Possum has been streaming Yakuza. It'll be cool. Which one? I hope you'll feel good enough to go home soon, Rep, and stream Yakuza 0. Oh, hell yeah! Yakuza 0 rules! About Kinzo, he a weirdo. Yeah, true. Doing 100% playthrough? Oh, let's go! You love seeing Yakuza Like a Dragon? I think Rowan's gonna play that eventually. Mahjong time. We're jonging it in here. All right, yeah. Let's see if we can catch Rep's Yakuza stream. I love jonging off. Who up Jean Maj? Yeah, obviously, yeah, she's saying this, but we're on episode 6 of 8. There are gonna be 2 more episodes. Like, hello? What's going to happen? 53%, so backstabbing would be much appreciated. Oh, alright. Damn, you're already making great process. You're jonging it, and by it, I mean my Richi. Jima on my jong to like brick. Oh no. I came all the way out here to see Beatrice lamely and pathetically torn to bits. And I endured a staggering period of boredom just for that one purpose. I didn't come here to sip from a rotten yogurt fragment like this. Oh, your angry face is wonderful too, Burn. I get it. So you wanted at least one final something to get the bad taste out of your mouth. It's all the fault of this moron piece screwing up last game. Because of you, the first game board in centuries that looked like it might be a bit of fun for me is all wasted. Filth, trash, scum. My apologies, my master. I will definitely bring you a victory, so please forgive me. If you couldn't win with the detective's authority in the last game, how do you expect to defeat Battler now that he's the game master? Side note, you really want to learn Mahjong at some point. You know, I get the vibes that you'd be good at it. I'm not that good at Mahjong, but I enjoy it. You can play all the weird Mahjong games, like the ones with all the anime girls and the... Oh yeah. I enjoy Mahjong, but I am so bad at remembering all of the hands and stuff. And I feel like there's no way I could play it like as well in real life unless it was mega casual. I'd need all of the computer aids, you know. Those. You don't have a chance at winning, even with the detective's authority. So why bother with it? Yeah, if you can't win anyway, then who needs the detective's authority? A certain loss becomes even more certain. Big whoop. And therefore, if you manage to win in this even worse situation, that would be a miracle worthy of me. If and only if you can do that, I'll be able to forgive you. Yes? I will surely show you that miracle. That was scary! You wish you could, disgusting puke spittle. That was scary, Burn. Don't do that. Otherwise, Burncastle isn't smacking Delta Airlines because she's just rubbing salt in the wound. That's because they're besties. She can do that because they're besties.
あんたにできるのは最悪のゲームに最悪の罰ゲーム。
The best you can do is take part in the worst punishment game ever for the worst game ever.
さらに探偵宣言という唯一の武器まで取り上げられて、とことんまで惨めを晒して。
With your only weapon, the detective proclamation, taken away from you, humiliating yourself until you have no dignity left.
それでもなお腹を見せながら私にじゃれついてこびてみせて。
And through it all, you'll roll onto your back like a dog and beg for my affection.
私を笑わせることだけよ、ゲロカス。
Your purpose, puke spittle, is to make me laugh. Holy shit, like a dog. Think Delta Airlines would be into it? Probably. Woo.
楽しそうだな。
Sounds like you're having a great time in here.
お邪魔だったか？
Am I interrupting? Let's go, Battler. Jeez. Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. He's just flexing now. Though he had just arrived, he seemed to realize immediately that the mood was dark.
あらバトル。
Ah, Battler.
第一の晩拝見させてもらったわ。
I had a look at your first twilight.
なかなかの密室じゃない。
Quite impressive locked
あなたきっ
rooms.
とベアトより才能あるわ。
I'm sure you're more talented than Beato.
ベアトが過去に作った密室を焼き直しただけだ。
It's just a rehash of the locked rooms Beato made in the past. Is it?
その褒め言葉はベアトに対するものとして受け取っておく。
I'll take that to be a compliment for
エ
Beato.
リカとの攻防もまずまずだったみたいじゃない？
It seems your fight with Erika wasn't bad
連
either.
続殺人は順調にいっちゃいそう？
Think your serial murders will move along smoothly?
さあ
Who
な、
knows?
俺の役目は連続殺人を遂行することじゃない。
My role isn't to carry out serial
その過
murders.
程で貴様らに魔法以外では不可能な密室を提示して
It's to use that process to demonstrate locked rooms that are impossible without
魔
magic.
女側として勝利を収める。俺がこのゲームを完全に理解したことを証明することだ。
And thereby achieve victory for the witch side and prove that I have fully understood this game.
いや、
Is it?
もう一つある。
No. There's one more thing.
何？
What?
前回互角の死闘を演じたエリカとの決着をつけるためさ。
To settle the score with Erika, since our previous duel ended in an even tie. So he can't just shut down the whole game and save everyone. He's the game master now. Why can't he? I think he's proving that he knows what the game is thoroughly. So any illusions aren't illusions to him anymore. So if these people that are dying aren't actually like the real people, maybe, or maybe the fact that he's willing. Okay, so when I heard that Battler was going to make a game, my first thought was he's gonna make a game without killing anybody to show that following the epitaph to murder people isn't necessary, because that was something that was asserted, that was an assertion. But so I was surprised when people actually ended up dying. So that surprised me, but then that begs the question, why is he okay with doing that? Are they dead? Okay, that's a good question. They've got this, usually they'd be completely redded out if they were dead. But there's the thing of like, but they're halfway red. So it says Furudo Erika did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation. The details of the cause of death are unknown. So if nobody knows how anybody died, it's possible they could be playing dead. But apparently Erika asked the questions and maybe they weren't. But yeah, what if they're not actually dead? What are you guys doing? They could be faking. Oh! Yay! The dynamic duo back together. So that could be one explanation. Maybe he's okay with having the quote-unquote murders because they're not actually dead. Or maybe he's aware that this is like a D&D game, and so these representatives of his family aren't real. So he's okay with them dying, but he still didn't want to do it directly himself. So in the love game, when he was assigned to kill someone, he killed himself. Because that was the only one he'd be comfortable with killing with his own hands. So there's a few different possibilities that I can think of as to why he'd be okay with killing. But it doesn't see... You don't see having Battler having his family killed even in game. I think that's fair. So maybe, yeah, maybe they're not really dead. You've been on Twitch a lot less recently. Overall, things are fine-ish, more or less. Oh, you guys are cute. Battler. The word they made. Even chatting required two-factor. Oh, I'm glad you've been fine. Katie ended up answering the AP test too. I didn't finish it though, and her theories have progressed a ton. Oh, thank you. Especially since this is his first game, and it's not nearly jaded enough. He seemed a little jaded at first, but it seems that he's gotten cheered up a little bit. But yeah, that's a question hanging in the air. What does it mean? Just attitude? You mean like his soul? Battler. Don't be fooled. Okay. He's still that goober deep down. Man's still an L. Okay. Eventide? Berncastle noticeably grimaced. Erika averted her eyes and hung her head timidly. I know what you're thinking. That wasn't a draw. You should have won easily, so it counts as a loss. Hey! It's not polite to eavesdrop. Look in a mirror. Oh, get her ass! It's written all over your faces. No way! Where? Hey, what's going on? If you tell me it's written in ink only morons can't see, then death, super death for you! Oh god, I should play Ace Attorney Investigations. I keep wanting to stream it, but then I know Rowan's going to stream it. I don't want to ruin the experience. I should just play it on my own. I just need to tighten my belt and play it on my own. Lambda Delta pulled a mirror out of thin air, peered into it, and made a comical fuss. She was apparently playing the fool in her own special way.
エリカ、
何ですか？
What is it?
前回のお前とドラノールの赤と青の猛攻、見事だったぜ。
That storm of red and blue from you and Dlanner in the last game was spectacular.
どうも。
Thanks.
今回はドラノールはどうした？
What happened to Dlanner this
お
time?
前一人なのか？
Yeah, he's being nice. Are you by yourself?
いいえ、
No.
ここに控えております。
Yeah. Aw. I have been waiting here. Yay, Dlanner! CC, you didn't miss Dlanner, yay! Dlanner had just been standing around in reserve. Fun, but wow. You forgot how much is international relations. Yep! That is literally AAI. Fleetwood finally beating Case 5. That's so fucking real. Oh my god, AAI is just international relations, the game. And Case 5 goes on forever. Okay, CC, so on my trip that I had recently, right? We went to a park, and some of these parks had special donated trees, and so there'd be like a little plaque. And so some of the plaques denoted what kind of trees they were, and guess what one of the trees were? It gave me PTSD just looking at this little placard. Quercus alba. Just seeing the scientific name for a tree makes me have war flashbacks from AAI 1. I might just kind of speed through AAI 1 and get to the meaty bits in AAI 2. I should do that on my own. Alright. Dlanner had just been standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows.
まあ、赤木たちが使えないドラノールなんて役立たずただのゲロカス。
Well, when she can't use her red longsword, Dlanner is just useless puke spittle. Wow, copying your master, huh? Gonna deal with your abuse by abusing your own employee?
いても役に立たないので引っ込めてますが。
There's no point having her around, so I've dropped her from the action.
今の私にできるのはエリカ教の推理の書記だけです。
All I can do now is keep records of Lady Erika's reasoning.
どうしてお前も共に戦わない？
Why won't you fight with her?
なぜあの赤いたちが使えない？
Why can't you use that red
エ
longsword?
リカの推理とお前の立
Erika's reasoning and your
場、
longsword.
それらが組み合わさってこそのあの強さだったはず。
They were strong because they worked together. What the hell does puke spittle mean? So like they said ghetto.
まあ、赤木たちが使えないドラノールなんて役立たずのただのゲロカス。いても役に立たないので引っ込めてますが。
So ghetto is like throwing up. Kasu is like, looks like it could be like dregs, scum. So like the scum left over from your barf, something awful like that. So they were trying to translate it and they came up with puke spittle. They were strong because they worked together. Given your current condition, you understand what that is. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rip. Oh, gross, Erika. Well, to be fair, Burncastle called her that first, and she's just regurgitating her abuse onto someone else. Like Rosa. No, I'm just kidding. They were strong because they worked together. Oh, Delanner didn't answer. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Sorry, Mirinda. She just glanced slightly at Burncastle's expression. Why you bully so much? Sorry. However, that glance was the same as a clear answer for Battler now. Nice pun. Yes, Rosa didn't? That's interesting. What about hashtag Erika did nothing wrong? Oh, are you kidding me? Erika, intellectual rapist Furudo, did nothing wrong? However, that glance was the same as a clear answer for Battler now. Battler fully realized the situation. You. That's the moniker she picked for herself. Exactly! I mean, she's Erika, fights with 9-year-olds Furudo, but maybe the 9-year-old deserved it. Cece, I thought you were the Maria stan. What are you doing throwing Maria under the bus? That's just what she enjoys doing. Yeah, but it's cringe. She can't escape the fact that she's cringe. Katie just realized if Rosa's the culprit of episode 2, the fact that she gutted her siblings and their wives is pretty messed up. Yeah. I think there's something else going on. Because Kanon disappeared again, right? So if there are multiple people, if there is an accomplice helping out the culprit of the whole thing, the mastermind. In episode 2, yeah. But I wonder if there's something more to it. Yeah, that was a while ago. You're the one who told Erika not to use the detective proclamation. Oh, whatever do you mean? But if this episode explains, like, confirms or denies, the presence of an accomplice, I wonder if I can rework the episode 2 theory from there. Oh, whatever do you mean? Just imagine Rosa chanting, Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? To steal her resolve that she's censored and centered. Oh no. I still really love that scene. That fucked up scene with Beatrice and Rosa. I still really like that. That stuck with me. This fight is between me and Erika. We're going to fight with all we got. The one where, Beatrice feeds her siblings to her. This fight is between me and Erika. We're going to fight with all we've got. That way, we'll be able to accept it whether we win or lose. There's no need for a puppeteer behind the scenes like you.
黒幕なんてひどいわね。
Come now, I'm no puppeteer.
私はただの退屈しのぎの感激者じゃない。
I'm just a theater goer, trying to relieve her boredom.
感激者ってのは客席で静かに見てるやつのことだ。
A theater goer is someone who sits quietly in the stands and
お前
watches.
の舞台にヤジを飛ばし出演者を脅迫したり操ったりするようなやつのことを言わない。
That's not what we call someone who jeers at the stage and threatens or manipulates the performers. Get her ass, Battler! Oh no! I hope you rest your knee, Tao. Uh-oh. Was the main theory that Sayo's the one who kills everyone on the island? Well, I mean, that's hard to reconcile with episode 3, right? Where Eva clearly killed a bunch of people and Hideyoshi was in on it. So if these different games are ones that are written, they could be different explanations for, you know, everybody dying on that island, but aren't necessarily the truth of what happened. You got caught under a collapsing table at work last week. Oh, I remember you saying that. It can move, but it's just sore. Oh, be careful. Ice? Sometimes I'm like, when I give advice for sore muscles, I always feel like I end up saying the wrong one, and my dad will be like, oh no, that's not what you do, you know, the other thing. Isn't that because Eva gets accused of murder in Anja's timeline? She's the most obvious culprit. Oh, well, that's certainly an argument, but what you said makes me think, so that's why I was saying for episode 2, if there's an accomplice for the mastermind, maybe the mastermind and Rosa were involved, or the mastermind. Oh, we know there was we know, right, in episode 3 that there was an accomplice involved, right? Somebody who's not going by the name they seemingly are going by because of the wall of red text that Eva Beatrice put up. And now I'm thinking, thanks. The pinky finger being crushed by the same table helps you take your mind off the knee. Oh, I hope they replace that table. Jeez. Remember when negotiating with Rosa, both had shotguns. The strongest? So, oh, Cece, are you saying Kirie is the most violent? No. It's useless now. Good. I mean, I see that. Good that you guys aren't trying to salvage it or something. So, I hope you have safe stuff at work. Ugh. My mom used to work in workplace safety stuff, and she'd go and check out people's workplaces and offices and stuff and see if their stuff were we ain't fucking with that? Okay. Yeah, good. Are we including the partners to the list of suspects? We are for episode 3. Hideyoshi is involved. Again, this is like another thing Dan figured out. Was, Hideo went to the mansion even though she was like, all right, we're gonna go get food. even though she didn't even though she didn't actually go to get food. So it's like, why did she leave? Why did she go get killed anyway? But it was said in red that she didn't want to get food, but she still went to the mansion. And then it turns out she had like a cigarette in her pocket that was the same kind that Hideyoshi used. And so Kirie found, I forget exactly what the circumstances were now. Something about where Hideyoshi was during the murder of Rosa and Maria in episode 3. And he had to take a smoke. Oh, right. I remember now. So his alibi for Rosa and Maria's murder was that Eva was sick in her room, and he was by her side the whole time. But Kirie found the cigarette, or caught him smoking and then took the cigarette later. And so that contradicted his statement. And so since Eva's suspicious in other ways, Kirie was going to confront him about it. And so that's why she was like, all right, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and I are all going to go get food at the... Yeah, that's what it was. All right, let me get my timer out. Kyutsue voice for 2 minutes has been redeemed. Okay, starting. So, I know there was something else we was talking about. For yeah. So basically, I have a hunch that episode 2, Rosa wasn't speaking alone. Rosa wasn't killing people by herself. I think the culprit of the game was, Kirie keeping tags on cigarette, Rudolph smokes, and being able to immediately identify the brands. He probably used to smoke out, or the woman who smoked around. Oh, interesting. Eva, Kirie, Rosa. What, for episode 3? I don't think Kirie was involved. I think she was trying to figure out who the killer was and was gonna confront Hideyoshi. But anyway. But if we can figure out that there was a accomplice helping Shannon, somebody around here who's pretending to be somebody else and does not truly go by the name we think they go by, then there's already evidence of that in episode 3 because of the wall of red text that Eva Beatrice put up, which was like one at a time that everybody on the island, well, all right, time's up, was not the one who killed Nanjo. Eva wasn't the one who killed Nanjo. The QC voice is frying you. Hey, brown sugar babe. And Mada, yeah. Okay, if you want to blame her, if you want to suspect her, nobody's stopping you. I mean, we got small bombs. No, I'm just kidding. Just on principle, Kirie added to the list of suspects. Hashtag blame Kirie is in fact a valid hashtag. Blue truth valid. So, the possibility that remains is, one of the possibilities that remains is that somebody is pretending to be someone they're not. So the true person who goes by a name, for example, like it says in Red, Eva didn't kill, or no, I mean, Eva's a bad example. It was in Red, Battler didn't kill Nanjo. But what if Battler was pretending to be someone else? You know, he could be not Ushiromiya Battler, but, this is contradicting other Red texts. I'm just using it as an example. It could be like a dude named Fred who's pretending to be Battler. And the Red Truth, you could still say the Red Truth that Battler did not kill Nanjo. But there are 2 Ushiromiya Battlers, as it turns out. And, there was yeah, the whole Battler's birth thing. But anyway. So that already implies that there's somebody who could be, or is, or maybe always was, pretending to be somebody that they're not. So, there's also the fact that Kanon always disappears when he's a victim. He never leaves a body. Again, this is stuff that Dan was talking with me about. But, if Kanon, but it's not weird to see Shannon and Kanon in the same room. But if they're the same personalities, if they're all different personalities, in one body, if Beatrice, Kanon and Shannon are all split personalities. Stella! What the fuck? No! Stella! Stella's ass! Progress the game, god damn it. It is feeding time, to be fair. Feeding time, like it or not, true. Yes, we have seen Kanon and Shannon in the same room. They were, everybody said, that, they were both present in the room where, that letter showed up in episode 5, right? Like, there was the mysterious letter that showed up and nobody has an explanation for how it showed up. Kanon and Shannon were both in the room, in the parlor, the dining hall, whichever it was. So Kanon and Shannon have been seen in the same room. So that implies, who said that? Accomplices? Did Erika confirm that, or did people give testimony that it was true? I don't remember clearly anymore. But it seemed fairly airtight but also, could be magic. Well, there's that, but anyway, to me, or basically my theory is that there is an accomplice that is pretending to be Shannon so that they can both work at the same time. Do you remember Fight Club? The members were told to deceive everyone, narrator included. They could simply say Kanon was there. I guess. But why would everybody go along with it? Is the thing. It's a lot easier to have one person lie than to have like 12 people lie. Like, they were all in a weird situation in Fight Club, but this is just people on the island, you know? But I guess it's possible. But anyway, I'm currently running with the theory that there is an accomplice pretending to be one of them. And so one person is doing this while the other person's doing that. So basically that's the theory I'm running with. And I think that could add an extra dimension to episode 2 and the difficult murders to solve that are in there. Because, okay, Rosa's the killer. How did she do this and this and this when she was such taking charge kind of character and was very loud and drew a lot of attention to herself? How would she have time to do all this stuff? So that's why I thought maybe she had help from the mastermind, or it could have been from the accomplice. And so when Kanon's body disappears, maybe it would go to life for Shannon Kanon. I don't think Goda's involved. Sayo solved the epitaph. I think she did. B. I think you're right. It would be their servants. Rosa couldn't have. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. And in fact, the whole Ushida Miyas are walking into a trap. Maybe. This whole meeting is an ambush. Could be. All right, let me. Okay, I'm gonna go past what Stella's ass skipped through, and then I'm gonna take a break and feed her. But at least I got my thoughts out there, is what I've been trying to do for a while now. All right. Valor fully realized the situation. You're the one who told Erika not to use the detective proclamation. Oh, whatever do you mean? Yeah, puppeteer. I'm not a puppeteer. Oh, maybe it didn't skip. Oh, it went backwards. Oh. Stella's ass rewound the game. Okay, we're good. Stella's ass simply rewound the game. It didn't go forward.
あら、何のこと？
これは俺とエリカの戦いだ。
Fading over gold that's not even theirs no more. An ambush. Yeah, I like the creativity happening here.
全力で戦う。だから勝ちも負けも受け入れられる。貴様のような黒幕は不要だ。
The servants in stealth camo. Wander the sidelines like, ooh, we're gonna get him so bad. You know, I could see Goda in stealth camo. I bet he'd look good.
黒幕なんてひどいわね。私はただの退屈しのぎの感激者じゃない。
感激者ってのは客席で静かに見てるやつのことだ。お前のように舞台にヤジを飛ばし出演者を脅迫したり操ったりするようなやつのことを言わない。
Another life Goda could have been a mercenary like Moxa. Ooh, that'd be cool. Okay, so this is where we were at. I'm gonna go feed Stella. I'll be right back. yeah, definitely Genji. I mean, definitely Nanjo has covered for murderers, I feel. Each time Beatrice fell or was pushed up Beatrice. Oh yeah, we're going places now. All right, I'm gonna feed Stella. Continue chattering while I'm gone. Have fun theorizing. We're big theory mode. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Will we unravel any Ushinomiya conspiracies? Let's see. Sorry for being an ill-mannered patron.
あんたは知らないだろうけど、私はこの芝居を見るためにすでに高い入館料を払ってるのよ。
You might not know it, but I've already paid a huge admission fee to watch this play.
悪いけど、それに似合うように勝手に楽しませてもらうわ。
Sorry, but I intend to enjoy it until I get my money's worth.
進行を邪魔するなら
Hydrate. Thank
ゲーム
you.
マスター権限でお前をこのゲーム上から追放することもできるんだぜ。
Alright. Hydrating. Thank you. If you get in the way of the game's progression, I can use my authority as the game master to boot you out of this game. Woo! Get her! Cheers!
したければどうぞ。
If you want to, go ahead.
私を追放するなら、エリカは私の駒だから持って帰るわ。
If you chase me out, then I'll head back with my piece, Erika.
今回のゲームはお流れで、あんたは真相に至ったことを証明できなくなる。
This game will be cancelled, and you won't be able to prove that you've reached the truth.
観劇者は観測者。
Theatergoers are observers.
観測者なき真実は幻想と同じ。
A truth with no observers might as well be a fantasy.
あんたはベアとのゲームを終えるために観劇者という立ち会い人を欠かせないのよ。
If you want to end Beato's game, you need a theatergoer as an impartial witness. Girl, you are not impartial.
俺たちの真実が俺たちだけで通用すればいい。
Our truth is between us, and that's all it needs to be. Ooh, between him and Erika or him and Beato?
これ以上邪魔をするなら有無を言わさず追放する。
If you're going to interfere any further, I will boot you out by force.
そして次の暇つぶしが見つかるまで何百年も退屈にのたうち回るといいぜ。
Then you can writhe around in boredom for a few centuries until you can find another way to kill time.
じゃあそうすれば。
Then go right ahead.
エリカ、ゲームはおしまいよ。ご苦労様。
Erika, this game is over. Good work.
あんたはつくづく使えない駒だったわ。
You were completely useless.
敗北の汚名を返上できなかったんだから。あんたは約束通り最悪のかけらにぶち込んで。
You weren't able to overturn the dishonor of your loss, so as promised, I'll throw you into the worst
忘
fragment.
却の深淵に空っぽのポップコーンのバケツと一緒に放り込んであげる。
And cast you into the depths of oblivion with the empty popcorn buckets.
我が主、
My master!
必ず勝利しますから。勝利できますから。
I promise I will win! I promise I can
で
win!
すからどうか最後までバトラと戦わせてください。
So please, let me fight Battler to the finish!
このまま負けで忘却の深淵なんて嫌です。
I don't want to lose and get thrown in the depths of oblivion!
私は最後まであんたの戦いを見てあげたいけれど。
Well, I'd like to watch your battle until the end.
バトラが追放だって言うし。
But Battler says he'll toss me out.
ねえ、どうするラムダ。
Well, any ideas, Lambda?
まあまあベルも前回のゲームからずっとイラついてるのはわかるけどちょっと落ち着きなさいよ。
Okay. I realize you've been irritated ever since the last game burned, but calm down a bit.
バトラもあんまりベルを煽らないで。
And Battler, don't provoke Burn so much.
この子たまに自分でも感情がコントロールできなくなるのよ。
This kid can't control her emotions sometimes.
うる
Shut up.
誰が感情をコントロールできないのよ。
Who can't control her emotions? Berncastle, who, at one point in time, had never showed any expressions at all, was now twisting her face into all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Berncastle clicked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. Apparently, Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Berncastle in.
エリカはバトラと戦ってお命を返上してベルンのご機嫌が取りたいんでしょ？
Erika, you want to fight Battler, clear your name, and get Bern back into a good mood, right? Yes!
バトラは真実に至ったことを証明する最後のゲームを
Battler, you want this final game that'll prove you found the
きっちり
truth.
綺麗に終えたいわけでしょ？
To have a proper, tidy conclusion, right?
そうだ。
Yeah,
これは俺とエリカの一騎打ちだ。
this is a face-off between me and Erika.
俺の邪魔だけじゃない。
I won't let anyone get in my way.
エリカに対する邪魔も俺は許さない。
And I won't let anyone get in Erika's way either.
バトラ
Battler?
二人に戦う意志があるならそれを尊重するべきだわ。
If both of you wish to fight, then that should be respected.
ベルンは私に任せて。
Leave Bern to me.
不機嫌になったあの子をなだめられるのは世界で私だけだから。
I'm the only one in the world who can calm that kid when she gets into a bad mood.
お前もあいつの同類ではあるが、まだ話が通じるな。
You're the same sort as her, but at least you can be reasoned with. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't underestimate Lambda Delta. I think, is Battler finally gonna find out what she's like?
あんまり私を舐めないで。
You shouldn't underestimate me.
私はベルンの歪む顔が好きなの。
I just like seeing Bern grimace.
それを見せてくれるあんたのゲームを気に入ってるだけ。
That's the only reason I've taken a liking to this game of yours.
扱いやすい相手なんて思ってると大やけどじゃ済まないわよ。
If you go on thinking I'm easy to handle, you'll get worse than burned. Scary!
ドラノールが
Why is Lambda Delta so
探偵
scary?
宣言がないからよ。
Slanner can't use her red longsword because the detective proclamation hasn't been
エリ
made.
カがそれを出せばすぐにもあの力を取り戻すわ。ね。
If Erika makes that, she'll regain her power right away, right?
はい。
Yes.
その時はご容赦を。
When that time comes, forgive me.
エリカ、
なんです。
What?
探偵宣言を出せ。
Make the detective proclamation. Ooh, damn. Okay, Battler.
嫌です。
No.
今の俺に探偵権限なしで本気で勝てると思ってるのか。
Do you really think you can beat me as I am now without the detective's authority?
勝てますとも。
I can win.
バトラ卿、
Lord Battler,
エリカ卿もまた駒です。
Lady Erika is herself a piece.
主の命には背けません。
She cannot disobey her master's orders.
できるのは許された力を全うし、視力を尽くすだけです。
All she can do is gather the power permitted to her and fight for survival.
ドラノールの力は探偵宣言がないと全くダメなの。
And Lanner, your power can't be used at all without the detective proclamation?
石剣は抜刀に許可が必要です。
In order to unsheath the red key, authorization is required.
その申請条件の一つが探偵宣言です。
One of the preconditions for applying for that authorization is the detective
探
proclamation.
偵宣言以外にその許可を得る方法はないのか。
Is there any other way to obtain that authorization besides the detective proclamation?
あんた、何を言ってるんですか？
What are you saying?
私に情けをかけるつもりなら大きなお世話です。
If you're doing this out of pity for me, I don't need your help.
黙れ。
Quiet.
お前一人じゃ手応えがなさすぎて退屈なんだよ。
You're no challenge on your own, and it's boring me stiff. Oh, get her!
探偵でない探偵は黙ってろ。
So zip it, you non-detective detective. Hashtag sit down, Erika. Get her
作
ass!
戦は赤き真実と限りなく近い存在です。
The red key has an extremely close relationship with the red truth. Sit down, Erika is the new joke. There we go.
真実が与えられれば、その件についてのみ抜刀が許されます。
And if, and only if, a truth is provided, I am permitted to draw the red key for items that pertain to it.
真実と
What do you mean by a truth? You know what the old one was, but this one's better. Yeah, sit down, Erika. Hashtag sit down, Erika.
例えばですが、エリカ教のガムテープの封印です。
For example, there are Lady Erika's duct tape seals.
あ
Oh,
あ、あれか。
those.
あの封印はすでにベルンカステル教によって赤き真実と同等の価値があると認められています。
Lady Berncastle has already acknowledged that those seals are equivalent in value to the red truth.
よって封印に関わる真実に限っては石剣の抜刀が許されます。
Therefore, I am authorized to draw the red key for truths pertaining to those seals.
前回散々苦しめられたからな。
Those caused me a lot of trouble last
今回
time.
は粘着力のあるガムテープをゲーム版から全て取り除かせてもらった。
So I had all the sticky duct tape removed from the game board this time around.
見事な一手です。
A splendid move.
エリカは探偵と名乗ることに誇りを持ったから。
Erika was proud to be able to call herself the detective, wasn't she?
はい。
Yes.
謎を無責任に暴くだけが目的とはいえ、彼女には誇りです。
Though her only goal was to irresponsibly reveal mysteries, it was a matter of pride for her.
それが宣言できないってのはかなり
Then
悔しいことだ。
she must really be suffering now that she can't make that proclamation.
それを当人以外に語ることはできません。
Only she could tell you that. Battler took a deep breath, then hung his head in thought for a time. Erika was his enemy, but she was the player on the human side, and without her there would be no game. It had been the same way with the old Beato. Battler had one-sidedly viewed Beato as the enemy. However, though Battler had thought of him as the opposing player, she hadn't considered him to be an enemy on a personal level. I will fight my rival ruthlessly in accordance with the rules. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Fururo Erika herself. Oh, Battler, you're so kind. I will not misplay Beato's game. Oh,
エリカ、
misplay.
探偵宣言を出さないのはお前の勝手だ。
Erika, you're free not to make the detective
だから
proclamation.
お前はお前の人間としての力だけで
So do what you
勝手に
want
戦え。
and fight me with just your human powers.
最初からその覚悟です。
I've been prepared to do that from the beginning.
しかしお前には優秀な仲間がいる。
However, you have talented people on your side.
ドラノール、ガートルード、ゴーネリ
Slanner, Gertrude, and Cornelia.
ア。お前は一人じゃない。
You aren't alone.
仲間がいる。
You have allies.
頼りたくても何の力もない。
ゲロカスの役立たずですが。
Except that they're unreliable, powerless, and useless puke spittle. Okay, okay. Erika, that's the problem here.
ドラノール、
Flanner.
かつての俺がワルギリアやロノウェに支えられたようにエリカにもまた支えがいる。
Just like I was supported by Virgilia and Ronove in the past, Erika needs support as well.
人間側が辛いことは俺も何度も経験してよく知ってる。
I know from repeated experience that playing for the human side is tough.
はい、
Yes,
持てる力の限りで補佐します。
I will assist her with all the power I possess.
経験了解するものなら。
For your attention, we are in agreement.
近景、職務であると知りたまえ。
For your attention, know that it is our job.
赤き真実も使えないくせに。
You can't even use the red truth.
エリカ、お前でなくこの仲間たちに力を与える。
I had a feeling he'd do this. Is he gonna whisper the truth to them? Erika, I will give power, not to you, but to your allies.
何の真似ですか。
Huh? What do you think you're
お
doing?
前の情けなんて死んでも受けません。
I'd rather die than receive your pity.
ドラノール、ガートルード、コーネリアで3人。
For the trio of Dlanner, Gertrude, and Cornelia,
エリカ、
Erika,
お前に例のガムテープの封印を3部屋分許す。
I will allow you to use 3 rooms worth of those duct tape seals. To fully seal one room, multiple seals are needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had just said 3 seals, she would only be able to fully seal up one room at best. So Battler was generous and measured them by room instead of by seal.
バトラキ
Lord Battler,
この封印には赤き真実と同じ効果があることを
as the game
俺も
master,
ゲームマスターとして認める。
I will also acknowledge that these seals have the same effect as the red truth.
そうすればそれを根拠とする戦いではお前もあの赤いタッチを振り回せるようになるはずだ。
Okay, this sounds kind of fun. I like this. So, not for the first 6, but for future murders from this point onwards, we can look at the tape. Okay, this sounds kind of fun, actually. I like this. This way, you'll also be able to wield that red longsword in battles based around those seals,
そうだな。
right?
は
Yes,
い、しかしよろしいのですか。
but are you certain?
探偵未満のエリカに勝ってもこんなの勝利じゃね
Winning against Erika when she's less than a detective is hardly a victory. Oh no, is this how the wedding happens? That small opportunity allows her to fucking obliterate him? Is that what's going to happen?
え。エリカがレートを上げるなら俺にだって上げる権利があるはずだぜ。
If Erika's upping the stakes, then I should have the right to do the same. Maybe? I have a feeling this is gonna blow up in Battler's face. He's being too nice. Battler, you're being too nice!
ヒューン、おっとこま
Woo! What a
え。
man!
よかったじゃないエリカ。
Aren't you lucky,
こ
Erika?
れで探偵宣言を出して主の機嫌を損ねずに多少はあんたも赤が使えるようになったわ。
Now you can use a bit of red without making the detective proclamation and irritating your master.
後悔しますよ。
You'll regret this. I think he will regret this.
3回の封印が
These 3 seals
殺しますから。
will be your death.
上等だ。
Sounds like fun.
来いよ。殺しに。
Come and kill me. Though it was only for 3 rooms, it was the red truth that Erika had been dying to use. Now, she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame.
了解です。
Not of shame. Gratitude? Understood.
3部屋分の封印のガムテープを受領いたします。
3 rooms worth of duct tape seals. Accepted.
その受領ですが、エリカ卿がミセス熊沢から粘着力なきガムテープを受領した時点に遡っての受領。
Regarding this matter, should we consider them as being accepted retroactively, back when Lady Erika received the non-sticky duct tape from Mrs. Kumasawa? Erika had borrowed duct tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler had made it so that those were not sticky. If he made it so that there was never any problem with the stickiness of that duct tape, the transition could be made smoothly. Sure, that's fine. I'll rewrite the tale. Rewrite the tale! So this is something that is possible.
初日の深夜、エリカが熊沢さんからもらったガムテープは封印可能な粘着力を持っているんだ。
The duct tape that Erika received from Kumasawa-san late at night on the first day was sticky enough to work as a seal,
3部屋分しかない。残りわずかのものだった。
but there was only enough left to use on 3 rooms.
これを今から適用する。
I'll apply that from here on out.
了解しました。
Understood.
エリカ卿も遡り、第一の場合発覚以前の段階からその権利の行使が可能だったので、として行動の修正を行います。
Oh, really? They're resetting? I thought it would be from the second Twilight onwards, no? Oh, shit. So they really can rewind and reset and, like, basically erase all the stuff that just happened. And we can see movements in and out of rooms. This does see, you know, I was thinking with how they were setting it up, it seemed pretty impossible to get a sense of, like, if we're even going in the right direction with these locked rooms. But I guess this is also pretty elegant in the way that they're saying that, yeah, this is just a freaking Dungeons and Dragons RP. We can even rewind to this turn, and then you'll do things differently this time. Man. Understood. Lady Erika will also retroactively adjust her movements, starting before the discovery of the first Twilight, and taking into account the application of this privilege is now possible. But wouldn't it be cheating if she just used the same rooms, or is Battler gonna change up the rooms?
ゲーム進行に抵触する部分が発生し次第、ゲームマスターにご報告申し上げます。
As soon as these changes affect the progression of the game, they will be reported to the Game Master. Interesting question. It's a little, because I figured it would be a little unfair or overpowered to allow her the use of the tape when we already know where the dead bodies are going to end up, right? We already know the crime scenes, we already know the locked rooms. It feels like cheating to just go back and put the tape there. But I guess they're doing it. See, Battler, that's what I'm saying. Well, what do I think it means? Well, I want to see what Battler's about to say. Letting you do it retroactively, even though you know which rooms the crime will occur in. That gives you a pretty big advantage. You won't have to waste tape on other rooms, unless she wants to save them for future murders. Yeah, you don't have to let him do that. I'm agreeing with Burncastle here. He's being too lenient. It seems you've grown quite arrogant since becoming Game Master.
楽しいでし
You're having fun, aren't you?
ょ。無様な対戦相手に施しをするのは
Giving out charity to your pathetic opponent.
黙れ。
Quiet.
そして勘違いするな。
And don't misunderstand.
これはおごりでも甘やかしでもない。
I'm not being arrogant or going easy on her.
これを武器に本気で来い。
Erika, use this weapon and fight me with all your strength.
だからこそ俺も本気で叩き潰して。
And I will crush you with all of mine.
だから胸を張ってこの3回を行使しろ。
So hold your head high as you use those 3.
以上。
That is all. So why do you think he's doing that? So why do I think he's doing that? Battler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. Oh, ooh, the cool cape flip. I don't know. I think we have too little information to really form a solid theory on the locked rooms. It's like their whole thing about uncertainty. Like, you should be able to use the text that isn't read for certainty, but it still feels like we haven't been given enough information to really solve it. Maybe we have, but nothing I'm seeing, you know? Maybe, but like, do you know if anyone's solved this murder with like this first Twilight in episode 6? Has anyone ever solved it up to this point? Like up to where I currently am in the game? Has anyone ever solved it before this tape thing? With just the information given? Battler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. As he did, he thought he heard Erika let out a strained voice calling him to a stop.
なんだ。
The 6 murders in the 6 rooms, the locked rooms, where... Or actually, no, 5 rooms. One of them was the parlor, and 2 of them were there. Natsuhi in her room. Eva, I think she was, yeah, in the VIP room. Kirie in Krause's study. Battler in the guest room. And then Maria and Rosa in the parlor. That specifically. Has anyone ever solved these 5 with the information given thus far before this tape thing? Like, figured out who killed them, or if in fact they were just playing dead or something like that. Like, I know I've heard that each of the murders has like a solution, that they were written with the with like an official solution in mind, right? But how it could be done without magic and stuff like that. And so I wondered if anyone had come up with the official solution before Erika was given more weapons to use. Just on that vague information, has somebody actually done it? You know, some streamers have idly speculated and their speculations were correct, but you don't know any who have definitively declared, I know what happened and had been correct at this point. Okay. So you don't know personally. But do you think it's possible? I guess maybe that might be a little spoilery, but anyway, what is it?
用がないなら行く。
If you have no business with me, I'm going.
ドラノールとよく相談しろ。
Make sure you talk with Blanner.
あのムカつく魔女ども。何を言われても耳を貸すな。
Don't listen to those obnoxious witches, whatever they tell you. Redacted episode 6. God damn it!
このゲーム版の上に
I'm in episode 6.
いる限り、あいつらに好き勝手はさせない。
As long as they're on this game board, they'll obey my rules. Ah! Oh my god! Hello, Erika? It pained her that much to say thank you? Okay, no, I don't want you to tell me if you think it's legit spoilers, but ah! Thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私、本気で戦います。
I'll fight with all I've got. Ooh, so that was truly painful, wasn't it, Erika?
全力で戦いますから。だから、絶対お前をやっつけますから。
I'll fight with all I've got. I'll come at you with all my strength. So I'll defeat you no matter what. So
だから、もしも私に勝つときは、全力で。
if you do win against me, please
叩き潰してください。
crush me with all of your strength.
お願いだから、塵一つ残さないで。
Please don't leave a speck of me behind. Jesus.
分かった。
You got it.
だからお前も俺に手加減するな。
And don't you go easy on me either.
これは最後のゲームなんだ。
This is the final game. He says on episode 6 of 8.
俺がベアトに真実に至ったことを証明するための
I'm playing to prove to Beato that I've reached the truth.
俺たちの勝敗はもはやそれを左右しない。
At this point, who wins and who loses has no effect on that.
だからこれは純粋に公敵視と認めたお前と決着をつけたいという気持ちなんだ。
I've accepted you as a worthy adversary, and now I simply want to settle the score.
ゲームの上では敵として全てを疑え。
In the game, let us suspect each other over everything as enemies.
だがプレイヤー同士としては信頼しろ。
But as fellow players, let's trust each other. Oh, like you and Beato. Oh.
それがゲームのマナーだ。
That's how this game is supposed to be played. Yes.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Damn. Battler departed into the darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Erika remained behind, sobbing. Man. I fucking knew it. Just kidding. A Happy Maria instrumental? Oh shit. The tape.
ちょろいもんです。バカな男。
You're easy pickings, you stupid man! I fucking knew it!
ま
Ugh.
んまと引っかかって私にガムテープを渡しましたね。
You fell right for it and gave me the tape.
このフルダエリカに
You gave the great Furuto Erika!
ガムテープを
Duct tape! It was hard to imagine that the person who'd been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same individual. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The two witches were also cackling with ugly smiles. They fucking tricked him!
わかるわ
I totally feel him.
ゲームマスターになるとねつい神になった気がしておごり高ぶっちゃうのよね
When you become Game Master, it feels like you've become God and you get all sure of yourself, you know?
ラムダの時もそうだったわね
It was the same for you, wasn't it, Lambda?
歩く死体なんてバカなミスを放置するから負けるのよ
You lost because you made a boneheaded mistake involving walking corpses.
バカなゲームマスターバカなミスバカなおごりにバカな敗北バカバトラバカばっか
Bonehead Game Masters, bonehead blunders, bonehead arrogance, bonehead beatings, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads.
バカな敗北バカバトラバカばっか
She's always trying to mimic Burncastle. Bonehead beatings, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads.
なんだか語呂がいいです
I like the way it rolls off the tongue.
さすが我が主です
Nice one, my master.
バカバトラバカばっかバカバトラバカばっか
Bonehead battler, billions of boneheads, bonehead battler, billions of boneheads.
バカバトラね本気でエリカが不利だと思ってるなら本当にご愁傷様だわ
If that bonehead battler honestly thinks that Erika's at a disadvantage, then it was nice knowing him. They tricked him. He's too nice.
バカを殺すのに必要なのは探偵宣言じゃない
A detective proclamation isn't what you need to kill an idiot. Oh! Just a corner of tofu for them to hit their head on.
お犬越しですね
Make that soft tofu.
それにコチュジャンを乗せればワインのつまみにぴったりだわ
Add some gochujang chili paste and you've got a snack that'd go great with some wine. The three giggled together. It had all been an act to get the duct tape for the seals from Battler. Even though he had taken pains to ensure that the duct tape that had tormented him so much in the last game was rendered unusable in this one. He had fallen for Erika's act. And she had gotten what she wanted, even if it was only 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erika was at an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the duct tape.
これで完璧にバトラを殺せます
With this, I can kill Battler perfectly.
あいつのマルゲな密室などとっくにネタは割れてるんですから
I figured out his moronic locked rooms long ago.
密室
A perfect locked room.
うわーか
Dumbass.
私が本当に完璧な密室ってやつを見せて差し上げますから
I'll show you a real perfect locked room.
そのためのとどめの武器を自ら進呈してくれるなんて嬉しくて涙が出ます
And I could cry for joy at the fact that you gave me the weapon that will finish you.
そしてラムダデルタ卿
My master and Lady Lambda
お
Delta.
芝居へのご協力誠にありがとうございます
Thank you so much for assisting with my performance.
面白かったわ
It was fun.
例には及ばないわよ
No need to thank me.
演技じゃないしね
Plus, I wasn't acting. Oh my god, Burncastle. Despite getting the feeling that Burncastle had said something a little curious, Erika was in too high spirits to care. That pudding for brains moron, thinking he's done something so noble. I'll make you regret it.
さて
All right,
この封印ゆっくりと使わせてもらいましょう
let's use these seals at our
ドラ
leisure.
ノールもお手柄でした
You were a great help too, Dlanner.
あんたバトラに信頼されてるみたいだからあんたが言うとコロッと引っかかってくれますね
It seems that Battler trusts you, so he believes every word you say.
まさか両親が痛むとか言い出しませんよ
Don't tell me your conscience is hurting.
殺人人形の分際で
You little murder doll.
いい
No. Blanner looked at Erika in a slightly lonely way. Erika's lack of detective authority at work here. Huh? Yeah, you don't have the detective's authority to figure out Berncastle and Dlanner's true feelings. Then, after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into.
手加減なしの真剣勝負と分かっているはずに
You knew that this was a no-holds-barred fight.
愚かなるバトラ卿
Foolish, Lord Battler.
これは間違いなくあなたのおごりです
This is, without a doubt, the result of your arrogance.
ミスターバトラこれは命取りです
Mr. Battler, this will prove fatal. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh.
まずはおめでとうかなフルフル
First of all, congratulations are in order, wouldn't you say, Furfur?
そうねすべての恋人たちに強い意志の力があることが分かったのだもの
Yes, because we have learned that each and every one of the lovers possesses a strong will.
これは愛の勝利さ
This is a victory for love.
それを僕らは称え合おう
That we shall celebrate. Everyone had long since gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression.
僕らがそれを称え合うのは君たちの試練を勝ち残る
We'll only celebrate that after we've passed your trial and someone has been given the miracle of magic.
同感だぜ
I agree.
最初の試練は全員突破した
We've all passed the first trial.
次は何だ
What's next?
もう後には引けねえ何だってやってやるぜ
I won't hold back anymore. I'll do whatever it takes.
僕たちは負けません
Yes. We won't lose.
私たちもです
Neither will we.
あ
Yeah.
あもちろんバトラ君たちもね
And of course, the same goes for Battler-kun's group.
無論だぜ
Of course.
この中の誰だって譲られて勝利したいなんて甘えてる奴はいないはずだ
I doubt anyone here is so naive that they hope to win by having the others relinquish victory.
そうですね
Right.
辞退できる程度の弱々しい思いならば今この場にいる資格は
Oh my god, B, you missed him being an L once again. He's become arrogant. He thinks he's got this so in the bag that he let Erika have some duct tape. 3 rooms worth of duct tape that she can use on, she has these duct tape seals to tell if somebody's opened a door or a window. And that's all it's gonna take. And so basically, she, Berncastle, and Lambda Delta, except Berncastle wasn't pretending, so mostly her and Lambda Delta were putting on an act to fool Battler, to pull at his heartstrings. like you know, putting on an act like Beato did in episode 3. And of course he trusts the intellectual. What could possibly, I know, right? And then and so she was given permission to not only that, I thought she was going to be able to use the duct tape from the second Twilight onwards, but no, they're rewinding and rewriting part of the game so that even though she knows where the murders are going to be, she's going to put up the duct tape and be able to tell exactly what occurred and how. Or at least what doors opened and closed and windows, and then go from there. For 3 rooms. So it would have been one thing, it was from this point onwards, but no. We're gonna rewind and she's gonna have a chance to rig some of the crime scenes that she already knows are going to happen unless Battler don't play the game, play the man. That's exactly what's going on. He got bamboozled and he thought he was doing something noble and helpful because he's like, me and Beato had a certain amount of trust in each other and you should play this game by trusting each other. And so Erika and Lambda Delta and Burncaster was like, oh, you fucking loser, behind his back. Like, you thought you could trust us. We got this in the bag now. Look at him flexing with his stupid cape. Yeah, he's arrogant. Even Flanner was a little disappointed in him. Right. Anyone weak enough to drop out wouldn't be qualified to be here right now. Even Beato, who seemed to be the shakiest one of the 6, was strongly determined. The 2 demons nodded, taking note of the 6's continued resolve. Turn it in, Belle. L. So, what's the next trial? Don't tell me you still haven't decided. Well, we thought at least some of you would drop out. We didn't think that you all would remain. Oh no, is this gonna be a double elimination? Like this is Great British Bake Off or something? This is a happy, miraculous miscalculation due to love. Cram it. So? Are we going to play musical chairs or something to make sure someone drops out this time? Yes, precisely that. Wait, literally musical chairs? We've decided to have this trial eliminate one group, no matter what. Oh, those are going to be the 2 who are, separate the 2 who are close. The second Twilight. For this trial, we will borrow from the second Twilight of the Epitaph. I knew it. Tear apart the 2 who are close! I don't understand. Zepar-sama, Furfur-sama, what sort of trial is this? Do you mean we're going to kill each other? That settled things quickly. Though it's not exactly civilized. Love is carnivorous. We can't all just find happiness together, can we? This is what they call a zero-sum game. It's an economic term, but maybe you've heard of it? Yeah, but also Battler and Beato are also in the game. We'll see. But maybe you've heard of it?
いえ、すみません。
No, my apologies.
ゼロサムゲーム勝利も敗北も全てを相殺すればゼロ
In a zero-sum game, all the wins and losses cancel out to zero.
誰かが勝利を得るためには誰かに敗北を強いねばならない
In order to win, someone else must be forced to lose.
それは世界の冷酷な原理だ
It's the ruthless way of this world. That's what I think. Yeah, I think this is definitely it. I think that's why only one pair can win, because each of the three pairs has one of the personalities. I think that's the case, yeah. And which romance they want to pursue. So Shannon versus Kano versus Beatrice. Beatrice wants to be with Battler, you know. Beatrice is the third personality. It's the ruthless way of this world. Beatrice not well, Chick, because Beatrice is gone. We've only got Chick Beatrice. You doubt she'll fight? She tried. She tried. She needed help, but she managed to scrape through. She's been told that she needs to fight harder if she wants to win. And now Battler's being nicer to her, so... Or maybe she'll find her determination. So yeah, she definitely seems set up to fail, but we'll see. If only everyone.
全員が幸せになれればいいのにな。
Could be happy.
そんな理想の世界あるわけねえか。
But I guess there's no way an ideal world like that could exist. But why? Oh shit. No, there is!
それは黄金鏡
That is the Golden Land. Oh, so the Golden Land is the polycule. Got it.
黄金鏡
The Golden Land?
何の話だよ。
What are you talking about?
そうだったな
That's right.
黄金鏡に至れば全ての愛は満たされる
If you reach the Golden Land, all love will be satisfied.
だがそこは天国や地獄と同じでこの世ならざる場所だ
However, like heaven and hell, that's not a place in this world. If you believe in magic. Yeah.
それはごめん被りたいね
That's an offer I would have to refuse.
恋は現世で叶えるから意味がある
Love has meaning because we find it in this world.
僕は死後に恋愛を成就させるための悲しい心中なんて断じて認めないね
I could never support a sad lover's double suicide where we are only united after death. Yes, shut up, FBI.
愛を貫
I swear to God. Oh my God. A few weeks ago, Rowan was saying that the whole time against George, like, oh my God, shut the fuck up, George. The fact that he's not even gonna fight. Oh. His girl's gonna kill her brother. Oh no. I will see my love through alive.
何者にも負けない
I won't lose to anyone.
ジョージさん
George-san. The door to the Golden Land is opened by solving the epitaph's riddle. It is said to be a place where love and lives are all whole and can be revived. Well, the personalities are similar. I truly believe they love and care for each other, but now one has to go. Two have to go. Be it Beato too. But yeah, we're straying from the point.
それより第二の試練をさっさと教えてほしい。
Tell us about the second trial already.
そうだぜ。
Right.
寄り添いし二人を引き裂けって何をさせる気だよ。
What are you two trying to make us do with this tear apart the two who are close thing?
話はとてもシンプルさ。
It is quite simple.
恋人たちを引き裂くのは悲しき死の別れしかありえない。
The only possible way to tear apart two lovers is by the sad farewell of death. What? Oh yeah. I haven't. I know of it though. I think because I know it's related to like Unbreakable and other movies. I'm thinking if I wanted to see that, I kind of wanted to see the other one first. But good to know. I know it had that kind of thing going on. The only possible way to tear apart two lovers is by the sad farewell of death. You spoiled yourself. Oh.
6人のうち1人を殺すのが第2の試練さ。
Well, people were saying it online, you know? I stumbled upon that. The second trial is to kill one of the 6.
当然相方を殺された恋人たちは失格となって脱落するわ。
Of course, any lover with their partner killed is disqualified.
つまり確実に一組の恋人たちに脱落してもらう試練というわけさ。
Okay, so just one person's gotta die. And then the other one will automatically be killed. The other one in the pair. Okay. In short, one pair of lovers must drop out during this trial.
殺すと簡単に言う
You say kill so simply.
がどうしろって。
What are we supposed to do?
殺し合いをしてもいいし。
You can fight to the death.
くじ引きか何かで決めてもいい。
Or you can decide by a lottery of some sort.
くじ引きで決めるなんて冗談じゃねえぜ。
Like hell, we're going to choose by drawing lots.
正々堂々と決闘しようじゃねえか。
Let's have a duel, fair and square.
そうなるとゲームマスターのバトラー君
Though if we do that, I imagine that Battler-kun, who is the game
記
master,
憶がないとはいえ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが相当有利な気もするんだけどね。
and Beatrice, who is still the Golden Witch despite having no memory, will have a substantial advantage. The movie's pretty perfectly comprehensible on its own. Oh, okay. That movie's... I'll keep that in mind. Oh, ooh, well, I wonder about that.
安心して。
Don't
こ
worry.
の試練ではみんなの力は完全に公平にさせてもらってる
For
んだ。
this trial, we have made everyone's powers completely equal. You know, like when you go into the Pokemon post game and they have the battle tower or whatever, and all your Pokemon are level 50, just like that.
ゲームマス
Everybody's level 50.
ターのバトラ教でさえこの試練では全員と互角なの。
Even the game master, Lord Battler, is taking this trial on an even footing with everyone else.
それなら公平ですね。
In that case, it's fair.
完全に純粋に互角なのか。
Is it completely and purely even?
ええ、完全に互角。
Yes, perfectly even.
1対1なら勝敗は時の運。
In a one-on-one fight, the luck of the moment would determine the outcome.
完全に互角だからね。
As all is perfectly equal,
決着にも時間がかかると思うわ。
it'll probably take a while to finish a fight.
だから優位な状況で襲うのがコツかな。
So perhaps the trick would be to attack in advantageous circumstances.
とことん時間をかけての決闘ももちろん素敵。
Duels that take time are, of course, wonderful too.
誰が運任せで戦うもんか。
Why would anyone leave it up to luck?
自分に有利な状況で戦いたいに決まってるぜ。
Of course we want the fight to be in our favor.
となると三つどもえ。
In that case, a three-way struggle?
これでは動けないのでは。
Wouldn't that mean we'd all be stuck? Beato was the first to notice. If all 6 of them were truly on an even footing, and they wanted to fight so that they could win, they would have to fight as pairs and concentrate their attacks on a single person. I was thinking about that. It was like, this sounds weird. However, if they did so, that person's partner would naturally join in to fight back as a pair. In other words, it would never end up as 2 against 1. It would be 2 against 2, and a battle like that could go either way. However, if that were to happen, the third pair watching all this could team up with whichever pair they liked with no risk to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty.
面倒な話だね。
Sounds troublesome.
先に動くことが有利ではない。
It means that it isn't to your advantage to move first. If you take the initiative to fight, it's a matter of luck. The good, the bad, and the ugly. This is ugly. If you sit and wait for the others to start fighting, it's certain victory. The fight would never begin in circumstances like this.
6人全員がそれぞれ隣同士で1対1で同時に戦えばいいんじゃないでしょうか。
Maybe we could just have everyone fight the person next to them, one on one.
決着がついた時点で試練は決着する。
Then, as soon as the one fight is settled, the trial will be over. Unless everyone could abandon any naive hopes for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, they could make a gentleman's agreement to have everyone duel at once, which would be no different from drawing lots, but at least it would be fair.
それは無理。
That won't work.
そうなったらみんな積極的に戦わず保身する。
If we do that, everyone will just defend instead of fighting proactively.
その間に誰かが負けてくれればいいのだから。
All they need to do is wait for someone to lose before they do. Janun's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glared at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. They would only have to wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively.
結局全員が動かず決着がつきません。
In the end, no one will move, and nothing will be resolved.
全員の強さが互角という算数的状況のせいでパズルみたいになっちまったな。
Since we're in this mathematical situation where we all have the same strength, it's almost like a puzzle.
そうだね。
True.
互いの強さが未知数なら決闘も面白かった。
Dueling would have been an interesting proposition if our strengths were unknown.
完全に互角と言い切られてしまったら決闘はじゃんけんと何も変わらない。
However, since we've been told that we're perfectly even, a duel would be no different than rock, paper, scissors.
ならいっそ6人全員でじゃんけんで決めますか。
In that case, why not use rock, paper, scissors to decide it? I mean, they were gambling with rock, paper, scissors and Kaiji.
バカ言え、そんなの嫌だぜ。
Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that.
仮に誰かが負けたとしてそいつが潔く負けを認めるわけねえだろ。
Even if someone does lose, there's no way they'd accept their loss.
負けを認めないならじゃんけんの勝者たち4人に攻撃されることになる。
If they don't accept it, then they will be attacked by the 4 winners. Jessica, darling, you're being reckless. Yeah.
完全に互角なこの世界ではじゃんけんの敗者には生き残れる道理がない。
In a world where all are equal, the losers will have no chance of surviving.
確か
True.
に。なんだなんだ。
Huh.
じゃんけんで決めるのが一番合理的だってのかよ。
Is rock, paper, scissors actually the most reasonable way to settle this? Isn't she behaving like Battler has? At least at the beginning? Yeah, I think so. Their attitudes did seem pretty similar at the beginning of the game. Hot-headed, yeah. Wanting everything to turn out Being mad when things are unfair, yeah.
極めて合理的だよ。
It is extremely reasonable.
しかし自分の運命を乱数発生器に託すような無謀ができるかと言われたら
However,
答えはノーだけどね。
if you were to ask me whether I'd be reckless enough to entrust my fate to a random number generator, the answer would be no.
どうかそれを悩んでほしい。
Please do consider that problem.
それが私たちの出題する
This
第二の試練
this is the second trial we have set for you.
考えてくだ
Against
さい。
extremely devious witches, yeah, thinking you can brute force your way through a game of chess against extremely devious witches, yeah. Think and fight to the death.
誰を生贄にするか決めてほしい。
Please decide who the sacrifice will be. This is a pickle. Oh God, are we just gonna find the dead bodies and just know who lost? A small contradiction.
確かに考えられん話でもない。
True, it isn't unthinkable.
証人が一番怪しい。
Oh, we really did rewind. Shit. The servants are the most
物
suspicious.
的証拠があるわけではありませんから縛ってクローゼットに放り込むわけにもいき
We
ません
really did rewind.
Please, no! No! No!
It isn't as though we have any physical evidence, so we can't tie them up and throw them in a closet.
銃を持った皆さんの常に目に届くところに置いてよく見張る必要があります
So, we need to make sure that they are always within sight of those with guns, and that we keep an eye on them all the time.
兄貴、マスターキーも回収した方がいい。
Aniki, we should also gather the master
あの
keys.
密室の使用人たち以外には作れるわけがないんだ。
Only the servants could have created those locked rooms.
使用人たちしか知らない構造や道具などできっとチェーンロックをどうにかできたに違いない。
They must have done something with the chain locks using some tool or setup that only the servants know about.
皆は長く勤めてくれているものばかりだ。
They have all served us for a long time.
私の後を追い彼らが殺人を犯すとは思えんのだ。
I can hardly imagine that they would commit murder.
金蔵さんの寿命もわずかで遺産問題で大きく揺れているそうですね
I hear that Kinzo-san is not long for this world, and the inheritance problem is still very shaky.
それに加え10トンの黄金がどこかに隠されている
In
なんて
addition,
話もあるそうじゃないですか
there's that story about 10 tons of gold being hidden somewhere.
それらの分け前にありつけるなら人は罪を犯せるかもしれません
A possible payoff like that might be enough to convince certain people to commit a crime.
考えたくない。クソ親父のおかしなオカルト儀式って可能性もある。
I don't want to think about it. But there's also a chance that the old bastard is running some bizarre occult ritual.
片翼の使用人たちは親父の手先で殺人の実行者かも。
The servants of the One Wing are his pawns, and they might have been the ones to carry out the
親父は
murders.
どうなんだ。
How about Dad, anyway?
連絡は取れないのか。
Have you been able to contact him yet? No,
内線電話は通じない。
we aren't getting through on the extension line either.
犯人に壊されたのかもしれない。
The culprits might have broken
それ
it.
に親父殿は不機嫌になると電話の受話器を外していることがよくある。
And Father does often leave the receiver off the hook when he's in a bad mood. Oh, that's you trying to cover your ass because you know he's dead,
ノ
right?
ックをしてもその
Yep.
不機嫌な返事があるだけ。
When I knocked, I only received a grumpy reply. He had to pause to think, to come up with an excuse.
連絡は取れんがあの書斎はシェルターも同然だ。
We can't contact him, but that study is well
む
protected.
しろ安全だから閉じこもってくれた方がいいだろう。
It's probably safer there, so it might be best to have him stay there. Flustered, Kraus tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the conversation didn't go any further. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph, thinking anything was particularly suspicious.
いずれにせよ使用人たちを野放しにはできね
Anyway, we can't let the servants out of our
え。
sights.
それでさっき秀吉兄さんとも相談したんだが、2階に2部屋に分かれて全員で籠城しようということになったんだ。
I just had a talk with Hideyoshi Nissan about this, and we decided to split everyone into 2 rooms upstairs and hole up in there.
なぜ2部屋なのか。
Why 2 rooms?
1部屋の方が心強いだろう。
Just 1 would be more secure.
さすがに一部屋に12人もの人間では窒息します。
Well, if we tried to stick 12 people in 1 room, we'd suffocate.
そして最も注意すべき人物だけを隔離したいという思惑もあります。
Plus, I want to isolate the people we need to keep the closest eye on.
使用人の頭である源氏さん、一番体格のいい幸田さん、
There's Genji-san, the head of the servants. There's Goda-san, who is larger than any of us.
若輩とはいえカノンさんも男性です。
And though he may be young, Kanon-san is male too.
この3人を特にマークすべきだと思う。
Erika, why are you ignoring Shannon categorically? Kumasawa is one thing, but Shannon? I think we need to pay those 3 special attention,
そ
Aniki.
こでこの3人を隔離し、俺と兄貴で監視する。
This way we can isolate that group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them. Wait a second. Erika just hates men, apparently. Yeah. Well, apparently that one boyfriend, left her to pursue acting, so maybe she's just been, like, had a vendetta against all men ever since. But interesting that this separates Shannon and Kanon. So, this is what I want to see for my theory. Can they truly exist apart? Is there an accomplice who is pretending to be one of them? I think we need to pay those 3 special attention, Aniki. This way, we can isolate that group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them.
2丁の銃。俺と兄貴なら、とっさの時、連携もできる。
With 2 guns, the pair of us could cooperate on a moment's notice.
少しでもおかしな動きを見せたら、ズドンだ。
If they make even a single suspicious move, boom.
わかった。そうしよう。
Alright, let's do that.
だがルドルフ、
But Rudolph,
彼らが犯人であると決まったわけではない。
we can't be certain that they are the culprits.
あまり高圧的にはなる。
Don't be too pushy.
兄貴に高圧的になるな。
You're telling me not to be pushy? Oh boy.
そりゃ俺たちも老けるわけだぜ。
We must be getting old. Uh-oh.
今上で秀吉さんに部屋分けをしてもらっています。
Right now, Hideyoshi-san is upstairs, dividing everyone into the 2
隔離
rooms.
者たちをいとこ部屋に集め、他はその隣の部屋へ集めます。
The ones being isolated will collect into the cousin's room, and the others will go into the next room over.
そうだ、兄貴。
That was her former room that she could hear between when she presses her ear against the wall. Ah, right, Aniki. What about Jessica-chan?
兄貴と一緒の部屋がいいと言って聞かない。
She insists on being in the same room as you.
ジェシカ。
Jessica.
隔離のいとこ部屋が5人、隣の部屋7人の部屋割りでしたからね。
We were planning to have 5 people in the cousin's room and 7 in the adjacent
ジェシカ
room.
さんがいとこ部屋を希望するならちょうど半々になります。
If Jessica-san wants to go to the cousin's room, it'll be split clean down the middle. Oh no, are Jessica and Kanon gonna lose?
狼と羊のパズルで言うなら、今は使用人狼が3匹にクラウスさん、ルドルフさんの羊が2匹。
If this was a wolves and sheep puzzle, there are currently 3 servant wolves and you 2 sheep in that
ジェシ
room.
カさんを加えた方が確かにバランスがいいとは思います。
I think adding in Jessica-san would be a good idea to balance things out. For a while, Kraus crossed his arms and thought. The cousin's room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go to the next room over. However, in an emergency situation like this, he also wanted to keep his daughter where he could see her.
一緒にいさせたらどうだ。
Let's let her stay with us.
俺たちが良い父、良い叔父でいるために必要なリミッターの役かもしれねえぜ。
We might need her there to make sure we remain good dads and uncles.
そうだ
Yes.
な。私も今は理性的なふりをしている。
I am keeping up a pretense of rationality right
し
now.
かしいつ妻を失った悲しみを怒りに置き換えないとは限らん。
But I can't guarantee that my sadness at losing my wife won't change to anger. Even without any physical evidence, the servants were certainly the most suspicious. During the long haul ahead of these two men, their weariness and anger and sadness could make them lose their reason to act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent this from happening.
それがいいと思います。
I think that's a good idea.
私も賛成です。
I'm in favor.
同感だ。
I agree.
子供を失うのは俺とローザだけで十分だ。
It's enough that only Rosa and I lose children.
ルドルフ。
Rudolph. Oh, a pretense of rationality is crazy, yeah. In this way, all of the survivors, excepting Kinzo, split into two groups and holed up in the two rooms on the guest house's second floor. One group was in the cousin's room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Hanon, Yoda. Hanon and Shannon are separated. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Erika. You're back. Your power went out because some asshole messed with the power breakers. Oh no. And turned off the power for the whole apartment building. What the fuck? Ugh. That's annoying. I'm glad you're back. Okay, so Nanjo does exist. We have proof. But Nanjo hasn't said a peep this whole time. So apparently he does exist. Okay. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Erika. Who is this Nanjo? That's what I'm saying. 6 people here, too. Say it in red. Nanjo is here. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing. Nanjo is just somewhere taking a bubble bath with a rubber ducky. Aww. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off, and they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. He better not be a 4th personality, I know, right? However, the weather report had said that the sea would be stormy throughout the next day because of the typhoon. One thing to consider is, if Kinzo's been dead the whole time, why the hell is Nanjo there? Why did he take the trip? Why is he involved in this? Why bother? He doesn't have, as far as we know, he doesn't have any reason to involve himself with the Ushinomiya family any longer and keep up the illusion of Kinzo. Like, what does he gain? You're stuck on an island. Just swim, SMH. Kinzo's been dead for how long? It's vague. At least a year. At least a year. However, the weather report had said that the sea would be stormy throughout the next day because of the typhoon. When that happens, the ferry boat takes the day off. So it would probably be 2 days before the boat came. In other words, they were going to have to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. While Erika and the others held their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the long road ahead. The sudden tragedy had everyone on edge. but it was already well after 2 a.m. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away. Not bad.
探偵権限がないにもかかわらず、うまく場を支配しているぜ。
Even without the detective's authority, you've managed to control things very skillfully.
冷静を書いた男など感情むき出しの犬と同じです。
A man who's lost his cool is no different from an agitated dog.
適切に扱えば簡単にコントロール可能です。
If you treat them properly, it's easy to control them. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Battler. One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. This ability was the reason that Erika had been able to order a large number of adults around at will, in spite of being both an uninvited guest and a young girl. However, she didn't have that power this time. So Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men.
探偵権限も魔法と同じだな。
The detective's authority is the same as magic.
できないことはやれないってわけだ。
It can't do what you can't do. You're surprised no one outside the island noticed this typhoon just from seeing the island and reported it. Oh, like the typhoon? The typhoon was on the typhoon was in the weather report. It's just that Kinzo refused, or you know, Kinzo, now we know he's dead. So I guess I guess Kraus and Natsuhi refused her. Mary Sue says acknowledged in the universe, yeah. Like the people like Kraus and Natsuhi presumably, who organized the family meetup, refused to move the date. So it's like, it's gonna happen on this day and you gotta get to Rokenjima on this day, right? So so that day the sky was clear, so the boat went out to take everybody there. But the thing is, once the typhoon's going, it's gonna be too dangerous to send somebody to check on them. It's gonna be too dangerous to send a boat because it's stormy out there. And so the logical thing to do is to just wait until it blows over and then send a boat. So that's what they're waiting for. Send someone from far away is what I mean. To look at the situation? Like, they could, but why would they? I mean, people locally probably know about the Ushidomiyas. And, yeah, they couldn't have predicted a killer in their midst, yeah. They do have this every year, and it's gone off usually without a hitch. Nothing like a killer. But yeah. They think this is going to be an extended stay at the Gramps house, yeah. They were hoping to get back to school on Monday. But, the storm made it so we really can't leave. Bummer, you know. Servants, cousins, sandy beaches, yeah. What's not to like? Yeah, all of the blowing wind and pounding rain, it's like, ugh, can't really enjoy it that much, but yeah. The detective's authority is the same as magic. It can't do what you can't do. Surprised who aren't character who just wiggling went to the typhoon out of pure curiosity. Downside, killed by an evil witch. Upside, no more homework. Yeah, willingly. Well, the thing is this is Japan, and these would be people that live in the coast. Oh, you mean Ushiro Miya's on the island who'd go out into the typhoon out of curiosity? Hey, Majin-shan, hello. Like, people in Japan are fairly used to typhoons, and they know to stay in. I'm sure everybody's had a point where they're like, ooh, want to go and see how the storm's going. But so far, people have only been going outside when it's completely necessary. Oh, like reporters looking for a story. Oh, your island, house, and lifestyle seem pretty cozy. Yeah. I don't know if Jessica would agree, but yeah. Reporter. Oh, I see. Because they're a notorious rich family, a reporter might want to go in and investigate on the thing. Okay. With that, it's possible that the boat guy, because there's just one guy. There's only one guy who does boats between the coastline and Rokkenjima. And Kinzo's been paying him, I'm pretty sure, like beforehand, not right now because Kinzo's dead, but I feel like it's probably a long-standing policy to not bring anybody to Rokkenjima who's not invited, right? Erika ended up there because of, you know, quote-unquote, a miracle, pure chance, an accident. But it's just the one boat captain who brings people to Rokkenjima, so I think he'd probably refuse to bring reporters. You hope I've been well? Thank you. I've been feeling really good the last few days. And plus the typhoon is just forever. That's a hell of a story. Well, yeah, I mean, they probably thought their time was better spent reporting on the typhoon in general, rather than the typhoon going over this little rich people's island. They're probably busy reporting on how the storm is affecting the whole country. If Kinzo managed to bribe him, what's stopping people from bribing him too? I guess it's possible. But I feel like if somebody, like a reporter, did come to the island, it would have come up by now. You're still writing a positive vibe from TwitchCon this past weekend? How was TwitchCon? Did you enjoy yourself? I was watching a bunch of people's streams at TwitchCon. It sounds like people had a good time, mostly. You're just saying it would be an interesting plot line. Yeah, it's possible. The con itself was decent, but meeting folks and hanging out was great. Oh, that's wonderful. You know, I had never known if there was much for me at TwitchCon like before, but then friend of the channel, Kiwi, had a art booth there in the artist alley, and so I was seeing she was streaming during the setup in the morning on her phone, and so looking around at the other things in the artist alley made me instantly realize, wow, I'm an idiot for not going to TwitchCon these last couple of years. Yeah, the artist alley looked so good. I really wish I was there now. So I think I want to go to the next American one, for sure. I am in it to win it now. My former roommate's a Beat Saber streamer, and she was trying to convince me to go to TwitchCon. So I'm gonna tell her I'm in it to win it now. These witches, did they exist beforehand? Now, that depends on who you believe. The witches claim they've been around forever. Beatrice has been quote-unquote haunting the island. Not really. Yeah, it depends on who you believe. Ooh, actually, I gotta take a little break. I'll be right back. Alright, I returned. So Erika's authority was only recognized because she already had that much talent.
魔法とは決して
Thank you.
怠惰で無力な人間に与えられるものではないのですね。
Magic is not something that is given to lazy or powerless humans.
そうだ。
Right.
むしろ人知れぬ努力を隠せるやつこそが魔女と呼べるんだろうぜ。
On the contrary, people who can hide their great efforts are the ones we call witches. The absolute nature of the detective's authority could even act as magic. However, it didn't seem as though Erika had done anything to earn that convenient... It didn't seem as though Erika had done nothing to earn that convenient power. I probably need to accept it. Even when she isn't given any special powers by the witch she serves. She's very competent on her own. Yeah, you shouldn't have given her all of that stuff, Battler. She tricked you.
しかしエリカ、どうして2部屋に分けた？
But Erika, why did you split them into 2 rooms?
てっきり1部屋に全員を集めるとばかり思っていたぜ。
I was thinking you were going to gather everyone into 1 room.
探偵権限があればそうしました。
I would have if I had the detective's authority.
これは自由捜査権を確保するための一手です。
This is a move to preserve my right to investigate at will.
ああ、そういうことだ。
Oh, so that's it.
なるほど。
I see. Not bad. What did he realize? Since Erika was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time to reinvestigate the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scenes once as she ran through the mansion, but that probably wasn't perfect. However, they wouldn't have let a guest into the crime scenes, so that had been her only option back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more. in part so that she could check the locked rooms and causes of death more closely.
それの2部屋に分かれて籠城するのとどう関係があるのでしょう。
How is that related to splitting everyone into 2 rooms and having them stay there?
そこは奴が口車でうまいことやるのさ。
That's where her silver tongue will come into play. Watch.
そのためだけに2部屋に分けたのですから。
Yes, that's the only reason I split them into 2 rooms. The smirk. The cousin's room was filled with a quiet tension. This room had 6 people. Kraus, Jessica, and Rudolph. And then the most suspicious ones, the male servants Genji, Kanun, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. Oh, father-daughter time. Cute. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take a lot longer before she could accept her mother's death. Anon thought that this was the sort of time he should stay by Jessica's side. But that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotions showed clearly in his eyes. So, without even asking, Genji, Kannon, and Goda all understood that they were under suspicion. Sometimes, Goda would ask if he could help in an attempt to correct this misunderstanding. Oh, poor Goda! But that seemed to have the opposite effect. The only good option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. Poor Goda. In the next room over, there were also 6 people. Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. So Nanjo exists. The format of the room and the suffocating atmosphere were the same as the cousin's room. But even so, it was relatively calm there. Hideyoshi's got a gun. Nanjo! Nanjo sighted! Nanjo real! George sat, holding Shannon, who was hanging her head despondently the whole time. Why is... Oh, is... Like... Why is she being despondent and nervous? Because she and Kannon are in different rooms? Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation. We don't know how many enemies there are. However, we've got a gun right here. And of course, I've shot one before. I'm not talking about the Hawaii shooting center here. It's been long enough that I can confess, but I once defiantly fired off one of them occupying forces pistols. You see, back then the black market was controlled by foreign gangsters. He probably wanted to make everyone feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times and that had gotten more extravagant each time they heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality. Why has a crime like this happened? I hope the boat can come tomorrow. That seems unlikely.
2晩の長丁場になりそうだ。
It looks as though we'll be staying here for 2 nights.
とにかく
Nanjo, it's amazing to hear your voice. Now was a good time to get some sleep.
この状況ですやすや
I don't have the nerves to sleep soundly in a situation like this.
ジョージ様
George-sama. The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Well, apparently you killed her. So, I guess that's an illusion. Ooh, is the game of love an illusion? Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands. Yeah, apparently George killed Eva, but maybe that was fake. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story which he had grown very engrossed with.
すみませんちょっといとこ部屋へ行ってきます
Sorry, I'm just going to the cousin's room for a second.
ちょっとどうしても向こうの使用人の
There's one little thing I just need to check on with the servants over there.
なんや電話ではあかんのか
Can't you use the phone?
部屋番号をダイヤルするだけやで
You just need to dial the room number.
ほらお忘れですか
Oh, have you
電
forgotten?
話どうも犯人に壊されてるみたいですし
It seems the culprit has broken the telephone lines.
なんやひょっとして
What's this? Are you saying
彼らの証言に何か矛盾でも気づいたっちゅうか
you found some kind of contradiction in their statements? Erika had created a strong impression with her detective-like behavior up to this point. So Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime.
簡単な確認ですがひょっとすると大きなほころびを出すかもしれません
It'll be easy to check, but it might open up a much larger scene.
ちょっと行ってきます
I'll be quick about it.
誰も部屋から出さないでください
Please don't let anyone leave this room.
隣の部屋とはいえ一人は不用心やで
Even if you're only going next door, it's dangerous to go alone.
誰かお供を連れて
Take
った方が
this, hands her a
ええんちゃ
gun.
うか
You sure you don't want to take someone with you?
使用人たちも南條さんも完全には信用できません
We cannot fully trust the servants or
秀
Nanjo-san.
吉さんはこの部屋の責任者
You're in charge of this room,
ジョージさんも秀吉さんをサポートできる優秀な男手です
and George-san is needed to support you.
誰も避けません
Yeah, we can't trust Nanjo. Mean. We cannot spare anyone.
大丈夫です探偵は襲われないって決
Don't
まってますから
worry. The detective never gets attacked. Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Went from being there to being the #1 suspect. I know, right? Man, Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that it was just next door and wouldn't be a problem.
小1時間ほどで今
If I'm not back in about an hour, no,
あまりうろちょろするのも不用心ですね
it's probably better if I don't wander around too
朝
much.
まで隣にいます
I'll stay over there until morning.
明るくなってから戻ってくる方がいいですよね
It'll be better if I wait until it gets light before I come back.
その通りや
Good
気
thinking.
をつけてな
Be careful.
お隣の部屋に行くだけなのに
I'm just going to the next room over.
この部屋よろしくお願いします
Take good care of this room.
誰も外へ出さないでください
Please don't let anyone go outside.
この部屋を出るあらゆる理由がないようあらゆるものを運び込んだのですから
She's sweet talking Hideyoshi into letting her outside so that she can go and check the crime scenes. She's manipulating him. We already brought everything we might need into this room to ensure there's no reason to leave. Food, drinks, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. They could spend 48 hours without being short of any physical goods.
わかっ
I know.
とる。
Yeah, but she's pretending to be one. And she's still on the human side of the game. She's still trying to... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. She's not the detective anymore, so she needs to rely on good old manipulation. Exactly. She doesn't have that stupid authority. Yeah, I know.
この部屋におるんは身を守るためだけやない。
We aren't just here to protect
ちょっ
ourselves.
としたらおるかもしれない犯人を見張る意味も
You
あ
can
る。
be human and still be detective. Exactly. That is what is going on. We aren't just here to protect ourselves. We're also on the lookout for the culprit. If he's among us. Among us. Because Burncastle told her not to use the authority. So she's yeah. We're also on the lookout for the culprit if he's among us.
よくわかっとる。
I understand. Either that or she's just not good.
ではどうかよろしくお願いします。
Goodbye then. Among us? Mogus.
エリカちゃんどこで？
Where are you going, Erika-chan?
表には誰も出ない約束だよ。
We promised that no one would go outside.
ああ、エリカちゃんはちょっと特別な用事を思い出してな。
Oh, Erika-chan remembered something important she had to do.
隣へ行く。
She's going next door.
大丈夫、平気や。
Don't worry, she'll be fine. Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erika's actions and motives. Oh shit! Crafty father! You know what you should do every time someone dies off screen? You should have do the Among Us body found sound. Oh my god. I'll need to add that to my soundboard. That'd be pretty funny. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised.
大丈夫。
It's okay.
誰もおらんで。
No one's there.
ここまでで結構です。
That's far
あな
enough.
たが部屋を出ると同時にシャノンさんが表変してジョージさんを人質に取らないとも限りませんよ。
For all we know, Shannon-san might take George-san hostage as soon as you leave the room, right?
今こうして彼らに背中を向けているのさえ少々不用心です。
It's careless, even just to show your back to them as you're doing now.
そう。せやな。
You're right.
じゃあ用心するんやで。
Then be careful.
後でわしにも話を聞かせてや。
Tell me all about it later.
はい、
Sure.
それでは。
Bye then. Pushing Hideyoshi back inside, Erika closed the door. She then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes slowly opened wide. Playing you, oh Gomez, she's playing you like a damn fiddle. Yeah, her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. With this, Erika had managed to obtain a period of several hours, during which all of the suspects were sealed up and she alone was free.
ようやく自由捜査権を得ました。
Finally, I can investigate to my heart's content.
その前に
But first,
後ろ宮バトラ
Ushinomiya Battler.
フルネームで呼ぶな。
Don't use my full
こ
name.
こで登場人物全員の所在確認をさせてください。
Allow me to confirm the location of all characters
復
present.
唱要求です。
Repetition requested.
無論これにも答える義務はねえぜ。
Of course, I'm not obliged to respond, remember?
その場合は私が見てない間に部屋を抜け出し、その人物が今後起こるだろう不思議な事件の実行者だと主張しきるだけです。
If you don't, I'll just say that someone sneaked out while I wasn't looking and that this person was responsible for the bizarre crimes that are sure to
不
follow.
可能犯罪を見せたいなら、まずは所在確認に応じるべきです。
Because he's the game master, he's gotten a little too confident. Because he's got a cape, that too. If you want to show me an impossible murder, you should first confirm their locations. He thinks he's the shit. Yeah. Sure, why not?
一応は聞いてやるぜ。言ってみろ。
I'll listen at least. Let me hear it. Oh yeah, he kind of made up with the baby Beato. He kind of he was really glum and depressed before. He's kind of gotten over it. But now he's a bit, he feels like he's got everything in the bag when he doesn't. So that he's feeling better, he's becoming a little overconfident. A little arrogant. Sure, why not? I'll listen at least. Let me hear it.
いとこ部屋に対し、隣の籠城部屋をこれより隣部屋と呼称します。
He decided that she is a person in her own right. Like, oh, Beatrice, yeah. Yeah. From now on, that elder Beatrice had made him mad confident. Holy shit, yo! Hey, yo! What Kinzo should have done, oh no. But you're right, Kinzo should have chilled out. For real. From now on, let's refer to the room next to the cousin's room as the next room over. Does that work for you?
わかりやすい。了解した。
That's easy to remember. Got it.
それで
Didn't say the other Beatrice because that's basically a child. Yeah, still, I'm like, ayo. That's easy to remember. Got it. And?
今からする所在確認は生死を問いません。
When I check the characters' locations as I am about to, I am not concerned with whether they are alive or
体
dead.
の所在と考えてください。
Think of it as the location of their body.
そしてもちろん現時点でのことです。
And, of course, I'm referring to the current point in time. Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're alive or dead. We just need to know where the hell they are. The location of their body. The current point in
では
time.
参ります。
Here we go.
第1の番の犠牲者6人の所在は発見場所の通りである。
The first 6 Twilight victims are located at the places where they were
夏
discovered.
日は自室、エヴァは貴賓室、キリエはクラウスの書斎。
Elder Beatrice did not seem interested in
ローザと
him.
マリアは客間で、
She
あ
didn't
んたは
know
客室。
she didn't know why Chick Beatrice cared about him so much. Yeah. The Battler is kind of the difference between them. Natsuhi is in her room. Eva is in the VIP room. Kirie is in Krause's room. Rosa and Maria are in the parlor, and you are in the guest room.
まさかこの時点でもうこの程度のことも復唱拒否ですか？
Don't tell me you're already going to decline. Look at this fucking expression.
いいぜ。
Don't worry. Really is different pieces of a puzzle. Yeah.
それを認める。
I acknowledge it. Oh shit, my fine boom isn't working. Alright, time to bring up the instant button. Okay. I acknowledge it. First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms that had been shown by the witch side's illusion. Good.
続けます。
I'll continue.
隣部屋に所在するのは秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條である。
They're trying to outsmug each other. Hideyoshi. George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are in the next room over.
認める。
Acknowledged. The people in the room Erika had just left had been specified. It was the role of the human side to check every one of these seemingly obvious little details. Good. Her smug little face.
続けます。
I'll continue. Part of her must, because they are all just the same different personalities, but they share the same emotions for Battler. Well, that's the thing. There are two parts of Beatrice that were broken apart. It could be all of the Beatrice that liked Battler just ended up in the chick Beatrice. But, I mean, I could be wrong. Good. I'll continue.
いとこ部屋に所在するのはそれ以外の全員である。
Everyone else is in the cousin's room. Oh, that's crafty. So Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Hideyoshi, George are there. The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. Silo's 3 people, Battler's just the main one. The intuition he had built up from all of his previous games told him not to answer this one instantly.
拒否する。
I decline.
それを認めるっていうと、金蔵の遺体もいとこ部屋の中にあるって論法になっちまうからな。
Acknowledging that would mean that Kinzo's body would also have to be in the cousin's room.
失礼。
Oh, pardon me.
金蔵はすでに存在しないことが確定していますから、全員という言葉からは抜いて考えてください。
It has already been shown that Kinzo no longer exists, so please remove him from the word everyone.
なぜいとこ部屋だけ全員という言い方をする？
Why are you using the word everyone for the cousin's room alone?
クラウス以下6人の名前を個別に挙げて所在確認をすればいい。
You could just mention the names of Kraus and the other 5 individually.
なぜそんなアバウトな言い方を？
So why are you being so vague?
6人の名前をいちいち読み上げるのが面倒くさいからです。
It'd just be too much of a pain to read out all of their names. Bullshit.
それとも何か？
Or is there something wrong?
全員という言葉だと何か問題のあるトリックでもあるんですか？
Does using the word everyone create a problem with some trick of yours? If Battler had been told to repeat Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Kanon are in the cousin's room, he would probably have responded with the red without thinking too much about it. Yes, normally, Erika would have mentioned the name of each person inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler hesitated to repeat, feeling some kind of unease because of the use of the word everyone.
私と金蔵を除き17人いる島で
Excluding Kinzo and me, there are 17 people on this island. But there is somebody who's been trapped in a room. We still don't know about that person.
6人が殺されて屋敷に横たわり、隣部屋に5人がいる。
6 were killed and are lying in the mansion, and 5 are in the next room
と
over,
なれば、残る6人はいとこ部屋にいる。
which means the remaining 6 are in the cousin's
これ
room.
が正常な考えでしょ？
This would be the normal way of thinking of
し
things.
かし、
However,
17人いる島だから、6を引いて5を引いてさらに6を引けば、ちょうど0になって、所在不明の人間は0になるという思い込みは大変危険です。
it is extremely dangerous to assume that because there are 17 people on the island, if we subtract 6, then 5, then 6 again, that means we're left with 0 humans whose location has not been
バ
checked.
トラさんもこの辺の名前と人数のトリックで第3のゲームの南條殺しで 散々苦しめられたはずです。
I'm pretty sure that this sort of trick involving names and numbers of people caused you a lot of trouble with Nanjo's murder in the third game.
そうだな。
Good point.
あの時のトリックは18人分の名前と実際に存在する18人が食い違う。
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! That trick worked because the 18 names given didn't match up with the 18 people who actually existed. We fucking called it!
未知の人物が混入する余地を許している。
Leaving room to add an unknown person. Yeah. Somebody was pretending to be someone they're not. Yo! We were right. Dan, wake up. You were right.
そういうことです。
Exactly.
ですから名前だけでの所在確認は安心できないわけです。
And so I can't feel secure by just checking their locations by name.
そこで私は全員という言葉を採用することにしました。
That's why I use the word everyone.
この言葉はまだ私が想像もしていないバトラさんの新しいトリックを未然に防ぐことさえできるのです。
That word can prevent you from using a new trick that I haven't even thought of.
なる。
I see.
うまいやり方だぜ。
Pretty crafty of you. If Battler was planning a new trick like the one used for the murder of Nanjo in the third game, where the names and number of people would be used to create false alibis, then even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he skillfully managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people,
例えばですが、
for example,
この島に未知の暗殺者 X が紛れ込んでいるとします。
let's say that an unknown assassin X is hiding on this island.
その X の名をプルプルピコマルと名付けましょう。
Oh my god. Because of Lambda Delta, let's call him Puru Puru Picomon.
なる
Man.
ほどな。
I see.
全員の名を挙げて所在確認をしても、プルプルピコマルとやらはその網にかからないってわけだ。
Even if you list everyone's names and check out their locations, this Puru Puru Pico Man guy would fall outside the net. Yes.
そういうことです。
Precisely.
この島には17人しかいない。そして17人の所在はここであるとされても、
Even hearing there are only 17 people on this island, and here are the locations of 17 people,
それだけでは不十分なわけです。
is insufficient.
前科もあるわけですからね。
There's already a precedent for this.
しかし全員というのはあまりに範囲の広すぎる言い方です。
However, yeah. The word everyone is just too broad. Yeah, Beatrice is giving her objection right
他
now.
の言い方でうまく言い直せないでしょうか。
Can't you word it a little differently?
いや、ここで全員という言葉から逃げると。
No, if we run away from the word everyone here,
エリカはそれを根拠に、すべての犯人をプルプルピコマルテヤラの仕業で逃れきっちまう可能性がある。
there's a chance that Erika will be able to use that as a basis for making Puru Puru Pico Man the culprit for everything. Yeah, because that's what you would do, Battler. Objection! There was a scene where Elder B was talking about love while blushing, meaning she could have feelings for Battler. Okay. Okay. Oh, you looked back at stuff? I mean, I suppose. Maybe. It's possible.
かつての俺も、お前との戦いで、未知の18人目 X だけを根拠に、複数の謎にくさびを打ったことがある。
In my old fights with you, I also nailed several riddles with no basis other than unknown person X.
全員という言葉の重み。
Something about promises. Oh, maybe. It was when you were talking about there being a third Beatrice. Oh. Perhaps. The word everyone carries heavy significance.
よーく考えてお返事くださいね。
Make sure you think very carefully first. Erika wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. I don't crush any chances for this ridiculously named Puru Puru Pico Man right now. He'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I liked to use in my old games with Beato. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on an unknown 19th person X. Because of that, it had been necessary for Beato to restrict the number of people on the island and eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So just like Beato did, I need to get rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on the island has already been declared, but since she's suspecting tricks involving names and number of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to her repetition request and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it. And though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Uh-oh. Damn. After insulting Beato so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm feeling this much pressure from just a single repetition request.
Destruction.
Destruction, right? No. Destruction, right? You mean the chess term? Yes. It's a technique of putting pressure on an enemy piece, forcing it to move and making them weaken their own position. I'm threatening you with the broad and powerful piece called Everyone, pressuring you to move. With this, you will be able to perfectly guarantee the alibis for all of the survivors. And it'll probably make it possible for you to trap me in the later impossible crimes. What are you so afraid of? Shouldn't this be a powerful move for you? But it's a move that you're pressuring me to make. You're trying to make me weaken my own position in some way. No matter how good a move seems, it is a bad move when it is what the opponent wants. However, it will be hard to avoid the word everyone here. The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I quickly learned that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack. The red truth is a secret weapon, a treasured sword. Now, I'm painfully aware of how Beato felt. It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used with abandon. using it carelessly can corner the witch side instead.
どうします？
Oh, that fucking face. What will you do?
保留でも結構ですよ。
You can defer the decision if you want.
いや、
No.
わかった。認める。
Okay, I acknowledge it, but not in red.
それ以外の全員がいとこ部屋にいることを認める。
Oh, uh-oh. I hope he doesn't regret that. Yes, Battler does consider himself part of the witch side now. The role he is taking in this current game is the role Beato had. I mean, look, he's even using red text. I need to get my Vine Boom. I acknowledge that everyone else is in the cousin's room. I hope Battler's not being fucking stupid. Oh no. Oh no. I knew it. Good.
ありがとうございます、バトラさん。
Thank you very much, Battler-san.
実に美しくバッサリです。
What a beautiful, decisive move.
困りました。
Oh, I'm in
こ
trouble.
の状況で魔女からの手紙が現れたりなんかしたら、一体誰を疑えばいいのやら。
If a letter from the witch were to appear in this situation, why, whomever could I suspect? She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in making a very important foundational move. In the witch's game, even a single mistaken move is fatal. Battler! You should have just refused. In both chess and shogi, you can't take back a move once you've made it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken.
所在確認はこれで十分なはずだ。
That should be enough of confirming everyone's position. But it said everyone else, it didn't confirm anybody's identities. That should be enough of confirming everyone's position.
ゲームを進めてもらおうか。
Shall we continue the game?
そうします。
Yes, we shall.
ドラノール
Oh no! My headphones turned off as soon as she yelled Delanner. Delanner! What's wrong with my headphones? Hold on. Delanner!
はいエリカ卿
I want to see how she said it.
そうします。ドラノール
Oh, that's the part I missed. Yes, Lady Erika.
それでは
I
早
just
速
like
始めましょう。
headphones doing this. They're not out of power. Let's get started right away.
慈悲深いゲームマスター様がくださった権利を。
Let's use the privilege our merciful game master has given us.
はい心得ております
Yes, understood.
ガートルードコーネリ
Gertrude, Cornelia,
ア3部屋許された権利のうちの2部屋分を行使します
we will use 2 rooms worth of the 3 sets of seals we were given. For your attention,
了解するものなりや。
we will hear and obey.
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印。
Seal the cousin's room and the next room over.
これで犠牲者以外の全員を封じました。
This means that everyone other than the victims has been sealed. So she's not actually using them on the prior rooms. Okay. Oh, this might expose something about Shannon and Kanon.
これ以降何が起こっても封印の中の人間たちは問題となりません。
No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be a problem. Okay, there's an issue with my headphones. I'll be right back. Alright. I've come upon a solution. Alright. I'm back. No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be a problem. Oh my god, please. I just connected this controller to Bluetooth. Why can't y'all... or whatever. That's fine, I can click forward. Because he already declared he wants this to be a game between him and Erika. It's just that he got suckered into giving her too much leeway, and now he's gonna suffer the consequences. By sealing the door, by the seals on the doors and windows. On. The complete sealing of both the cousin's room and the next room over has been guaranteed. For just an instant, that red longsword had returned to Delaner's hand. She had been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth that she had finally gained. When the fight concerned these two sealed rooms from now on, Delaner would be able to use that merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the Game Master in half. For a while, Erika and Delaner grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes. Senior aide, allow me to ask a question. What is it? It is my understanding that the players on the human side are to interpret the problems posed by the witch as the work of humans. You are not mistaken. Then why are Lady Erika and Supervisor Delaner fighting to lower the number of humans who can commit crimes? Cornelia's question was very simple. Those two had made this move boldly and treated it like a powerful one. So it almost made it seem as though this move would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erika was just strangling her own neck. We still do not know what sort of crime will occur in the future. Would it not be more advantageous to the humans if there are more people whose locations are not specified? Be advised that now is not yet the time for the lady or the commander to reveal their thoughts. I apologize for my idle chatter. Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, in order to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had made desperate efforts to crush his locked room using a variety of methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night. And it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, locked rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed locked rooms, and humans destroyed and denied them. Those were meant to be the standard tactics of this game. And yet Erika had created locked rooms herself and sealed a full 11 people in them. Well, I think Erika is betting on the fact that Battler has some kind of trick and she wants to expose the trick. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people. You know, it sure suck if a murder occurred anyway. When explaining all of the later tricks. Battler had also sought to confirm the locations of certain people. But that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break locked rooms, a completely different situation. Why had Erika taken these 11 people who were supposed to be her pieces and sealed them in a locked room? Cornelia didn't have enough experience out on the field to understand this move, which only looked as though they were trapping themselves. A disturbing move. What on earth is Erika planning? It isn't necessarily an attack. It's the same in chess and shogi. Strengthening the guard around your king is a valid strategy. In other words, the seals around those two rooms aren't an attack, but a defense? That seems likely. Thanks to that, it's hard to lay a hand on the survivors. It'll be tough to carry out the second twilight. Oh, I see. The witch side has an advantage when more mysteries are presented. Yeah. After all, if even one mystery goes unsolved, the witch wins. Each new locked room we present increases our advantage. The mysteries that the witch side sets up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty kick face-off, where conceding a single goal means defeat. So the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch's side perspective, this strategy was simple but effective. What made Beato incredible was the way she had bluffed and sneered as though it was useless. Oh. But she is great. Let's go, Beato, our queen. On the inside, she must have been very worried about how to break down all of those barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that.
なるほど。事件が発生できないように守りを固めるのも人間側の戦い方なんですね。
I see. So strengthening your guard to make it hard for a crime to occur is one way for the human side to fight.
しかし、それは平凡な一手だ。
However, that's a simple move.
あの名探偵フルド・エリカがあれだけ自信満々に強打するほどの一手じゃない。
That great detective Furudo Erika wouldn't have looked so proud of herself after playing a move like that. Would Erika be happy? They're playing a defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erika, of all people, played a defensive move.
これはきっと守りじゃなく攻めなんだ。どういう
I'm sure
理解はできねえがな。
that this is an attack, not a move made for defense. Though I don't know what kind of attack it is.
次は私たちの手番ですが、どうしますか？
Next is our move. What shall we do?
とりあえず表向きは、奴は第一の番の推理ではなく、第二の番を防ぐための守りに手番を費やした。
For the moment, she has, at least apparently, spent her turn on strengthening her guard to stop the second twilight, instead of reasoning about the first twilight.
押さば引け、引かば押せだ。
If they push, pull back. If they pull back, push.
ならこっちは攻めていくしかない。
In that case, it's time for us to attack.
しかし、どう攻めればいいやら。
But how should we attack?
ゲストハウスはかなりの守りになっています。
The guest house is well guarded.
そうだな。ゲストハウスの全域が今やエリカの支配下に見える。
Yes, it appears as though the entire area of the guest house is now under Erika's control.
しかし、ビショップやナイトのように敵陣に食い込むのを得意とする駒だっていろいろある。
However, there are certain pieces, like bishops and knights, whose specialty is cutting behind enemy lines. Bishops and knights like Shannon Konon? Battler snapped his fingers, and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, then flew up to the chessboard, trailing gold dust behind it. It landed without a sound, then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness.
X-ray.
X-ray.
これもチェス用語だ。
That's also a chess term.
はい。
Yes,
一見、敵の支配下に見えるマスが、
it's when a square seems to be under an enemy's control.
実際は自分の駒が十分に影響力を効かせていることを見透かして攻撃する高等技法です。
But you observe that your own pieces do actually exert enough influence, so you attack. It's a high-level technique.
エリカ、生存者を全て密閉し、次なる俺の攻撃を防げると本気で信じているなら。
Erika, if you really believe that you can defend against my next attack just by sealing up all the survivors,
それは甘い考えだ。
that's a naive idea. Battler raised his new black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines.
どう
How will you handle it?
これが俺の王子だ。
This is my response. Interesting to see Battler like this. Yes, Stella? Ah.
これでようやく羽が伸ばせます。
Now I can finally stretch my wings.
まずは屋敷に深夜の散歩と参りましょうか。
First off, let's take a midnight stroll to the mansion.
殺人犯が潜んでいるかもしれない不気味な屋敷にこのような深夜に散歩とは。
You would take a stroll in the middle of the night to an eerie mansion where a killer might be hiding?
酔狂な御人です。
You must be very eccentric.
とんでもない。
By no means.
ようやく得た自由時間じゃないですか。
I had to wait a long time to be free like this.
今の私はプール授業の後の自由時間みたいにワクワクしています。
I feel like it's free time after a swimming lesson. Now that Burn Castle was nowhere in sight, Erika was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she could spread her wings. The lantern knew that she was staking her own destruction on this game. And she was not in a favorable position by any means. Flannery could do nothing but assist Erika so that she could fight to the best of her abilities.
Yosh.
All right.
Guest house 1階の戸締まりも完璧ですね。
The locks on the first floor of the guest house are perfect.
玄関もちゃんとチェーンロックで封じられています。
The entrance is sealed up with a chain lock. Before leaving the guest house, Erika did a check of the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. And she found a flashlight and umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance. But you can't chain lock it behind you, girl. How are you getting out?
では参りましょう。
Then let us go.
え？
Yes.
まずは6人の死因くらいは確定しなくちゃ。
We at least have to check the cause of death for all 6. She unset the chain. Okay. Unlocked the door and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in.
風はだいぶあるよ。
It appears to be quite windy still.
まあこの体など私にとって肉の森。
Well, this body is just a cage of flesh to me.
濡れようが冷えようがどうでもいいことです。
I don't care if it gets wet or cold.
行きましょう。
Let's go. When Erika dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. A letter! She had just unchained the door. I knew that had to be an issue.
これはいつもの手紙。
It's one of the usual letters. It was one of those letters sent by the witch with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Erika would eventually come this way while heading for the mansion. Near the guest house's large eaves, the envelope had avoided the rain entirely.
早速来ましたね。
So, it's here already.
まるで待ち受けていたかのように。
Almost as though it was waiting for me. She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. A message had been written in neat handwriting.
ようこそフルドエリカ様ですって。
Welcome, Furudo Erika-sama, it says.
やれやれ、私への名指しでですから。
Oh, so it's calling me by name.
完全に読まれてますね。
They totally saw this coming.
内容は何です？
What does it say?
犯行予告です。
It's an advance notice of a crime.
いや、事後報告と言うべきですね。
Well, a post factum notice, technically.
後ろ宮バトラの死体をお預かりしたそうです。
Apparently, they have taken Ushinomiya Battler's corpse.
どうぞ探してみてくださいとか言ってます。
They're asking me to try looking for it.
第二の場合、寄り添うし二人を引き裂けではないのですか。
So this isn't the tear apart the two who are close of the second Twilight?
まあ死体が消失する云々はレアとのゲームでも何度かありました。
Oh, disappearing corpses happened a few times in Beato's games too.
それほど真意のある話ではありません。
There's nothing really new about this. Erika shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors were sealed in the rooms on the second floor, and after Kraus and the others had gone around checking doors and windows, Erika had personally made sure there was nothing at this spot. Oh. So this was saying... So this was an attack, saying that someone who shouldn't exist had placed the letter, and that the someone was a witch. Well, clearly... with the big attack that Battler agreed to, this kind of narrows the possibility to the corpses inside the mansion and one of them not being dead. And since it announced that Battler's corpse is missing, perhaps it's Battler who's pretending to be dead. That was also an attack that the old Beato had often used. Oh, sheesh.
見せ方も同じならトリックまで同じだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
If the way you show it is the same, please tell me that the actual trick isn't the same too.
ドラノール、
Leonard,
バトラを呼び出してください。
please call Battler here.
了解です。
Understood.
バトラ卿、当方の手番を所望です。
Lord Battler, we wish to take our turn. Got it. Let's have it.
申し訳ありません。
I'm ever so sorry.
実は指し手の宣言ではありません。
I actually don't have a new move to announce.
実は謝罪です。
The truth is, this is an apology.
一つ謝らなければならないことがありまして。
There's something I need to apologize for. Apologize? Yeah, apologize for how hard she's about to teabag you guys. Battler and Beato's eyes went wide. However, though Erika said that she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though even that apology would be a new move. So Battler glared at her dubiously without letting his guard down.
例の遡っての封印についてですが、
It's about those retroactive seals.
実はすでに1箇所封印しておりました。
I had a feeling she would do this. I didn't think she would, give up that possibility. I had actually already sealed one place.
それのご報告が遅くなりました。
Oh, and it's Battler's room, isn't it?
したいと思います。
Oh! But the room she sealed up is the guest room, which might be the one from those creepy scenes. I apologize for taking so long to report this to you. You already sealed something? In other words, you've already used up all 3 rooms worth?
はい。
Yes.
直ちに報告するお約束だったのですが、 うっかり失念してここまでゲームを進めてしまいました。
I promised that I'd report on it right away, but I completely forgot until just now. You bitch! You did that on purpose.
心よりお詫びいたします。
You have my sincere apologies.
心より詫びてる顔には全く見えねえぜ。
You don't look like someone who's sincerely apologizing.
まあいいぜ。
Well, that's fine.
俺が許した権利だ。
I'm the one who gave you that privilege.
それで、
So,
いつ、どこを封印していたって？
where and when did you place the seals?
ドラノール
Leonard,
ご報告申し上げます。
allow me to report.
エリカ教による死体検視時に
I knew
バ
it!
タの室を封印しておりましたことを
I knew
ご
it!
報告申し上げます。
Battler's guest room was sealed at the time of Lady Erika's inspection of the corpse. I knew it! Beato tried not to let it show on her face, but Erika didn't miss her eyebrows twitching slightly and her gaze flicking over to Battler.
本来なら5つの密室すべてに封印を施したかったところなのですが、回数が足りませんでしたので。
Normally, I would have liked to seal all 5 of the locked rooms, but I didn't have enough duct tape.
ゲームマスターがあなたに敬意を表してバトラさんの死体の部屋だけを封印させてもらいました。
Out of respect for the game master, I sealed only the room with Battler-san's corpse.
ご丁寧に。俺の棺桶の蓋を閉じてくれたわけか。
So you were kind enough to close the lid on my coffin.
つい先ほど思い出しましたもので。
I remembered a short while ago.
屋敷に到着し、あなたの死体の客室を調べるときにご報告すればいいかと思っていました。
And I was planning to tell you when we reached the mansion and investigated the guest room with your corpse in it.
しかし、この手紙の登場で急ぎご報告した方がいいと思いまして。
However, when this letter appeared, I figured I should report it right away.
どうしてそう思うのですか？
Why did you think that?
いえ。
Well...
何しろバトラさんは自分の死体の客室が封印されてることを知らずにゲームを進めてたわけですから。
After all, Battler-san has been playing this game not knowing that his corpse was sealed in the guest room.
それによってひょっとしたら
Because of that, I thought, possibly,
この登場した手紙、話が変わってくる可能性もあるかなと、そう思いまして。
that it might change things regarding the appearance of this letter.
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印中です。
The cousin's room and the next room over are currently sealed.
事後報告で申し訳ないですが、さらにあなたの死体の客室も封印中です。
Sorry for the late report, but the guest room with your corpse in it is also sealed. Oh, she laid a trap for him.
そして島にはエリカ教を抜いて17人。
And there are 17 people on the island, excluding Lady Erika.
18人目の存在は過去のゲームですでに否定済みです。
The existence of an 18th person has already been denied in a previous game.
となると手紙を受ける人物とあなたの死体消失。
So when I thought about the person who could have placed the letter and erased your corpse, yeah, it could be Battler, who's not really dead.
ひょっとして
I thought that maybe.
話も
Just
変わ
maybe.
ってくるかなと。
Things might be different. Erika laughed nastily while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed.
バトラさん。
落ち着け。
Stay calm.
エリカの報告が遅くなっただけの話だ。
Erika has just made her report a bit late. No, it's okay. You can be like, you bitch.
何も焦ることなどない。
There's nothing to be nervous about. Erika had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler actually hadn't been killed and was still alive. And if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beato's faint agitation, maybe Erika's guess had been right on the mark. Battler had played dead and somehow misled Erika's examination. And then, when everyone had holed up in the guest house, he had snuck out of the guest room. Don't tell me the stuff about sealing up that room and the chains and stuff was about, Erika's duct tape trap, was it? He had placed the letter about the disappearance of his own corpse at the entrance of the guest house. And then he had gone into hiding. If this was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erika's examination were now very significant. In short, if he had used this trick, then Battler would have broken the seals when he left his guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed in the guest house, breaking the seal on the guest room would mean acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a very different way to avoid this. Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking. I was like, you bitch. In other words, it was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have had a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. That's what I thought. Erika was saying, if Battler, playing the part of a corpse, had remained inside the guest room to avoid breaking the seals, then perhaps the plot would not have included this letter. If the truth was that Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there, then now that Erika's seals had come into play, there was a chance that he would find a contradiction in this trick somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error. A logic error. Yeah, these have been mentioned before. These are things that Beato was trying to avoid. A logic error. I think we heard about that really early on in this story. It's an illegal move, the greatest and worst form of error, and one that the witch side must never commit. Ryukishi must never commit a logic error, or his readers will eviscerate him. Ah, I remember. It was something about the two sides of the tale not matching and creating a contradiction. Do you remember the part about magic for making candy appear inside an overturned cup? Yeah. Maria, Nechan, and Erika were fighting about that.
カップの中にこっそり飴玉を入れるだけの単純な手品だった。
It was just a sleight of hand where someone slipped the candy into the cup while One-chan had her eyes closed.
そうだ。
That's right.
その手品の過程を観測していないマリアに結果のみが与えられ、
Since Maria did not observe the process of the trick and was only given the result,
魔法でカップの中に飴玉が現れたとする魔法幻想を受け入れたから魔法が成立した。
she accepted the magical fantasy that the candy had appeared by magic inside the cup, and magic was established.
そうか、ロジックエラーとは。
Okay, so a logic error would be
不可能になってしまった手品という意
a
味。
trick that has become impossible. Thinking back, the time with when Erika and Maria fought fiercely about this magic with the red and blue truth was really the opening battle of this tale. Let's try to remember that exchange. Yeah, that time when Erika tried to beat up a 9-year-old. The heartless conclusion was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, the only results that magic can leave behind are those that can be accomplished without magic. Allow me to say it straight out. There are two general types of magic. We're getting an explanation. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground, but when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden. That's one type of magic. That's just fantasy, an illusion. It's a lie with no observers, taking place only where there is absolutely no anti-magic toxin. To use the words of a witch. Oh my god, Ryukishi is talking to us directly. Magic that doesn't have to produce a result is the easiest kind, and it is a lie. It is the same as a worthless delusion, a fantasy, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it part way through the third game. Then, there is another kind, which we might call true magic. Magic with results. The cup trick is an example of magic with results, because the observer checks and actually confirms the cup is empty. A candy does appear inside the cup, and the observer is actually able to obtain that candy. Cup trick mentioned. Real Cupheads unite, yeah. I've noticed that, unlike the magic of illusions, magic with results must follow one big rule. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplished can be transformed into magic. I'll say it even more plainly and ruthlessly, because we are in the answers portion of the game. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. The only results of magic are things that can be accomplished without magic. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't exist. But out of respect for the witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player.
つまりカップの中の飴玉が今回はエリカの前に現れた謎の手紙ということになっている。
So this time around, the candy in the cup is a mysterious letter that appeared in front of Erika.
これは手品でなくては
In other words, it has to be a trick,
ならない。
a sleight of hand.
それをお兄ちゃんは魔女が魔法で手紙をそこに置いたと主張することで結果を伴う魔法にしようとしている。
By claiming that the witch set the letter there by magic, Oni-chan is trying to create magic with results.
そうだ。
Correct.
生存者は全員ゲストハウスの密室に封じられている以上
Since all of the survivors are sealed within the locked room of the guest house,
突然に現れたこの手紙は魔女以外に置くことは不可能な不思議な魔法に修飾することができる。
it is possible to embellish this suddenly appearing letter and say that it was strange magic and only a witch could have placed it there.
しかしそれでもつまりは可能な手品でなくてはならないということだ。
But even so, it must be a possible trick in the end. In order to break through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erika had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while Maria's eyes were closed. That was the correct answer. So Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used the red truth at that time to say, until Maria lifted the cup up, the locked room of the overturned cup was preserved?
赤き真実は真実にしか使えないんでしょ？
The red truth can only be used for the truth, right?
嘘をシャーシャーと言えたら重大なルール違反だわ。
If you could lie with it, it'd be a massive violation of the rules.
そうだ。
True.
自分のトリックを否定する赤き真実は大きなルール違反だ。
Denying your own trick with the red truth is a large violation of the rules.
しかしその赤き真実に抵触しない別のトリックに即座に差し替えられるなら
However, if you instantly switch over to another trick that doesn't violate that red truth,
いささかアンフェアではあるがその赤き真実は認められる。
although slightly unfair, that red truth is admissible. Hold on. Okay. You can't deny your own trick. You can't be like, oh yeah. Yeah, you can't. Okay. But if you switch over to another trick that doesn't violate that red truth, kind of like switching things up at the last moment, that red truth is admissible. Interesting. Maybe that's what's going on with nobody else can be mistaken as Kanon. So in that case,
この場合はカップの中の密室は維持されていたという赤き真実に矛盾しない手品のトリックを
in order to avoid contradicting the red truth that the locked room inside the cup was preserved,
魔女側は即座に提出しなければならないということね。
the witch side would need to immediately propose a different trick compatible with that red truth.
証拠を突きつけられて二転三転させる政治家の言い訳みたいだわ。
Like the excuses of a politician when he keeps backtracking as new evidence is shown to him. The locked room inside the cup. Let's see. In order to avoid contradicting the red truth, they need to propose a different trick compatible with that red truth. Okay.
そうだ。
Yes.
まあその程度の悪ならばまだ苦しい言い訳でも言い逃れられよう。
Well, for a red like this, she might be able to get away with some painful excuse.
テーブルに仕掛けがあったとか、二重底の手品用カップだったとか。
Maybe there was some device in the table, or maybe it was a trick cup with a fake bottom.
しかしもしあらかじめその可能性についても赤で否定があったならそれは通用しない。
If those possibilities had been denied in red beforehand, they would not work either.
赤き真実が多ければ多いほど言い逃れの余地もなくなるわけだ。
The more red truths there are, the harder it is to talk your way out. In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if, when Erika saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the locked room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have had to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after that new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in mysteries. But Battler just allowed a revision of the scenario because he's a fucking idiot. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So she could claim that she'd been using the trick with the fake bottomed cup from the beginning, and no one could deny that. So, even if it really was a trick done while One-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between truths, i.e. tricks, rather than calling this an action allowed to witches. It would probably be better to say that this is only allowed for the game master, the one who creates and writes. But even still, the new trick must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. I wonder if that's one reason why the wiki states everything in order. I mean, it makes sense to state everything in order, but maybe it's real important that it is in order. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story. The illusory result that the game master claims was done by magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. There will be a contradiction, and things will no longer make logical sense. We call this a logic error. And that means the destruction of the witch's game. This world is a game that is possible to explain with humans.
すなわち、すべての魔法はトリックでも可能なようになっていなければならない。
In other words, it must be possible for all the magic to have been done by tricks instead.
トリックで不可能だったら、人間側は打つ手なしのステイルメイト。
If it's impossible to do with tricks, then the human side has no move, and we get a stalemate.
いいや違う。
No, that's wrong.
それこそがロジックエラーと呼ぶ致命的かつ最悪の反則手だ。
That is precisely the fatal and worst possible illegal move known as a logic error. Oh, let me see. Possible for all magic to have been done by tricks. If it's impossible to do with tricks, Then the human side is no move.
これを魔女側が犯した場合、即座にゲームは破壊され、致命的敗北となる。
If the witch side commits such an error, the game is instantly destroyed and they suffer a fatal defeat.
お兄ちゃんは多分エリカのトリックをカンパされたわ。
Erika has probably seen through to Oni-chan's trick.
探偵権限のないエリカは検視ができない。
Without the detective's authority, Erika can't perform a proper examination of the
それを
corpses.
理由に死んだふりを続け、こっそり客室を出て、ゲストハウスの玄関に手紙を置いた。
Because of that, he continued to play dead, snuck out of the guest room, and placed the letter at the entrance to the guest house.
しかしバトラが許した遡って封印ができるなどとする大甘な配慮により話が狂い出した。
However, because Battler was so overly gracious in giving out those retroactive seals, things went wrong.
お兄ちゃんのバカ。
Stupid Oni-chan. Yeah, same. He was being stupid.
まだ現時点では狼狽するほどではあるまい。
Panic is unwarranted at
客
present.
室の封印が健在かどうかはまだ赤き真実で確定していない。
It is yet to be specified with red truth that the seals around the guest room are intact.
封印を破るも自由。
He is free to break the seals.
破らぬならバトラ以外が生きてたことにし、手紙を置いた人間を差し替えてもよいだろう。
If he does not, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive, and swap them in as the person who placed the letter.
そうね。
That's right.
お兄ちゃんだけでなく、お母さんたちの死体だって赤で死亡は確定していない。
It's not just Oni-chan. The other corpses haven't been confirmed dead with the red truth either.
実はみんな死んだふりだったってことにしても、まだ全然問題ないわ。
So far, there wouldn't be any problem if they were all faking.
そうだ。
Exactly.
全くうろたえる段階にない。
It is not yet the stage to get
要
flustered.
はエリカの封印と手紙を置くトリックを矛盾させぬよう手を変えればいいだけの話。
He merely has to change his move, so that Erika's seals and the placement of the letter don't contradict each other.
矛盾なく他の筋書きに変更するのだってゲームマスターに許された手の一つだわ。
And revising the plot without contradictions is one of the moves available to the game master.
しかし
However,
想定したシナリオをその途中で変更することは物語に歪みを与えることもある。
taking a scenario one has imagined, revising it partway through, can sometimes create flaws in the
ま
tale.
だ第一の番を終えたばかりという段階を思えばあまりに痛恨の一手。
It would be a very painful move to make when the first twilight has only just ended.
どうやら自陣深くに駒を刺されたのはバトラの方だったようだな。
It would seem that Battler was the one with an enemy piece deep behind his
この
lines.
紛れ込んだ一コマはブーツに入り込んだ一粒の小石のように今後一歩一歩歩くたびに
This
違和
hidden
感と痛み
piece
を与え続けることになるだろ
will probably cause him pain and discomfort with each step from now on, like a pebble caught in one's shoe.
う。この一粒の小石バトラを殺すやもしれん。
This single pebble might kill Battler. Oh. No.
まだロジックエラーと言える段階ではありません。
This still isn't quite a logic
そ
error.
れに遡って封印したのにそれの報告が遅れたこちらにも過失があります。
And we are at fault for the delay in reporting that we had sealed the room
で
retroactively.
すからこの手紙の登場についてバトラさんも遡って筋書きを書き直してくださっても結構ということです。
So I have no problem with letting Battler-san retroactively rewrite the plot concerning this letter.
遡って書き直すとは
Retroactively rewrite the plot?
なるほどな。
I see.
俺がこの手紙を置いたとするな。俺が密室に封じられた時点でそれは不可能だ。
If I place the letter there, And that would be impossible as soon as I was sealed in that locked room. Well, you could just have the broken seals. But that would reveal the trick.
となると、この手紙もここに現れてはいけないことになる。
In which case, this letter shouldn't have appeared here.
そうです。
Correct.
ですからその小さな矛盾の修正をどうかしてもらえたらと思います。
So I thought you should have the chance to revise that small contradiction.
今私たちはここでこの手紙を発見しました。
We have discovered this letter here.
それをなかったことに、あるいは他の内容にシナリオ変更していただいても結構ということです。
We are saying that we do not mind if you want to undo that, or if you want to use a revised scenario.
ただ手紙とガムテープがあるだけで
All it takes is the presence of a letter and some duct tape.
フルドエリカにはこの程度の一手が可能です。
And a move like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがです皆様方。
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erika? And I also made a promise with Dlanner to play an all-out, merciless game. Yeah, it's true. I've been planning to make Battler actually be alive, and then to have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move has been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and end up breaking the seal. So what do? I want to change over to a different trick so that the letter will be placed and my corpse will be hidden while still preserving the seals on the guest room. Oh, well, that would be crafty. It doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions.
しかしバトラさん、手紙は何とか置けても。
Battler-san, even if you can place the letters somehow,
その後の自分の死体の消失はどうするのですか？
how are you going to make your corpse vanish afterwards?
客室は密封されています。
The guest room is sealed.
密室から死体を消すトリックをたった今から用意しなくてはロジックエラーを起こします。
If you don't find a trick to erase the corpse from the locked room right now, a logic error will occur.
まだ時間はある。
I still have time.
ギリギリまで考える。
Let me think until the last second. Damn it. Oof. With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head.
とにかくこの手紙はそのままでいく。
Anyway, we'll leave the letter like
はい、
this.
すみません。客室が封印されてると矛盾するので、はい変更しますなんて。
I
今
can't
更言えるか。
I can't say, oh, sorry about that. Having the guest room sealed makes a big contradiction, so I'd like to revise my move.
取られたと認めるのと同じことだ。
It would be an admission that she caught me.
まるで天井裏に隠れてる忍者の気分だな。
I feel like a ninja hiding above the ceiling.
蹴取られて槍でぶっすり刺されたのに、痛みに耐えて槍の先の血をこっそり拭い、
Even though I
そ
was
こにいなかったふりをしてるみたいだぜ。
even though I was noticed and stabbed by a spear, I just withstand the pain, wipe up the blood, and act as though nothing happened.
痩せ我慢でいい。
False courage works well enough.
痛みを蹴取られたらまずいんだ。
I can't let her know that this one hurt.
バトラさん、
なあベアト、
Hey, Beto.
今の俺 どんな顔してんだ
What does my face look like right now?
かつて俺との応酬で痛いとこ疲れた時にお前が浮かべてたような
I'm sure the same expression. I'm sure it's the same expression you had when I managed to hit you where it hurts in the past. Ooh. Damn it. Oh, I like the acting of that line. I want to hear it again.
なあベアト、今の俺どんな顔してんだ？きっとかつて俺との応酬で痛いとこ疲れた時にお前が浮かべてたようなああいう表情を浮かべているんだろうな。くそ。
Man. Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now.
かつてのお前ならどうする？
What would the old you do?
俺を散々苦しめてきた密室の数々を生み出したかつての
The old you.
お前なら
Who created all of the locked rooms that tormented me so much in the
どん
past.
なトリックで密室から俺の死体を消す？
What kind of trick would she use to erase my corpse from a locked room? No, you're gonna make her cry. Beato trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert at locked room tricks. If only that memory, that power could revive, she would be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. Oh, it would be real sexy if Beato revived and then the two of them could work together to create a bunch of tricks that would fool Erika. That would be real sexy. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erika. That was a dirty move. Yeah, you idiot. You fell for it. "2:35 a.m. Logic error. Oh no! The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erika had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master keys from the servants, and at that time she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. Well then, where shall we go first? Why ask? Let's go and hear Battler-san's answer. Grinning, Erika cut across the entrance hall, passed by the dining hall, and headed deeper and deeper into the mansion. She headed for the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Battler could put off deciding whether the seals would remain intact or not until the moment right before Erika witnessed them. However, once she did witness them, the game master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they're in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around a guest room was an attack. Are you ready, Lord Battler? Yeah. Or as you would say it, come, step forward. Good. Then allow me to examine your response. So let's see. Are the seals broken, or are they not? Has the locked room been preserved? Or has it not? The piece Erika held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. Her target was Battler's territory. Yeah, but the queen has been taken on this chessboard. She cut straight in. Erika dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then she closely examined the seals she had placed retroactively. Are you sure? Are you sure, Battler-san? Is this all right, Battler-san? Yeah, can't back down here. After all, even if I'm sealed in here, there are ways of placing the letter. But Erika's probably about to enter the guest room. And then she will observe your dead body. What are you going to do? If the body is there, then there's no problem. The letter's prediction will have missed, but it's not as though there's a penalty for that. But you intend to fight this head on. There are times when a man is challenged head on that he has to respond, no matter what it is he's up against. I must not pull back here. You could try to hide yourself and hope Erika doesn't find you in the room. I'll take this challenge. I can search for a way out all I want to later. I managed to do that with Kinzo's study last time. Oh my god, you're just gonna Phoenix Wright bluff your way out of this, bro? It'll be fine. I can do this. I can do it! Do your worst, Erika! We have confirmed that the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erika confirmed Battler's presence, this locked room has been preserved. Good! I'm breaking the seals! Rip and tear! Erika destroyed the duct tape seal on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectual rapist had finally laid her true nature bare. Okay, I'm opening it. Show me, Battler-san, your naked scenario. Your naked scenario. Like a ruffian pushing down a weak girl. Or did you mean the intellectual thing? Because, yeah, Erika calls herself that. It's really fucked up. Like a ruffian pushing down a weak girl. Erika mercilessly and greedily threw the door open. Then, finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erika. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse? Or wasn't there? I don't know if I need to translate that, do I? Come on, Battler! Here's my response! Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. That piece. Beato had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game. And yet, for some reason, she realized that this was a move from which there would be no coming back. Oh, hello? Oh, there. She's having an intuition from her old self. Hello. Also, I need to hear this again. Once a piece was moved, it couldn't be taken back. Ah! Ooh, is it something with Kanon and Shannon? The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. So it buys a few seconds before the light switch turns on. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If that was pressed, the room would be lit up, and everyone would be able to see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed. Should I turn on the lights?
Yeah.
No.
ちょっとだけ待ってください。
Wait a second, please.
バトラさん、提案です。
Battler-san, I have a proposal.
聞こ
う。Let me hear it.
もうお分かりと思いますが。
I think you already know.
今回の私は犯人は誰かという王道的な勝利を目指していません。
But this time around, I am not after the classic sort of victory of identifying the culprit.
私の敵は駒殺しの犯人程度ではなく、対戦相手であるあなた自身なのですから。
My enemy is not the lowly culprit killing the pieces, but my opponent, you yourself.
分かってる。
I know.
狙いは
So,
ロジックエラーか。
You're after a logic error.
今は激しく後悔している。
I'm seriously regretting it now. Yeah, you idiot.
お前が惨めそうなふりをしていたのにまんまと騙されて、おかしな権利を許しちまったことをな。
You were acting so miserable that I fell for it completely, and I gave you a ridiculous privilege.
あなたのおごりです。
It was your arrogance.
高い支払いをすることとなります。
It will cost you dearly. Damn it.
それで、そちらの提案とは何ですか?
So, what is your proposal? With a firm voice, Beato urged her to continue. Until just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control and had been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erika's proposal couldn't be anything good. And on top of that, Erika was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that could be easily rejected. In a moment, I will turn on the light.
ベッドの上が照らし出され、手紙の予告通りにバトラさんが消失しているか否かが 決定されるでしょう。
The top of the bed will be lit up, and it will be decided whether or not Battler's-san has disappeared as the letter predicted.
いればよし。
If he's there, great.
何もおかしいことはありません。
There's nothing strange at all.
手紙の予告が空振りに終わるだけです。
The letter's prediction would just be wrong.
もちろん。では誰が手紙を置いたのかという論点に戦いは移るでしょうが。
Of course, the argument would probably switch over to, then who put the letter there?
とりあえず戦いの場はこの密室を脱します。
But for the time being, the location of the fight would move outside this locked room.
もし消失していたら
And if he's missing? Beato already knew. She knew the move that Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a different disappearing trick. One other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a locked room. Also, Battler's life or death status has not been confirmed. In other words, it would pose no problem if he was alive. Under these conditions, they had to make Erika think that Battler disappeared. He could escape from the room, or if that's impossible, he could hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think that he disappeared.
狭い部屋の中でこれから私たちのエンドゲーム詰め将棋が始まります。
Inside this tiny room, I will begin our endgame, the chase after the king.
ほんの数手で決着するでしょう。
It will be over in just a few
あ
moves.
なたはこの部屋からバトラーを脱出できるロジックを構築できず、
You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to allow Battler to escape from this
物語
room,
を破綻させゲームオーバーになります。
and the tale will be destroyed. Game over.
それを避けるべく戦うのがこちらの仕事です。
Fighting to keep that from happening is our
そ
job.
れで提案というのは
What is this proposal of
ロ
yours?
ジックエラーをめぐるエンドゲームではより精密さを増した戦いをすべきです。
An endgame fought over a logic error should be a bit more
ま
precise.
た私たちは赤と青の真実でこれから攻防を行うわけですが、
Once again, we will fight with the red and blue truths.
その赤き真実によってロジックエラーを起こさないかゲームマスターと同格の審判が監視する必要が出てきます。
But we need a judge on the same level as the game master to observe and see that he doesn't create any logic errors with the red truth.
通りです。
That seems reasonable.
これは何も特別なことではありません。
There's nothing special about this.
かつてのあなたがゲームマスターだった時も
Back when the old you was game master,
あなたの後見人であるラムダ・デルタ教によってそれは監視されていました。
you were under the observation of your guardian, Lady Lambda Delta.
その結果赤き真実が全て有効であると判断されていたのです。
She judged all your red truths to be valid.
俺たちの手の内をラムダデルタに見せろっていうのか。
So, you're telling us to show Lambda Delta our cards?
最初から見てるわよ。
I've been looking at them since the beginning.
大丈夫。安心して。
It's okay, don't
ジャ
worry.
ッジメントについては公平だから。
I'm impartial in my judgments.
それを赤き真実で語れますか？
Can you say that with the red truth? Yep.
ジャッジメントの公平を誓うわ。
I swear that I am impartial in my judgments.
前回のゲームでも私十分公平だったつもりよ。
I was very impartial in the last game, wasn't I?
どっちに転んでも面白い裁判では特にね。
That goes double for trials where things will be interesting either way, doesn't it?
受けなさいバト
Accept your challenge, Battler.
ラー。エリカはあんたを詰めるわ。
Erika is going to corner
わ
you.
かる
Understand?
この部屋であんたと決闘して殺すということよ。
She will duel with you and kill you in this room.
男なら決闘を受けなさい。
If you're a man, accept the duel.
いいだろ
Sure. Fine. Battler,
う。
goddammit.
俺が不可能殺人を見せるたびにいちいちロジックエラーを疑われてちゃ話が進まね
We won't get anywhere if every single impossible murder I present is accused of being a logic error.
え。ゲームが有効であることを保証する立会人は確かに必要だ。
It's true that we need an impartial observer to guarantee that the game is legitimate.
じゃあ私はこっち側に回るわね。
And I'll come around to your
あんたの
side.
手拝見するわよ。
Let me take a look at your hand.
ふむ。
Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she confirmed that Erika's first move had indeed gone straight through the heart. Straight through his heart. Just as Erika had guessed, Battler was alive, and after Erika had examined his corpse, he had slipped out of the room, placed the letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. Once the duct tape seals were retroactively placed on the guest room, he suddenly became required to show that they had been torn. However, if he had done that, it would have been the same as admitting that he had been seen through and that he had lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been preserved with false courage and was now rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erika was planning to corner and kill him here. Oh, so, yeah, kind of like chasing around a king. Battler,
あんたすごいカードで戦ってるのね。
you're fighting with some pretty incredible cards here.
カ
Cards?
ードお前にはこのチェストランプに見えるのか
Does this game of chess look like a card game to you?
私にはあんたたちがポーカーで戦ってるように見えてたわ。
To me, it's always looked like you were playing a game of
だ
poker.
からこっち側に回ってあんたの持つカードのすべてがわかる。
So by moving to this side and looking at the cards you hold, I understand everything.
ひどい手だわ。
This is an awful
まる
hand.
で役なしじゃない。
It's basically the lowest ranking hand there is.
しかもそれをあんたは完璧にエリカにカンパされてるわ。
And Erika knows that's exactly what you have.
あんたならどうするよ
What would you do?
私は審判よ。助言はしないわ。
I'm the judge. I can't give you
でも
advice.
感想は言わせて。
But let me tell you my impressions.
いやいい
Nah, that's okay.
ゾクゾクするわ。
This hand gives me the tingles.
あんた、この役なしの手で掛け金だけのブラフでエリカを下ろせる気でいるのね。
You're intending to use this nothing hand and a big wager to bluff Erika into folding, aren't you? Oh, gonna put all your chips forward.
降りないわよ、あいつは。
She's not going to fold, you know.
今むしろチッ
If
プ払って
anyone
降りるべきはあんたの方だわ。
if anyone should be surrendering their chips and folding now, it's you.
助言、感謝します。
Thanks for the advice.
バトラさん、私も同感です。
Battler-san, I agree with her.
この部屋での戦いを降りましょう。
Let's back down from the fight in this room.
勝てるカードはありません。
We don't have any winning cards. Oh no, it's gonna be the whole masculinity thing is gonna lead to his demise, and this is how the wedding happens,
カー
and
ド
the...
チェンジでマシな役に化けるのを期待してるの？
Are you hoping for a card change to turn this hand into something half
あん
decent?
た、チェスをしてるつもりなんでしょ？
But you're playing chess, aren't you?
チェスの世界に運頼みなんか持ち込んでると死ぬわよ。
In the world of chess, if you rely on luck, you die. By hoping for a card change, she meant relying on luck and hoping that, even though he couldn't think of anything now, he might later be able to think of a good plan for how to make this locked room trick hold up. Battler, if you start this battle without a trick up your sleeve, you're marching to your death. If you ever plan to back down, it has to be now. When Erika presses the light switch, you just have to be lying on the bed. That's all there is to it.
ラムダ、何の話をしてるのか知らないけど、おしゃべりが長すぎるわ。
Lambda, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're chatting too much.
審判は公平でいてくれなきゃ。
A judge needs to be impartial.
そうね。
True.
じゃあ頑張ってね、バトラー。
Then good luck, Battler.
チェスらしい精密な戦いを期待してるわ。
I'm hoping for a precise chess-like battle.
あんたがしてるのはポーカーじゃないんでしょ。
You aren't playing poker, remember?
覚悟はいいですか？
Are you ready, Battler-san?
ああ、いいぜ。
So this is how Erika makes him her bitch. Yeah, I am.
明かりをつけろ。
Turn the lights on whenever you want.
これよりこの部屋での戦いは時間進行を停止して行います。
For the rest of the fight in this room, the progression of time will be stopped.
それにより双方のすべての手は同時的であり、
This way, all the moves for both players will be made at the same time.
最初に出された手であろうと後から出された手であろうと同じ意味を持ちます。
And the first move made will be treated no differently than the last
意味
move.
が分かりにくいと思いますが、これはロジックを守るための
It might be difficult to understand what I mean, but this is a rule to protect the
あな
logic.
たを保護するルールです。
And it will protect you as
あ
well.
なたはこれからへりくつの限りを尽くしてこの部屋のトリックの再構築を行うわ。
From here on out, you will be rebuilding the trick in this room using all the twisted logic you want.
つまり戦いの途中で良いアイデアが思いつく可能性もあるということ。
And that means it's possible that you might think of a good idea partway through the fight.
本来筋書きを途中で変更するのはアンフェアな行為。
Normally, it's unfair to revise your plot partway
それを
through.
認めるために後から思いついたロジックであっても後出しではないという。
In order for that to be acceptable, you need a world where logic thought up after the fact does not come too late.
同時的な時間停止の世界が必要なのは
A world stopped in time where everything happens at once.
もちろんこれはエリカにとっても利用できるルール。
Of course, Erika can take advantage of this rule as
バトラーが
well.
変更した新しいトリックに対応して別の対応を取ることができる。
If you revise your trick to be a new one, she can deal with that in a different way.
ややこしいですね。
This is pretty complicated.
シンプルな話さ。
It's simple.
公職政治家のへりくつ合戦と同じってことだろ。
It's like a corrupt politician's war of twisted logic.
シャーシャーと嘘をついて。
You lie shamelessly.
それをカンパされる証拠を出されたら、それに矛盾。
Oh, whew. When evidence is shown revealing your lie, you retract it.
それまでの嘘。記憶違いでしたとシャーシャーと撤回して、新しい嘘に変更する。
Say that you just remembered wrong and then change to a new lie that doesn't have any contradictions.
それを破る証拠と、それを逃げる嘘と。
The fight goes between a lie, then evidence exposing it, then another lie.
そういう互いの尻尾を飲み込もうとぐるぐる回る。
Like two snakes
蛇の戦いってのは
spinning around trying to eat each other's tails.
要するに後出しのへりくつがいくらでも許される世界と考えてください。
Just think of it as a world in which you're allowed to use twisted logic based off your opponent's moves as often as you want.
私もこの部屋の封印の件でそれを行使しました。
I used that myself when sealing this room.
だからあなたも行使できるようにするのが フェアなことだと思いまして。
So, I thought it was only fair to let you do the same.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるものです。
You have no shame, do you?
オーケー。では双方始めなさい。
Okay, then both players begin.
初手はエリカからでしょ。
Erika goes first, right?
いえ、ベッドの掛け金の確認から。
Now maybe we start by checking the bed, see what Battler's staking on
そ
this.
うね。ベッドのバトルの確認からだわ。
Yeah, let's start by checking the bed for
エリ
Battler.
カ、始めなさい。
Erika, begin.
お任せを、我が主。
Leave it to me, my master.
ライト、オン。
Light on. With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out, and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. Battler's bet on the bed was
ドラノール、
Leonard.
赤で確認を。
Confirm it with the red.
はい。ベッ
Yes.
ドの上には
Ushinomiya Battler.
いや、俺の手だ。
No, it's my move.
俺が言おう。
I'll say it.
ベッドの上に後ろ宮バトラーはいない。
Ushinomiya Battler is not on the bed.
グッド。
Good.
よく勝負を逃げませんでしたね。
You did well not to run away from the fight.
敬意を表します。
I'm impressed.
レートの高い勝負ってことは、お前だって負けた時の支払いが多いということだ。
It's a high stakes battle, so it'll cost you a lot if you're the one who loses. Okay, this is Battler's time to channel his inner Kinzo, right? This is the kind of thing Kinzo would do in his business life.
覚悟はあるんだろうな。
I hope you're ready.
自分に有利である自信がない限り、人はレートを上げたりなんかしません。
No one would raise the stakes unless they felt confident in their advantage. Unless you're an idiot.
ドラノール、
Delanner,
記録を取りなさい。
keep a record.
良い。
As you wish. At Delanner's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not. And also that Battler hadn't backed down from this locked room game.
バトラの初手は予告通りの死体消失からよ。
As previously announced, Battler's first move is to have the corpse vanish.
次はエリカの手番。
Now it's Erika's turn. Go ahead.
後ろ宮バトラが生きていて、室内のどこかに隠れている可能性の提示です。
I present the possibility that Ushinomiya Battler is alive and hiding somewhere in this room.
これを青き真実で宣言します。
I proclaim this with the blue truth.
無効だ。
Invalid.
それを青き真実で語りたいなら、具体的な場所を示してもらおう。
If you want to use the blue truth, give me a specific location.
前回のゲームの金蔵の書斎
In
で
the last game, Beato did that in Kinzo's
ドラ
study,
ノールにめった打ちにされてたっけ。
and Delanner made Swiss cheese of her, right? I was thinking of that too.
仕返しってわけかしら。
I guess this is revenge.
探し始める前に探さずに使える青き真実を一つ。
Before I start searching, I have one blue truth I can use without a search.
発見不可能な隠し扉 X の可能性。
There is a possibility of a hidden door X that is impossible to discover.
その中に隠れているため、私には発見不能。
He's hidden behind that, so it's impossible for me to find him.
ノックス第三
Nox Nox's third.
秘密の通路の存在を禁ず
It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist.
だったら
That right?
客室内にエリカさんに発見不能な隠れ場所は存在しません。
No hidden places that are impossible for Erika-san to find exist inside the guest room.
ノックス第30有効です。
Nox's third. Valid. Good.
では早速捜索を開始しましょう。
Then let's get started with the search. Erika slowly began to walk around the room. Until the endgame had started, Erika had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. Now, however, now that had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits, where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting.
客室内を捜索した上でその構造を要求。
Now that I've searched the room, I request a description of its layout.
客室はベッドルームとバスルームの2部屋構成となっています。
The guest's room is divided into 2 rooms, the bedroom and the
エリ
bathroom.
カ卿は現在ベッドルーム部分の全てを捜索しました。
Currently, you have searched the entire bedroom section.
例外は1箇所のみ。
There is only one exception.
その一箇所は今も保留します。
I'll leave that one place be for the time
その
being.
結果ベッドルーム内の異常は
So, were there any irregularities discovered in the
あり
bedroom?
ませんでした。
There were none.
例外1箇所を除きベッドルームに誰の姿もありません。
Except for one location, there is no one to be seen in the bedroom.
例外一箇所なんだ
What's this except for one location business?
いやらしい言い方をせずに公表しろ
Stop being annoying and make it public.
伏せたカードは伏せたままだから意味があるん
Is
で
it
す。
under the bed? There's a reason a face down card remains face
必要
down.
があれば開きますのでお楽しみに。
I'll turn it over if it's needed, so look forward to it. After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erika headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And since the guest room was made up of 2 rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the locked room. Except for that single location, which Erika had intentionally left unchecked.
バスルームを調べます。
I'm checking the bathroom.
エリカ卿、
Lady
中
Erika,
から水音が聞こえます。
the sound of water can be heard from inside.
わずかに熱気もです。
Also, there is a faint heat. Somebody's taken a shower? Ooh.
まさかシャワー中でしたか？
Don't tell me he's taking a shower.
鍵でもかかっています？
Is it locked or anything?
いやかかっていない
No, it isn't locked.
開ければいい
Go ahead and open it.
では失礼させていただきます。
Then, if you'll excuse me. Slowly, Erika put her hand on the doorknob on the bathroom door. He tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Out from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erika slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open. What? As soon as she opened the door, a tempest of hot air and water blasted her. Oh, a trip. Let's go. Erika was thrown for a loop, unable to understand what had happened. Oh, is it like he's in the bathroom and he's gonna use the shock to, for him to slip out? Is that the plan? After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her and hard. What is this? What a screwed up prank. Cursing, Erika wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was an elaborate prank. A wire fixed to the shower nozzle. A wire fixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push open the door. Oh, so it was like this giant jet of water pressing the door closed. That's funny. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in a place high enough that Erika couldn't reach it with her height. She's short, haha, short. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also, yes it is. Hello, Alexi. The game just made fun of Erika for being short. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. You left your phone charging? Ah, she couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she glanced into the bathtub, which was filled to the brim with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and a pair of nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used those, she could turn off the pressure. Damn you! The blanket she used to protect herself from the shower became more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn the water off quickly. Looking next to the bathtub, she spotted a long-handled body brush hanging there. Perfect! Erika used that to skillfully scoop the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Anyways, it'd be nice if this game had sounds other than the constant wind noise. Well, you know, it's the hurricane. The typhoon's always going on outside. Your shower water can get boiling hot? Damn. Fortunately, it was a shallow Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it probably would have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal parts, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that gets old. Yeah, I feel it. There's also a lot of water sound right now because of the shower. I guess it's still there, but yeah. She finally closed the faucet and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erika was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under running water. What a calamity. Is she finally getting a bath? Stinky. Ha! Yep. Stinky Erika is finally getting a bath.
あんたも一風呂どうです？
Would you like a
こ
bath?
のボディブラシで顔面を洗ってあげますよ。
I can wash your face with this brush.
お気持ちだけで結構です。
Allow me to pass.
あっそ。そりゃ残念です。
Oh, that's a shame. Erika had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. She closed the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erika's heavy breathing. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She left the bathroom for a moment until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day. So Delaner is someone who is brought like a supernatural piece, kind of like Ronove or Virgilia, that was brought into the 5th game on Burncastle's side. So she's an inquisitor who hunts witches, and she's supposed to be the daughter of Nox, who made Nox's commandments of detective fiction. So Delaner was using red text in it, so being like, this is a mystery, and so therefore, however this mystery plays out, it needs to follow Nox's rules of detective fiction. So whenever the witch side would make an assertion, then like, oh, this happened because magic. Delaner? You saw Diana. No, it's Dlanor. How does red truth work? How does someone know someone's using red truth? It's just there. For some reason, people can just tell when people are using red truth. But there was, while you were gone, there was an important distinction made. So, maybe I should get to somewhere with music, so I'm not leaving you with just the wind sound. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day. I don't know. I guess you can interpret it however you want. Alright, so, I don't know. They kind of just know. It's kind of funny. I think there was some different ways it was visually represented in the anime. But anyway. So it's been revealed that red text can still be valid if you use a trick to solve something in a different way. So right now, we're in a situation where Battler's kind of been caught. Everybody's been telling me the anime is bad, but they had a way to visualize the red text, I've also been told. But anyway, so right now, Battler is trying to have his body disappear from this room. And he's allowed to rewrite as he goes how Battler gets out the room, but Erika's not leaving him with a lot of choices. And so he's been trying to buy time to come up with a good idea of how to pull off this disappearing act. So, if he's able, so it's, so Erika put tape on the windows and doors that will rip if anybody tries to leave through the windows or doors. So, so that will signal to Erika that somebody opened the door or the window in order to escape. And that will show that it wasn't magic, it was Battler who pulled open the door and left. But, and Battler's original intention was actually just that Battler wasn't actually dead. He got up, left the room. But he doesn't want to admit defeat. So now he's trying to come up with something else. So he could say in red, the seals on the windows weren't broken. And so that should mean he's still in the room, but he also said in red, Battler's not on the bed. So now he has to come up with a way that he has to come up with something that doesn't contradict the red truths that he already said. And so a interesting thing we learned while you were gone was that the order in which red truths are told matters. So a red truth can only apply, only has to not contradict the red truths that came before it. So the earliest red truths leave a lot more wiggle room. And so things that are disproven later didn't necessarily not happen beforehand. So something that's contradicted by the red truth in like episode 3 or episode 5 maybe, could happen in like episode 2. And there's nothing stopping it because of the order in which the red truths came. So that's something new we learned. Now that was a ridiculous trap. However, that wasn't here at the time I examined Battler's corpse. Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushinomiya Battler was alive. Chaos Shield. There are distinct stories too. Something that took place in, or a specific rule might be exclusive to that episode, and they won't tell you whether it is or not. Ah! Yeah. That's a real sneaky one. Hello, Chaos Shield. Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushinomiya Battler was alive. Well, I never thought he was dead anyway. He merely decided to openly reveal a card that had already been exposed. Let's check inside the bathroom. Was Battler seen? No. One second. No one was seen in the bathroom. Good.
これで私たちは例外1箇所を除いて客室にバトラが存在しないことを確認しました。
With this, we have confirmed that except for one location, Battler does not exist in any place inside the guest room. You watched Inside Out 2 while your phone charged? Was it any good? Give that a rest.
その例外1箇所とは一体どこですか?
Just where is this one exception?
棺桶です。
A coffin. What? Is there a coffin in this guest room? Hello?
後ろ宮バトラのね。
Ushinomiya Battler's coffin, that is.
灰は灰に、死体は棺桶にです。
Ashes to ashes, the dead to their coffins.
この部屋で詰めるんだろう。
This room is where you plan to finish me off, right? With this Wii, you'll play Super Mario Galaxy. Oh, fun! This room is where you plan to finish me off, right? Fine. Let's have it. The previous period of silence, complete except for the rain, was suddenly replaced by the overpowering smell of a burning fuse. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you could be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. It was finally time for the siege. Tyler puts out his Yu-Gi-Oh card decks and challenges them to a card fight. Yeah, let's go. Time to duel.
青き真実
Blue truth.
あなたはこの部屋から消失などしていません
You did not vanish from this room.
姿を隠しあたかも密室から消え去ったかのように錯覚させただけです
You just hid yourself to make it seem as though you disappeared from a locked room.
隠れた場所は私がまだ調べていない例外1箇所
The place you were hiding is the one exception that I haven't investigated yet. As Erika lightly raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her. Flitted between the index and middle finger of Erika's raised hand and became a white piece. Then she lifted it high into the air.
その例外1箇所とはここ
This is the one exception.
入り口脇のウォークインクローゼット
The walk-in closet next to the entrance. Bang! Like a white bolt of lightning striking the earth, the white piece homed in on a weak spot in Battler's territory and slammed onto the board.
そうここです
Yes, it is here. With a crash, the door of the closet, which was just off the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the blue truth. Bladder had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have struck through their chest as well. Places multiply then uses Kuribo in the game, card game, which causes the Kuribo to multiply infinitely. That's the only way Battler can get out of this. Still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown.
ここしか隠れる場所はありません
There are no places in which to hide other than this.
あなたは今この中に隠れているのです
You are currently hiding in here.
どうですバトラさん
What do you say, Battler-san?
心臓のど真ん中を一突きでまさにスマザードメイトってところです
Oh, you stole the game that way? I remember that happening in the anime. But wild that you can actually do that. Have you been struck through the heart in a single blow? For a literal smothered mate?
バトラさん次は
Battler-san, it's our move now. Our move, our move, our move.
あ
Yeah,
いやはりなそうだろうと思ったぜエリ
I thought it would be like that, Erika.
カわざと一箇所を残し相手を棺桶に追い詰め
You intentionally left one spot open so you could stuff me into that coffin. If it happens in the anime, you can do it in real life, since the game goes by the rules of the anime, right? I mean, Pokemon doesn't go by the rules of the Pokemon game all the time, but I'm not sure if it sticks to it everything that closely. I know I have friends who are probably way bigger Yu-Gi-Oh experts than I am.
前回のゲームで金蔵を夏日の部屋に追い込んだのと同じ手だ。
It's the same move that trapped Kinzo in Natsuhi's room last game.
読んでいたぜ。
I saw this move coming.
おや、そうでしたか。
Oh, did you?
では、応酬をお願いします。
Then let's see your response.
しかし、予告します。
But let me make a prediction.
してみろ。
Let's hear it.
あと2手であなたをチェックメイトします。
In 2 more moves, I will have you
こ
checkmated.
れが予告です。
That's my prediction.
なら、俺も同じ予告だ。
And I'll make the same prediction.
俺もまたお前をあと2手でチェックメイトする。
I'll checkmate you in just 2 more moves.
面白いじゃない。
Sounds interesting.
矛盾した予告だ。
These predictions contradict each other.
嘘つきはどっちになるのかしら。
Who will be the liar, I wonder? The air crackled and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin.
ではどうぞ
Then go ahead.
そちらの手番です。
You can do that? Oh, cool. It is your turn.
無駄です。
It's useless.
あなたたちの棺桶ごときバトラさんを捕らえることなどできません。
Your lowly coffin won't be able to trap Battler-san.
これが
Here's my response. Slowly, Battler held his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that had appeared from the darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler himself.
これが
You assert
バトラはクローゼットに隠れているへの俺の一手だ。
that Battler is hiding in the closet. And this is my response.
くらえ。
Take this.
後ろ宮バトラ客室内に存在しない。
Ushinomiya Battler does not exist within the guest room.
クローゼットも含め一切の例外なくだ。
There are no exceptions, including the closet. Like a black bolt of lightning this time. Is he gonna go for somebody pretending to be Battler? And kind of reveal that whole trick that's been used the whole time? That somebody's been using Battler's name but isn't actually him? And they're in the closet? Nanjo Battler? Hello, Loot. Maybe Nanjo Battler. I mean, it'd be more likely one of these 6 or 5, excluding Battler, but I mean, yeah. Like a black bolt of lightning this time. Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erika's that had cut deep behind his lines, smashing that piece completely. As gold sprayed everywhere and a faint cloud of gold dust hung in the air, Erika's piece melted beautifully into the darkness.
そうか。まずクローゼットに隠れ。
I see. So he hid in the closet at
エリカが
first,
シャワーに気を取られてる間にこっそり部屋を抜け出した。
and then slipped out of the room while Erika was occupied by the shower.
前回のゲームで金蔵を書斎から逃した手法と同じだ。
It's the same technique he used to let Kinzo escape from the study in the last
観
game.
測者の観測をそらし闇に消える。
Distract the observation of the observer and disappear into the darkness.
グッと。
Good.
そうでしょうね。ええ、そうでしょうね。
Of course you'd say that. Of course you would.
読んでいますよ。その一手はね。
I'd already foreseen that move. Oh, wowzers, Mommy Featherine. Yep, she was there. I'd already foreseen that move. Next was Erika's turn. A gold butterfly fluttered in front of Erika, and she grabbed it right out of the air with a swipe of her hand. She then lifted that hand into the air and raised the white piece high.
遡り手を宣言します。
Let me announce a retroactive move. Bitch, you don't have any retroactive moves left!
この部屋に封印を破って入った一番最
This occurs back in the very beginning.
初の時点です。
Right after I broke the seals and entered this room. Bro, you can just not allow her to do this. She got her 3 rooms of seals.
あの時、私はすぐに扉を閉め、チェーンロックをかけ直し、この部屋を封じました。
But she's using the red text? Can she do that? At that time, I immediately closed the door, reset the chain, and sealed this room. Same. Girl, what? Objection. Thank you. Didn't she get the infinite retroactive moves as long as it's related to the duct tape? I mean, that would be a liberal interpretation. I don't think that was stated outright. Objection. Oh. Objection, your mom. Yeah. Also, actually, this is good. Goda severed the chain back when the crime was first discovered. Since the chain lock is not functioning, it is impossible to use it to create a seal. Yeah, but Umineko's all about finding loopholes. Ah, alright. Objection overruled. Oh my god, this is supposed to be like those creepy scenes with the chains and the person trapped in the room. It is supposed to be like that. Because they were like, alright, I got past the chain lock, but then there's another chain holding them back. Erika repaired the chain lock. See? That's impossible. How could she have repaired a brass chain? It is possible to repair. Have you forgotten, Beato? The duct tape seals. Right, as enough for a 1 room. Fuck! God damn it! Erika used that duct tape to join the 2 cut ends of the chain together, sealing them. Oh, this is so fucked up. This is so fucked up! This is so fucked up! In other words, the chain was repaired by the duct tape, and this room once again became a locked room, locked from the inside. New rule, no duct tape allowed. That's what it was! That was the rule! And then Battler got tricked and let her have some. It's awful. Yeah, Battler fucked up by letting her have some duct tape. Objection. Objection. Erika-san has already used up her duct tape seals, hasn't she? She shouldn't be able to use them anymore. You're out of points. You can't do any more objections. Thank you for your service, Alexi. Y'all else will have to pick up the slack if there are more objections. Objection overruled. I knew they were gonna go for this. The use of the duct tape wasn't limited by the number of strips, right? Thank you, Loot. It was by the number of rooms. I knew they'd go for this angle. only restriction was to limit it to only 3 rooms.
エリカはその一部屋にこの客室を選んでるわ。
Erika chose this guest room to be one of those
だ
rooms.
からエリカはこの部屋に何箇所でもそして何度でも封印する権利を持つ。
So Erika has the right to seal as many places as many times as she wants within this room. That's right. If you think about it, the whole mansion is just one giant room. I guess? Is that a way you could hide Battler? By saying the whole mansion counts as a room? You got to fighting as Thancred Duty and Shadowbringers. Ooh, exciting! F's in the chat for Thancred. Peak. Battler will now use his strongest spell now, gun-type magic. Yes. Just like Thancred. Yeah, cast gun. That's right.
俺がそう許した。
I gave her permission to do that. You fucking idiot.
これがあなたのおごりの代償です。
This is the price you pay for your
情
arrogance.
けとはおごる者が最も好む悪しき美酒。
Pity is the evil liquor that the arrogant most prefer. That's a good line.
というわけで
So,
遡り手によるガムテープの封印によってチェーンロックで修復されて元の機能に復帰していることを宣言します。
with this retroactive move, I proclaim that the chain lock has been repaired by the duct tape seal and has regained its original functionality.
そしてそれにより
Kind of hypocritical because Erika was extremely arrogant before. True! Can we turn this around on her? She's being really arrogant right now, too. True. Can we make her pay the price for her arrogance? Can we? I think you could. If you put someone who's not Battler in the closet. Because she hasn't actually opened the closet door yet. And yeah, I think there's somebody in the closet, but it's not Battler. Gay Battler? All right. Sleep well, Alexi. But they were pretending to be Battler. I think that's what's happening. And thanks to that, I locked the room upon entering it, and made this guest room a locked room from the inside once more. I think that's what the last move is. The white piece Erika held aloft represented the seal formed by the chain lock. All right, that's my prediction about how her arrogance is also gonna fuck her over. Represented the seal formed by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine. Die, Battler. The piece for the chain lock was slammed down on the square of Battler's king's throat. Repetition requested. The lock created by the chain is currently intact. You can do it, Battler! Just put somebody else in the closet, and they were pretending to be Battler. Battler's face contorted. Beato, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic was that he had hidden in the closet until Erika passed by, and then used the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been unset. In other words, he couldn't respond to this repetition request. And if he didn't respond, Erika's very next move would be to use the blue truth. She would say, "You hid in the closet," then use the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone. And she would be right. That would be checkmate. As Erika had predicted, she would strike this finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing battler to fully explain almost all of the tricks behind the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle over this locked room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he was able to respond to the repetition request? What if he could say, "The lock created by the chain is still intact"? That would be fatal to Erika. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a locked room from the inside. So, this hopeless locked room would instead become Erika's coffin. Yeah! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Yeah! Somebody who wasn't Battler is in the room! In the closet! And they didn't go to the door! With a riddle this tough, Erika would probably be forever unable to solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance. And even a single, unsolved riddle would mean victory for the witch side. Battler wanted to respond to this repetition request if at all possible. However, if he answered saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic saying that he had escaped while Erika wasn't looking. Yes, that's fine. Somebody was pretending to be Battler. Because after his escape, he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. The new riddle would put Erika in a much more difficult situation, but it would require him to construct a different escape method. That's fine, do it. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the chaos in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say under the bed, wouldn't work because he had already proclaimed in that Battler does not exist within the guest room. Yeah, because it's somebody else. Somebody else was in the room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while leaving the chain lock intact, then Erika would be the one facing a fatal blow. I got the roadmap, bro. Do it! Do it! However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error. The worst and most abominable, illegal move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this repetition request was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erika would probably corner Battler. In that case, the choice is obvious. Battler-san! There are already many red truths, guaranteeing the locked room status of this guest room. How do you plan on escaping from this? Don't think about the chain lock. Think about the closet. She hasn't actually opened the closet and looked inside. She just has been told that Battler isn't in the room. If I can just do something about the chain lock. If I can just do that. If I can somehow deceive the chain lock, I can make Erika have to deal with this terrible locked room. Bruh. Yeah, just have someone else, another person who's supposed to be dead, stay in the closet. You don't have to touch the chain. It will probably finish her off. But in order to do that, I need to make a trick for escaping this room, which remained sealed until Erika returned to it, and which was sealed by a chain immediately after Erika entered. And on top of that, I've done... Oh! Okay, wait. The issue with my thought might be the fucking seals Erika put on the room. It's the timing of the... So... Okay, I got it. It was never confirmed in red that the person laying on the bed was Battler. It could have been someone disguised as him, even though it's kind of like silly that it fooled Rudolph. Maybe corpses in the quote-unquote corpses in two of the rooms were switched. Like Battler's in another room and swap places with somebody else. All women besides Battler. Like maybe Kirie or something. That would also make it so he could be upset. Like Rudolph could be upset. Maybe he did see Kirie in that room. So what if Kirie was in the VIP room and Battler was in the study? So if Erika put the seals on like immediately after Kraus and everybody checked the room, and she wasn't actually able to lay eyes on Battler herself. Wait a second. Hold on. She was never actually able... Okay, I got it. She was never actually able to check if Battler was in there herself. I think she said that. She never actually laid eyes on Battler. So, if Rudolph and Kraus and Hideyoshi were the only ones who saw Battler in that room, there's nobody to confirm that that's what they actually saw, because in the old previous episodes, you can only trust what Battler sees, right? But Battler's role is being taken by Erika right now. So if Erika wasn't in there, they can lie about having seen Battler. It could be Kirie in there, and it would make sense still for Rudolph to be upset. But they just lied and said that Battler... Jay just lied and said Battler was in there when it was actually Kirie. You don't even have to disguise. So Kirie was in the guest room, and Battler was in Kraus's study, disguised as Kirie. Maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe he did disguise himself as a woman. He disguised himself as Kirie. And maybe Erika didn't notice because, yeah, Furudo Erika did not perform a sufficiently detailed investigation. The details of the cause of death are unknown. So maybe it would be tough for Erika to prove. I mean, it would be tough for Erika, like, it wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Like, she could be close and be like, obviously that's Battler dressed up like Kirie. But without a detailed investigation, she can't say for sure. So there's your answer. And on top of that, I have to make sure that the chain that can only be set from the inside remains in place. If I can do that, if I can figure out a way that it all ends here. But I still can't think of the trick. Right now, Erika is asking me to repeat whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down, and I need to do it right now. If I have a certain win trick, then this is where I should fight. But if I don't have that trick, I feel like Battler would have a difficult time disguising himself as any of the dead people. Well, not if none of them are dead. None of their deaths have been confirmed. So they could have just swapped outfits if they were both in on it. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped. And back out of the fight. Or it could be that Kirie and Battler are the only ones who were pretending to be dead. And the other dead people was enough to sufficiently trick everyone else. Erika didn't have time to perform a sufficient investigation. We also didn't have, we weren't told about the positions of the bodies, except for Battler, who was face up. But Erika didn't see Battler. It's possible that Kirie wasn't face up. So by a quick glance, if Erika couldn't see Kirie's face, then she couldn't say for sure. And that was never specified specifically. Even a basic investigation should be fine if there are no wigs. Well, maybe there was wigs. Maybe there were wigs. There's no red truth saying there were no wigs. A Kirie wig would be pretty easy to pull off. I mean, like, silver wigs are pretty common. And that's the only thing that needs to happen. We don't need a Battler wig because only the husbands were the ones who went into the room and saw Battler. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped and back out of the fight. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error. Even if we lose the fight in this room, there will still be chances left to us. We've still only started the second day, haven't we? We have plenty of time to construct another impossible murder. No, that's no good. If I admit that I fled from the room, it's the same as admitting that I'm the culprit. If I back down from the fight in this room, it's the same as accepting my defeat in this game. Battler's point was a valid one. If Battler was the only one alive and free to move, while all of the other humans were locked in the guest house, Erika would probably name Battler as the perpetrator for all of the following impossible crimes and base her blue truths around that. if Battler wanted to forcefully turn that around on her, he would have to rewrite his tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as the perpetrator. Yeah! Well, it could still be Battler if Battler has an accomplice with another one of the so-called victims. To fix up one flaw, he would have to create new flaws. Well, that's true. But you just want to survive, right? And the flaws might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, had already been hit upon. But I'm still going to stubbornly refuse to give in and somehow fight to get out of this. I need to fight. This is the make or break moment. I've definitely been cornered into a dangerous spot. However, if I can nimbly switch gears, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erika. Wait, are you actually going to respond to her repetition request? Do you have any logic for how you can escape without undoing the chain lock? No, you don't! If you respond, that's it! You lose instantly from a logic error. It's clear which choice you ought to make. Yeah, it's clear. No matter what move I choose, it'll turn for the worse, just as Erika wants. It's horrible either way. I'd like to choose the move that has the biggest reward if we win. Oh! He's channeling his inner Kinzo! Let's go, little Kinzo! It's what Grandpa would do, Lambda Delta! You're going to call? Even though you have no logic for escaping and no trump cards? It's what Peepaw would do! You're planning on accepting her repetition request and taking her on? I might not have so much as a single pair in my hand. But with just one more card, this hand might become a straight, a flush, or even a royal straight flush. If hell waits for me after both options. I'll take the one that'll finish her off if I win. You don't think anyone should channel Kinzo? I mean, fair. But it might work out for Battler in this one instance. If he can pull off a Kinzo gamble. You know what I mean? That's an insane move. Sometimes, when madmen jump into the path of death, a miracle will occur. It's impossible! How are you going to escape this locked room without removing the chain? There's only one difference between heroes and madmen. It's whether they win or lose. Oh, that's another good line. If you're going to bet big, I'll be watching with interest. Yeah, this isn't boring, is it, Burncastle? If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erika on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this locked room. However, there has to be something. There has to. If you could brain blast the truth behind the entire Umineko, you can do this. If I could think of something, you can. And once I think of it, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping like smoke out of the crack in the chain locked door. If I have even a drop of that mad mage's blood in my veins, that is what I'm fucking saying! If I can have just a shred of the glorious miracle he was able to bring about, share it with me now! So, Battler-san?
あなたが私をチェックメイトすると予告した2手目をお願いします。
Let's have that second move that you predicted you would checkmate me on.
エリカ教の復唱要求にお答えください。
Please provide your answer to Lady Erika's repetition
応
request.
ずるか拒否するか。
Will you respond or will you decline? Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up and slowly held it aloft, tracing a large circle in the sky. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock caused by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush the piece of the chain lock that stood right in front of it, or would it slip away like a ghost and escape?
これが俺の王子だ。
This is my response.
予告通りこの2手目でお前は終わりだ。
As predicted, on my second turn, you're through.
行くぞ。
Here it comes.
フィルドはエリカ。
Infant Queen Bee, Battler's king became a black lightning bolt and crashed down onto the board. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock? Or past that piece?
復唱要求応じる。
I will respond to the repetition request. Oh, oops.
チェーンロックは施錠を維持している。
The lock caused by the chain is intact. Battler's king had left the chain lock piece in its place and had slipped past it.
そうですね。ここでチェーンロックは維持したままだと言えたらかっこいいですよね。
Yes, it sure would be cool if you could say that the chain lock was still set, wouldn't it?
そりゃあかっこいいでしょうね。
That would certainly be cool, I
で
admit.
もね、かっこいいからってだけで
But do
自分に
you
よって
know?
死地に飛び込む愚か者を
But do you know what they call someone who's so full of himself? This is the ghost of Sleepy. I fly west. Okay. Sleep well, Cece. I hope this was exciting. You fly west to me, it's so late. It's late for you. So you're going to pretend you're in my time zone? Or are you actually coming over here? Have I let me check. Nothing at my door, but tomorrow I can check down at the front desk and see if they got anything. Sleep will come to the West Coast eventually, it always does. Okay, but do you really want me to stop now? Look! I predict you'll have something. Ah! Just like Battler predicts Edika's gonna lose in 2 turns. Okay, maybe not. I know, that's what I'm saying, CC. Am I gonna stop now? That would certainly be cool, I admit. But do you know what they call someone who's so full of himself that he jumps into the path of death just because it's cool? No clue. Oh, okay. Cute Siwa voice for 2 minutes. No clue. Ushiwomiya, Batua. That's what we call him. I file a motion for a logic error. With that last word, truth, you just cut off your own logic. May the impartial judge issue a judgment on this matter immediately, please. Great Lady Raptor Delta! Motion received. Lambda Delta? Does this make logical sense? Your inspection, please. Motion received. Batwa. Show me. Let me see your cause. Batwa, sir. It is a royal, straight flush. What? If you've got nothing, you won't get out of this with just a sorry, okay? Yeah. I have no intention of apologizing. If it's a logic error, the game board will be blown away. You inherited this game board from Beato. Does Lambda know how chess works? Who knows? It's the one memento you possess of your precious Beato. So you'll never be able to accept a logic error. A logic error. Okay, so 2 minutes are up. A logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they keep thinking about new logic by which they could escape, they will not die. Cannot die. However, that is like being imprisoned in an endless living hell of the mind. Oh, so that's what Beato was going through. Even if you do manage to crawl around forever, after falling into the darkness of thought. Is that what happened to Beato? She was in the darkness of thought? You'll just be eternally trapped in a hell where you constantly think of ways to escape the locked room while denying the logic error. Are you sure? Are you sure? Well, why do you care, Lambda Delta? I thought we weren't supposed to underestimate you. This is the next worst thing to the depths of oblivion, you know? It's like the difference between falling from the roof of a 10-story building and falling from the roof of a 100-story building. Lambda. Battler has already finished making his move. Players can't take back a move once it's made. act as the impartial judge you swore to be. Carry out our motion.
バトラの密室脱出ロジックが有効かどうかロジックエラーでないかどうかを判断します
And see whether or not Battler's escape from the locked room is logical, and whether there has been a logic error or not.
考古学者のようにゆっくりと緻密に慎重に
Be slow, accurate, and meticulous like an archaeologist.
アイスクリーム屋が甘くて香ばしいバニラ醤油味のアイスをフィッシャーで力強く手際よくかき取るように素早く
And be as fast as a guy at an ice cream shop when he forcefully and skillfully scoops out that sweet, fragrant vanilla soy sauce ice cream. Hydrate. Thank you. Oh. I'll be right back. Thank you. All right. Yes, I know that.
バトラーそれでは拝見するわ
Battler, I'm taking a look now. Battler-san. Beato, do you think I'll lose? I don't want to think that.
かつての私と何度も私が望んでやまなかった奇跡にたどり着いた方です
He fought with the old me many times and finally reached the miracle that I so wanted you to find.
今回の奇跡を勝ち取る信じて
So I'd like to believe that you'll accomplish a miracle once again. The woman called Beatrice.
そういう理性と狂気のギリギリで
She fought on that same border between reason and madness the whole time.
悲しみ言葉で言い表せないいくつもの感情を入り混じらせ
She fought with an anger, with a mixture. This is a pretty accurate summary of his playstyle. Yeah, that's what we were going on. She fought, play until a miracle occurs, just like Phoenix Wright. She fought with a mixture of anger, sadness, and several other emotions towards me that can't be described with words.
一番最後
And in the very last game,
最後の最後で勝ち取ったんだ
at the very last moment, she managed to seize victory. That might have been the rank of the hand in Beato's grip as she fell. Beato passed away without realizing that she had already won. Ooh! In that final game, the true victor was Beato.
そのベアト俺はこのゲーム版を預かっ
She entrusted me with this game board. That's why I'm going to win. So, I need you alone to believe in me. Beatrice. Oh, he called her Beatrice! If believing will bring about a miracle. Please. I believe in you. He's just desperate. Oof. I think I've figured out a possibility that I can bullshit with, and I'm like, if I could figure out a bullshit possibility, he can too. So this actually makes me extra anxious because I think I've found a way, and I'm like, ah! I believe in you. Bachelor's son. Ah! This is pissing me off! Well, I don't know if you were around for all of the things, but basically, Erika was able to seal the room Battler's corpse was in, quote-unquote Battler's corpse, and the intention was that Battler was gonna have Battler be the real killer. He was just pretending to be dead. And he left the room to place a letter for Erika to find. But Erika was like, oh, I actually placed seals on the room. And then, so Battler didn't want to show that the seals were broken. He wanted it to look like magic did it, right? That Battler's corpse disappeared. Because it said in the letter that Battler would have put down that Battler's corpse disappeared. So, then you go in. So Battler's trying to come up with an excuse on the fly to still make this all work. So he's asserted in Red Truth that Battler doesn't exist in the room. The seals were intact when Erika got there. And that Battler is not to be seen in the room, yeah. So I thought, because of when the seals were placed there, and there's a closet that Battler denied that Battler was in the closet, but in the text they didn't actually open the closet and look inside. So I think maybe like Kirie and him are both still alive, and they swapped outfits and had a wig for Battler to wear to look like Kirie, and that he played dead in where Kirie's body was found, and he was like turned in such a way that you couldn't see his face. Because Erika was able to only do very cursory investigations of the bodies. She wasn't able to convince to like do a thorough job of anything. And then she didn't even lay eyes on Battler at all. Battler is in fact whomever is dressed like him. Well, yeah, but we're trying to say that he's not in the room, right? So somebody is dressed as Battler. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is somebody is dressed as Battler in the room, but they're not actually Battler. Therefore, Battler is not in the room. He doesn't exist in the room. Somebody... Oh, no. Okay. Right, what I said was... Nobody actually laid eyes on Battler's corpse except for Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kraus. So everything that we saw happen in that room could be bullshit. It could be that Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Kraus just saw Kirie. She could have been wearing Battler's clothes, but it's obviously Kirie. But they just lied about it and said Battler was in there. It's bullshit, but it might be enough to get past what Erika's saying. And so they stayed in the rooms since then. And so that's what I think, but we'll see. Let's see if we can do it. Oh, this is pissing me off! It was basically just Hideyoshi, Kraus, and Rudolph. They took over the whole situation. They had guns. Yes, she did. But because the adults, yeah, but she was only able to glance and do a small cursory investigation. She wasn't able to look at anything in detail, which I think is the detail that can be exploited. Because if she didn't look hard enough, somebody could be pretending to be someone else, and she might not have been able to tell from just a glance. Because the men were in charge, and she never made the detective proclamation. So she's just a guest. So it'd be weird for her to start investigating the room where their family members just died. So until this moment, she could only get away with very fast, cursory investigations. Stella, what? I know, I just gotta get past this scene, okay, baby? She's got the zoomies. I guess we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is pissing me off! Please just check it already, Lady Lambda Delta! There is no valid logic. There doesn't exist any way to get out of this locked room. You were overeager, Battler-san. Sure, if you could win with this, that'd be cool. If you managed to disappear, even though the chain was still set, that'd be amazing! So cool! How mysterious! Hold me! Like hell you can! Like hell you can do that! If you could do that, you really would be a witch! If you could vanish your way out of this locked room like a puff of smoke, I'd have to acknowledge it! It'd be the work of a witch! Erika, you're drowning. I think she's dying. Quiet, Lady Erika. Lady Lambda Delta is conducting her inspection. Well, Battler, down to the wire. Pass through. One move. Go back. Corner. With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces from Battler's side. She was as accurate and meticulous as an archaeologist, just as Berncastle had told her to be. After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked between the formation of the pieces on the board. Battler's face, which remained tense but steady. Wouldn't be a witch if she wasn't A, egomaniac, too sadistic, 3 dramatic, 4 didn't pull ridiculously stupid grimaces. True. That's the perfect recipe for a witch. I have finished my inspection.
ロジックが通るわけがない。
There's no way the logic works. Please, please, God.
エリカ、
なんです？
What?
とても残念だ。
I'm very sorry.
どっちの言うことを
Which way am I supposed to take that?
楽しかったぜ。
It was fun.
これで終わりだ。
Now, this is the end.
だからどっちの意味だ
For hell's sake, which way am I supposed to take that?
静粛に
Silence!
バトラの手の検証を終了したわ。
I finished inspecting Battler's move.
判定は
The verdict is... Ooh, the tension!
有効。
Valid. Valid? Engage a marionette. You lie!
判定は有効よ。
I judge it to be valid.
赤き真実すべてに抵触しないロジックの提出を受け、その検証を終えたわ。
He's presented logic that doesn't violate any of the red truths, and I've finished checking it.
魔女側プレイヤーの手、および最後の復唱要求に応じた赤き真実は有効。
The move by the player on the witch side, and the red truth given in response to the final repetition request is valid.
バトラ
Battler.
あんたは初めてすごいと思ったわ。
For the first time, I have to say, I think you're incredible. See?
お前のゲームはな、信じれば
In your
奇
game.
跡が必ず起こる。
Oh, he's saying that to Beato, wherever she is. See, in your game, a miracle will always occur if you believe.
バトラさん、ごめんなさい。
Battler, son, I'm sorry.
もっと強く信じていれば、こんなところまで追い詰められることは。
If only I had believed more strongly, it wouldn't have been courted like this. Beato flew onto Battler's chest, sobbing. Erika staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzily. And Burncastle? Her face was like an expressionless mask. Then, slowly, it became a smile. Uh-oh, is Erika fucked? And for some reason, it seemed the sign of some horrible emotion.
見事です。
Well done
よもやチェーンを破らずにこの
To
密室を
think
抜け出すと
that you escaped the room
です。
without removing the chain. Simply splendid. With her small hands, Delanner slowly started to applaud quietly. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations! She was followed by Gertrude, and then Cornelia, and then by Beato and Lambda Delta, too. Applause filled the room. Congratulations! Yeah, and just gotta swallow this. Oh, Oni-chan,
どうやって
how did you...
なる
I see.
ほど思考が密室にとらわれた者には見えぬ手か
Yes, a move that cannot be seen by one whose thoughts are trapped within the locked room. See? My thoughts were not trapped. I was thinking of the other corpses in the other rooms and how things could be set up ahead of time. Impossible. Impossible. As Lambda Delta watched Erika, who was stunned and moaning in shock from despair she couldn't accept, she had to take her hat off to the strength of Battler's heart and intelligence at this critical moment, and to the power of his miracles. Incredible. Ushidomiya Battler. I was so wrong to think that your power and Beato's would cancel each other out and bring an eternal draw. I've suffered total defeat. And Byrne, who realized your true strength, but thought she could get you to do what she wanted, well, she's suffered total defeat too. Byrne is the witch who waits for miracles. You are the witch who summons miracles. Wow. You are not Byrne's piece. In this moment, without a doubt, you have surpassed Byrne. Holy shit! Okay, Battler, you're hot shit now. The fact that you only took a moment to think up a trick to escape this locked room really is nothing short of stunning. He L'd his way into being in this position in the first place. As Erika predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the chaos in the bathroom, he had snuck out of the door. Wait, what? Erika had guessed this much. She retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from the outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the locked room. However, by thinking outside of the locked room, Battler broke through. We can use anyone to explain it. Oh my god, was I right? We can... His mother! But let's go with the piece of Kirie, his mother. Do they mean stepmother or his mother? Just like Battler, the other victims of the first Twilight have not been confirmed dead with the red truth. In other words, just like Battler, the others, including Kirie, can still move. Yeah! And their locked rooms are not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kirie came to save... Okay, this might be a little different than I thought. Kirie came to save him. Kirie followed behind Erika and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Okay, so this is a little different than I thought, but I was on the right track. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, she... Wait! I was still right. It's Kirie in the closet. I just thought to set it up ahead of time. This was still Battler escaping the room, just Kirie took his place, locked the door, and put in the closet. Oh, that works really well. That works better than freaking changing each other's clothes like I did. But I was on the right track. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, he entered the room in his place and went in the closet. Then Kirie reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet, just like Battler had done. Ah! I was so close. I had it basically right. Just when it happened. Just after rather than before. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes. It is true that Battler isn't inside this guest room right now. However, that doesn't mean that no one else is inside it. That's what I'm saying. They never opened the closet. Kirie took Battler's place in the closet. The one exception that Erika left unchecked and is there still. Kirie saved Battler.
後ろ宮キリエにはバトラーを救えない。
What? Why? なぜ? なぜなの? Ushiromiya Kirie cannot save Battler. Huh? Maybe I was right? Okay, was I right? It was ahead of time? But Lambda Delta accepted it.
どういうことよ。
What do you mean, Golden Slaughterer? Uh-oh.
後ろ宮キリエにはバトラーを救えません。
Ushiromiya Kirie cannot save Battler.
どうしてよ。
Well, why not?
キリエにバトラーを助けられない赤き真実はないわ。
There's no red saying that Kirie can't save Battler.
というかあんたどうして赤き真実が
Wait a second. How are you using the red truth?
有効よ。
It's valid.
ドラノールの赤き真実は
Flanner's red truth is valid.
石鹸抜刀許可申請
Applying for authorization to unsheath the red key.
許可します。
Granted.
やってくださいドラノール。
Flanner, do it please.
どうして
How?
どうしてあんたがそれを許可できるのよ。
How can you authorize that?
有効よ。
It's
公正
valid.
なジャッジメントとして私がこの赤き真実を保証するわ。
I guarantee this red truth by impartial judgment.
理由の開示なく
Without telling us your reason,
すぐに開示するわ。
we'll reveal that soon.
すぐにね。
Very soon.
キリエの死亡宣言をバトラーは赤き真実で語っていないわ。
Battler hasn't proclaimed Kirie dead with the red truth yet.
キリエには死んだふりが許される。
It's allowed for Kirie to be playing dead.
そしてガムテープの封印は3部屋を使い切りキリエの部屋を封じることはできないはず。
And the duct tape has already been used on 3 rooms, making it impossible for you to seal Kirie's room.
なのにどうしてキリエにバトルが救えないなんて赤き真実が
So how can you use the red truth to say that Kirie can't save Battler?
赤き真実の根拠がないわ。
That red truth has no basis.
根拠はすぐに教える
We'll tell you its basis soon.
わ。さあ、それよりラムダ。
But more importantly, Lambda,
キリエではロジックを通せなくなったわ。
the logic with Kirie has ceased to function.
バトラと入れ替わる他の子にロジックを差し替えなさい。
You should probably find another piece to switch places with Battler, don't you think? And yes,
バトラーを助けられる駒は
there are still pieces that can save Battler. Reconstruct the logic. All we need is someone who can switch places with Battler. It doesn't have to be Kirie. Was I, like, correct?
ならナツに差し替えるわ。
Then let's switch to Natsuki.
後ろ宮ナツキがバトラーと入れ替わったのよ。
Ushiromi and Natsuki switch places with Battler.
ドラノールやっちゃってください。
Planner, do it. Was I correct? Was it ahead of time?
よい
As you wish. Planner's red longsword smash Natsuhi's piece into little bits. How? How can Erika deny this logic without the detective's authority? They're gonna eliminate all the options one by one, yeah. Except Battler. Or somebody pretending to be Battler. No, but they say they cannot save Battler. Nobody saved him. It was all done ahead of time. Ushiromiya Natsuhi cannot save Battler. Then Eva! Ushiromiya Eva! Ushiromiya Eva cannot save Battler. Then Rosa! Maria! Save your breath. Neither Rosa nor Maria can come to his aid. Deaths. Death, 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 death. Death, 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 death. Die the death. Sentenced to death. Great equalizer is the death. Thank you. Objection! Oh, does anybody have enough goom drops left for an objection? Erika-san doesn't have the detective's authority. Thank you. How can she use any red except for the duct tape seals? Objection overruled. The lack of the detective's authority does not imply that no red truth can be used whatsoever. There is a way. Isn't there? Take that! Yes, there is. There are a few exceptional red truths that even humans without the detective's authority can use. That's crazy. There's no way something like that exists. Yes, such a thing cannot exist. However, there is a certain action permissible only to humans without the detective's authority. And it can become a truth of such overwhelming credibility that witches can easily raise it to the level of red truth. A certain action permissible only to humans who aren't the detective? You don't mean... Erika, you didn't. I've got it. Yes. If I'm right, these red truths are valid. I have no idea what the fuck this could be. I don't understand. Was there some power that could only be used without the detective's authority? There is. There is just one. So you finally realize. That's right. And it was for that reason, and that reason alone, that I abandoned the detective's authority this time
あ
around.
なたは気が向いたらいつでも探偵宣言をしていいと言ってくれましたね。
You told me I could make the detective proclamation whenever I wanted, right?
残念なことに
Well,
今の私は
unfortunately,
探偵宣言が出せないんです。
I am no longer capable of making that proclamation.
ノックス何時
Nox's. Which one was it?
ノックス第70です。
Nox's 7th.
探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。
It is forbidden for the detective to be a culprit. But that's what? So she could be the culprit? She's demanding that she's wait. Finally, Beato realized everything. Yes. The detective's authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning, but it eliminates one single privilege. That is Nox's 7th commandment. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
今回のゲームでは
In this game,
探偵権限のない人間には完全な検証
it is impossible for humans without the detective's authority to examine corpses perfectly.
だから死者は全員死んだふりでそれで自在に歩き回って数々のトリックを行っている
So, there have been several tricks where the dead have all been faking and walking around where they
そ
please.
のロジックで以後の不可能犯罪を進めようと思われていたのでしょ
You probably thought you could use that logic to create several impossible crimes after this.
私が探偵宣言をしないと言い出した
When I said that I wouldn't make the detective proclamation,
あなたは内心これで勝ったと思ったはず
somewhere on
です
the inside, you must have said, I've won.
あなたの狡猾です
You're pretty sly yourself.
ガムテープの封印を与え一見慈悲を与えたように見せましたがそれは第一の番の犠牲者6人が全員
You gave me the duct tape seals seemingly out of mercy. That was because you planned to have all of the first Twilight victims survive. Well, B, you were right. Battler didn't have it in him to kill anybody. You were right.
結託して以後の犯行を行える手はずを整えてあったからです
Band together and carry out the crimes.
ですから6人を下回る3部屋分しか与えなかったのです
Yeah, now she's saying she killed them? That's fucked up. Yeah, they can't save them. The psycho, I know, right? And she's like, I'm just going to murder all of them. Ha 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 ha. I know, right? Psycho, yeah. And. But my theory about beforehand, well, if she killed them, that implies she might have looked at them good, but maybe she wouldn't bother investigating her own murders. So she could still be wrong and think she killed Battler when she didn't. She wanted to be detective so she could sneak behind his back and turn this harmless prank into a killing spree. Yeah, holy shit, you crazy... Wow. Band together and carry out the crimes. That's why you gave me only 3 rooms worth, which couldn't cover all 6
ど
people.
の部屋をどう封じようとあなたの手下は誰かが自由に行動できる
No matter which rooms I sealed, at least one of your pawns could move freely.
そのあたりからうまく私を追い込んでいこうと企
You
て
must have been plotting to use that to corner me.
しかし残念ですね
But too bad.
つくづくあなたの甘さにはうんざりします
Your naivete is deeply
バ
tiresome.
カ男です
You stupid man. I admit it.
お前らの猿芝居にまんまと騙され
I admit that I fell for your monkey show.
慈悲を与えるという
And that, in my pride, I tried to show you some mercy. That's right.
探偵権限などなくて人間にはあるんだ。
Even without the detective's authority, there is a way.
絶対検視を誤らない方法が。
A way for a human to make sure that a corpse examination cannot fail. You did it yourself! Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse, which is a quick glance. Your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Okay, so that's if the person is alive or dead. If ahead of time Kirie and Battler, or Battler and somebody else, had switched outfits, that's just confirming that the person's dead. It's not confirming who they really are. Mercy ain't a luxury we can afford, Elle. Yeah, exactly. Get that through your skull. With just a quick glance, your chances of being right are 50-50 either way. Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain a more precise result. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can reach up to 99%, you can never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way to conduct a perfect examination. Do it yourself! Kill them. It's as simple as that. Great timing. Great timing.
探偵権限のない私には犠牲者たちが死んでいるのかそのふりをしているのか判別がつきません。
Without the detective's authority, I can't tell whether the victims are dead or faking.
ですからそれを確定させる必要があり
So,
ました。
I needed a way to be sure.
そしてそれはできることなら
And, if possible,
彼らがおとなしく駒置き場に退場してくれて
it would be preferable if they were removed from the game
今
board.
のゲームをおかしな形でかき回さないでくれることが望ましいのです
So that they couldn't make a mess of things later on.
だから私は慌ただしい屋敷内を駆け巡り全ての現場を訪れ全員を死に殺し直したのです
So, I dashed all over the mansion, visited all the crime scenes, and I killed everyone all over again. What in the mother of fuck, Erika? Jesus Christ. What on earth?
もちろん殺し方も何でもいいわけじゃないわ
Of course, she couldn't just kill them however she
私
liked.
真実で死を断定できる完璧な殺し方でなくては
It had to be a perfect way of killing. Good enough that their deaths could be determined with the red truth.
エリカはそれをしっかり踏まえて殺した
Erika made sure of that. If only Gomez hadn't been so gullible, yeah. They were the crime scenes. She made them into crime scenes. Yeah, what the hell, Hideyoshi? You just let Erika walk off and kill your wife? Erika made sure of that.
そのものはいろいろ
The manner in which they were each killed differed.
その殺した全員の頭部を完全に
Yikes! Yikes! What the shit? The manner in which they were each killed differed, but afterwards, she completely severed the heads of all those she killed. No! My wig theory! No! No! My wig theory!
これは赤き真実に消化するに十分な殺し方だが
If they can't fake, if they don't have their fucking heads! Yeah! Ah! That that method of killing is solid enough to be called a red truth, right, Lambda? It's valid. It's valid. No human could survive after being decapitated. Could you have severed all those heads without getting any blood on you? For example, you can take a large trash bag from the kitchen and grab the knife through it. Then, if you cover the entire corpse with the trash bag as you do your work, you can block nearly all of the blood spatter. Imagine a stupid little gremlin hacking off his loved one's heads. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. Naturally, I prepared a separate knife and bag for each person I killed, and left those items at the crime scene. Man tried to show mercy. Hopefully he won't make that mistake ever again. Of course, I didn't humiliate myself by walking around with them, leaving blood in the hallways and dirtying my clothes. To the intellectual, yeah, exactly. There will probably be trash bags left at the crime scene with my fingerprints on them. But since the game ends before the police come and the bags won't be used as evidence of anything, they can just be left there without a problem. Are you insane? What kind of mystery would ever allow something like that? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a witch on the fantasy side. Oh, and don't worry. I didn't kill you. Oh, you bitch! That's your mistake! This is your arrogance! You didn't kill Battler! Somebody else was pretending to be Battler and wearing a wig. That's Kirie with a red wig. That's Kirie with a red wig. And so it's like, wow, how could people not recognize... Oh, anyway, wait. Kirie is dead. He made sure of it. Yeah, but what if they had swapped ahead of time? Then so-and-so cannot save Battler is still valid because Battler's dead. She cut off his head. If he switched outfits and, like, had wigs with somebody ahead of time. Before all of this. I found you last and didn't have time to sever your head. So I just sealed your whole room with the duct tape you gave me. Then again, that might have been because I knew this would happen and wanted to watch you flounder. Oh, that's right. Just like I can say I killed them in red, I can say one more thing. At that point, Erika stopped for a second. And still, oh, is she really capable of an expression even uglier than all of the ones before? Holy shit. With that greatest of all faces, she spoke. Okay, what's the greatest of all faces? All 5 people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Everyone faithfully played dead as best they could until the moment just before I killed them, okay? Maria's son was quite the little trooper. You bitch! Wow! You're gonna brag about how you killed a 9-year-old and cut off her head? You crazy bitch! After all, even though her mother had already been killed in the same room, she kept on playing dead without even noticing. Nasty piece of shit, I know, right? They're devils. Up to now, many witches and demons have appeared in this tale, but this is the first time I've seen a true devil. You bastards! You bastards! B, you were so right. He couldn't kill anybody. He couldn't kill his family. At last, Beato understood the entire plot of this tale. This tale was just the story of a prank. Someone must have come up with the idea of playing a slightly harsh trick on their inconsiderate guest, who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of the great detective. And several people had agreed to go along with it. The ones who would play the victims went into their assigned rooms, set the chain and the lock from the inside. Of course not Battler is a good guy. He even shows mercy to these snakes. Ugh. And set the chain and the lock from the inside and played dead to create a fake locked room murder. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsuhi to die in her own room. If you're going to play dead, it's only natural that you'd want to lie down on your own bed. Eva's vanity is strong, so she must have volunteered to die in the VIP room. PDA was in Krause's study. That was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. A soft sofa would have been a great place to play dead. Maria had gone the extra mile to make it look realistic by lying dead alongside the wall. Battler was in a guest room. The temperature here was also nice. The bed must have also been fairly pleasant. Yes, victims for this first twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. In the past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed, or in the boiler room. This time, there were no victims in any such inhospitable environments. This is probably the truth. This was the story of a prank where no one was dead in the first place. And then this devil turned it into a genuine murder case.
エリカ教を罵る権利があなたにあります。
You do have the right to speak ill of Lady Erika.
しかし今はそれによって矛盾の生じたロジックを新しく再提示する義務があります。
However, at this moment, you have the obligation to present new logic that does not lead to any contradictions.
灰は灰に、塵は塵に、
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust,
死体は死体に。
corpses to corpses.
バトラさん、ゲームを続けましょう。
So, Battler-san, let's continue the
あ
game.
なたと入れ替わってくれる人間を他に提出してください。
Please present a different human to switch places with you.
ないとあなたのトリック、ロジックエラーに
If you
なりま
don't,
すよ。
your trick will become a logic error. There's now no one who can come to the rescue. What if it was ahead of time? Erika's killed every last one of them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Oh no, even if there's ways out of this, I think Battler's toast. I think this is when the wedding from the beginning happens. He loses his cool and his emotions when his family gets killed. Battler-san, please, calm yourself.
涙をこらえて戦いましょう。
Now's the time to wipe our tears away and fight.
あなたを助けられる駒は5人を失ってもまだゲストハウスに11人もいます。
Even if you've lost 5 pieces, who can save you? There's still 11 in the guest house. You're right.
クロス、秀吉、ルドルフ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、シャノン、カノン。
Cross, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, George, Jessica, Shannon, Kanon.
ケンジ、コーダ、クマ。さあ、なんじゃ。
Genji, Goda, Kumasawa, Nanjo.
でもいい。誰がここに来られれば。
Doesn't matter who, as long as someone comes here.
誰か来てくれ。
Somebody! Somebody help!
でもダメ。
But there's no way!
これを見てくださいよ。
Take a,
コーネリア。
take a look at this! Gertrude! Cornelia!
聞いて、慎んで出頭する者なりや。
For your attention, we beg to inform you that we are here and ready.
わートラさん。
Uh-oh! She's turned on the ooh-woo voice even though I don't have the redeem active right now. How did she do that? How did she redeem the ooh-woo voice without the redeem? That was so...
これを見てください。
You gotta see this! What's the deal? Erika was now so excited that her pronunciation was tumbling all over the place. Pointed at 2 doors. It was the hallway on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin's room and the next door over.
これ何か扉に貼ってありますよ。
Here! There's something stuck to the door!
これは何？
What's this?
ねえ何？ガートルード。
Hey! Do you know Gertrude?
近景いとこ部屋のガムテープの封印と知りたまえ。
For your attention, know that it is the duct tape seal of the cousin's room.
Oh yeah! Very good.
this is the scene where it comes from. This insane scene. Great. Oh, yeah! Very good! One more! What about this thing on this door? Be advised that it is the duct tape seal of the next room over.
Oh, very good! Oh, very good! So,
Okay, you too. And all of you at home staring at your screens. Oh God, she's talking to all of you. Erika's talking to all of you right now. Please have a look at the duct tape seals on both doors. So, what do you think of them? Are they broken? Are they not broken? Please, the red truth loudly so we can all hear! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that neither is broken. Know that an unbroken seal is proof that all have hitherto been denied passage. It needs no second telling, but be advised that passing through without breaking the seal is impossible. Good. Battler, it is as you see. Okay, I need to listen to all those again. This was amazing. I'm gonna crank up the volume just for this. This is a great opportunity to hydrate. Thank you. Adding redeems to my repertoire. Yes, what do you posit? Oh yeah, very good. One more. Yeah, you're right. I should. This is the meme line.
Oh yeah, very good. One more. Oh, very good. So, そしてどうぞお茶の間のテレビの前の皆さんもご覧ください。双方の部屋の扉、ガムテープの封印をどうぞご覧ください。さあ、そのどちらもどうですか？破れてますか？破れてませんか？さあ、高らかに赤き真実でお願いします。
Oh my god. Good. Battler, it is as you see.
あなたを助けに来ることができる人間はもはや存在しないのです。
There no longer exists anyone who can come to your aid. The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed. And the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. Erika had anticipated this moment all that time ago. And that was why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing those two rooms. This resolved the confusion Cornelia had felt back then. Why wouldn't the human side player want as many free humans as possible? That was a natural, simple question to ask. However, once you seal up all of the humans, there is no room for magic to intervene. Why is magic magic? Because the people who saw it say that it was magic. Then, is it possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? There's no problem with that because there's no anti-magic toxin, right? Wrong. Magic in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different from a delusion, a daydream. Magic with results must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erika's strategy for this game and her beautiful checkmate. Well now, who's going to come save you? Please tell me who the real person is who switched places with you, remained in the guest room in your place. And set the chain lock from the inside. Oh no, is this where the person from the fucked up scenes comes in? If they even exist. Well, Bachelor, you have a broken thread of logic. Who could have come to save you? You are currently in the middle of a logic error. Wait. I'm still thinking. Bachelor, you have 2 rights and 1 obligation. Your first right is the right to build a new thread of logic to reconstruct your locked room trick. Your second right is the right to come clean and admit to your logic error. And your 1 obligation is to choose one of those 2 options. There is some mercy. There's no restriction on the amount of time you have to make that choice. That's right. Your time is endless. Eternal. Okay, so this is why he was a freaking zombie during the really ominous wedding scene. So that's what they mean by being trapped in a hell between thought and madness. That's what they're doing to him. I'm sure there's still some way. Some twisted logic or loophole or... Anyway, I'm sure there's still some way. I'm thinking about it. What about you, Beato? Let me know if you find anything. I'm sure the old Beato could have managed something. She built up several locked rooms like this. Beato felt awful. Why was she Beato and yet not? Surely the old her would have thought up a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that. She could guide Battler to victory, but she couldn't do it as her current self. Yes, I'm sure you'll think of a good trick. Eventually. Surely. Probably. Maybe. Pretty sure it's impossible, though. So then, Battler, let's go back to the guest room. From now on, that will be your world. That's what this is. It's Battler who's trapped in there. That's his world. He can't get out of the chain lock. That's what this is. Oh shit. It's Battler who's trapped in there. Once again, they return to the slightly chilly guest room. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in. It was Battler in there all along. Here's the room you'll spend your days in from now on. You just need to escape from this room by any means you want. However, there are conditions. As I believe you know, these are all things you forced on yourself. First, this room is a locked room created from the inside. The seals on the windows are intact, so there can be no escape from there. Of course, there is no way to escape by leaving through the bathroom. I'll make it simple. There is no exit to escape from except for this door. However, the chain lock on this door is set. You can unset and reset it all you want, but you can only do so from the inside. Furthermore, you are free to go out through the door, but leaving while the chain lock remains unset will not count as an escape. You have to show that you can escape from this room with the chain lock still connected. But he couldn't possibly... He couldn't possibly do it. He made this locked room himself. We have set up just one exit other than the door. That one's in the bathroom. My merciful master has arranged for a last way out if you fail to think of any trick to escape. Please listen up. It's gonna be some stupid ass thing like drown yourself in the bathtub. Berncastle guided Battler to the bathroom. It was just a normal bathroom. A setup intended to surprise Erika and buy Battler time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and the nippers that had been used to prepare that trap still lay in the empty bathtub. Are you saying that I can use these to help me escape? Yes, please feel
プレ
free.
ゼントするわ。
It's a present.
ただし何を使おうとも部屋の外から施錠はできない。
However, no matter what you use, you can't lock the room from the
封印は
outside.
ごまかせないけれどね。
And you can't fool the seals either,
この
okay?
武器はチェーンロックをごまかすためにあるんじゃない。
These tools aren't here to help you pull some trick with the chain
もっ
lock.
と直接的にあなたをこの部屋から脱出させるためにあるの。
Okay, you can't fool the seals. So, the tape that was used to tape the chain lock back together, they're not going to accept an answer where you just undo the sticky bit on the chain, go outside, and then redo the sticky bit through like the small gap in the door, huh? These tools aren't here to help you pull some trick with the chain lock. They're here to let you escape from this room in a more direct way. How am I supposed to use these? You're supposed to use them to cut your own throat and die, Battler.
さすがで
Not bad, Burn.
よくもつくづくそんなえぐいこ
I see that your mind's as grotesque as ever.
このバスルームは直接外部につながる出口がある。
There's an exit that leads directly outside from this bathroom. Can you find it? It's the drain. Cut yourself into little bits and flush yourself down the drain. You don't mean...
ベアトにはわかる。
Did you figure it out, Beato?
頼む。教えてくれ。
Please tell me.
無理です
That's impossible.
頼む。どこだ。教えてくれ。
Please tell me. Where is it?
ここでゲームを終わらすわけにはいかねえんだ。
We can't let the game end like this. There. Huh? Where? Under the bathtub?
あるじゃないですかこの部屋から出て行って前に
Can't you see it? There's a round hole that leads straight out of this room.
ちょっと小さいけれど
It's a bit small, though.
マイラ。マイラ。
You. It's the drain. Right there at the bottom of the bathtub.
そこからはチェーンロックを維持したまま外へ出られるのよ。
You can get out through there without touching the chain lock.
でも確かにその出口から出るにはあなたの体は大きすぎる。
But your body is a bit too big to get through this exit.
だからそこから出られるように道具を貸してあげることにしたのよ。
That's why I decided to lend you those tools there. Escape through the drain? How? She couldn't mean using those nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? No, she means to cut yourself up into bits. Battler and Beato had already realized. They figured out this demonic way that the demons were proposing.
このニッパーね
Just use those nippers.
あんたのあれだね通れるサイズにすればいいんです
And cut your body into pieces that can fit.
プチプチブチブチ
Pinch, rip, snip.
のんびりとお風呂の中で温かなシャワーでも
You can sit back in the tub under a hot shower.
自分の体足の指あたりから少しずつちぎって流す
And start from your toes. Snip, then wash. Snip, then wash.
それを繰り返せばあら不思議
Just keep doing that, and oh, what do you
あな
know?
たはいつの間にか密室を脱出しているわ
You've suddenly managed to escape from the locked room.
不思議ですね、我が主。
Oh, what do you know is right, my master.
それって兄弟揃って同じ末路ですね。
It looks like both siblings are gonna end up the same way. You leave Ange out of this. You bitches! Also, what the fuck is that laugh?
でもベル
But Burns?
それじゃあ最後にペンチを握ってる手だけが残っちゃうじゃない。
If he does it that way, the hand holding the nippers will be left at the end.
そこで今度は針金の出番なのよ。
That's why we have the wire.
バトルは手首を針金で縛り、その針金の先端を扉の隙間から廊下へ伸ばしていきます。
Beforehand, Battler will have to wrap the wire around his wrist and stretch the other end out into the corridor through the crack in the door.
手首くらいならチェーンロックの隙間からもきっと出られる。
You should be able to fit just a wrist through the crack left by the chain lock.
そこまで小さくできたら私が廊下から針金を引っ張ってあなたをそこから救い出してあげるわ。
If you can make yourself that small, I'd be happy to pull that wire from the hallway and save you.
我が主引っ張ったらそれ
My master, if you do that, I want it.
バトルの手首
Battler's wrist.
何を
And what would you use that? And what would you use that for?
でもダメよ。孫の手にするって決めてあるから。
But no, I've already decided to use it as a back scratcher.
そしたらそれであんたの背中もポリポリしてあげるわ。どう？
When the time comes, I'll scratch your back with it. What do you say?
はい、我が主
Yes, my master. Erika, you are a grade A certified super fucking freak.
バトルの手首で孫の手
Master's going to scratch my back. Scratch your back with Battler's severed hand?
主に背中ポリポリ
You fucking freak! Yes, my master. Master's going to scratch my back with Battler's hand!
あいつらがうるさい
Finding them annoying?
イラつくムカつく
Irritating? Obnoxious?
大丈夫すぐに静かになる
Don't worry, it'll get quiet really
あ
soon.
なたの思考を乱す一切のノイズこれよりあなたがこの
Until you can escape from this room.
部屋を脱出できる
All noise to disturb your
永
thoughts
遠にいなくなろう
will disappear for all eternity. That's a relief. A second. That's a relief. Oops. I'll be glad of the quiet.
これは地獄の生還者からの忠告よ
Here's some advice from a survivor of hell.
この賑やかさをよく楽しんでおきなさい
Enjoy the liveliness while you can. Oh no, is that a Higurashi thing?
あんたをムカつかせる悪行増問さ
Even the annoying insults you hear now.
え永遠の静寂の中で正気を保つ温かな思い出になりうるんだ
Will be useful as fond memories to preserve your sanity in the depths of eternal silence.
ベルやエリカが憎い
You hate Byrne and Erika?
ならばそれはベルンたちの選別よ
Then that's their parting gift to you.
憎しみがあるからあなたは諦めずに済む
As long as you have hatred, you will be able to avoid giving up. It got really... Tao, it got really exciting, okay? It got really exciting, okay? I'm gonna stop as soon as the scene ends. I couldn't stop now. It just kept going and going.
諦めるってのはね、ここでは意味が違うの。
Giving up has a completely different meaning here, okay?
諦めなお手られぬ地獄が永遠であること。
Once you give up, still can't escape and realize that hell is eternal.
今のうちから覚悟なさい。
You'll wish you prepared yourself earlier. Hydrate, I gotta. Ah, thank you.
あなたは生還者。
Did you just call yourself a survivor?
じゃああなた。
Then you also. Is that about Higurashi?
私もね。
You know, every once in a while,
あの恐怖が蘇るのよ。
that terror comes back to me.
私は本当にあの地獄を抜けられたのかしらって。
I wonder whether I really have escaped from that hell.
実は私の心がとっくにおかしくなっていて。
What if I actually lost my mind a long time ago
あの地獄の中で未だにいながら。
and I'm still in there?
ここにこうしていて楽しくあんたたちと話をしているという放送を見ているだけなのかもしれないと。
Just having delusions about being here and chatting happily with you all like this.
未だに悪夢に怯えさせられるの。
That nightmare still terrifies me.
私は夢でないと永遠に感じ続けていなきゃならない。
And so, I need to constantly feel, truly feel that this isn't a dream.
あんたたちは本当に現実？
Hey, are you guys really real?
未だに地獄の中にいて壊れた私が見ている妄想じゃないの。ねえ、ねえ。
You aren't just an insane delusion I'm having inside of that hell. Right? 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 There was something in Lambda Delta's pleading expression that sent shivers down the spine. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening words she could have used with even the most vile expression on her face. It was time for Battler to realize a logic error isn't so sympathetic that you can just stick out your tongue, ask for forgiveness, and say you'll be more careful next time. Even if you feel that the fight is at a point where you can't back down, risking a logic error by leaving things up to chance is never a risk you should take. It was time for him to pay up and understand the true risk and terror implied by the words betting one's life on a fight, which must sound so exciting for a man. Battler-san, hang on in there! I'll think deeply upon it as well. I'll devote everything I have to thinking of a trick to escape this room. I will come to save you. Beato. I'll definitely think of something. Just you watch.
ではお殴りをし
たちが
Well, regretfully,
退出しましょう。
it's time for us to leave.
これ以上彼の仕事の邪魔はできない。
We mustn't get in the way of his job any longer. See you later. Bachelor-san. Or, like you'd say it, see you again, right? See you again. Have a nice day. Later, Battler. Good luck. Bachelor-san, don't give up. You'll definitely think of a trick. I'll think as well. And I'll come to save you.
ベアト
Beato! Before he could finish saying Beato's name, they had all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared in a golden spray or turned into butterflies and flown away. As if there had never been anyone but him in this room to begin with. Battler blinked once, and everyone else was gone. Nothing remained. Not their voices, not their presence, their warmth, nor even the faint perfume Beato had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in the lonely sound, the wind and rain. With that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible punishment this would be.
ふざけやがって
Damn those bastards.
こんな部屋簡単に出られるじゃねえか
Can't be that hard to get out of a room like this.
いいか部屋ってのはな出たり入ったりができるようになってるんだぜ
I mean, rooms are made so that people can come in and out of them, right?
それができなかったら部屋とは言わねえんだよ
If they can't do that, you wouldn't call it a room. This is stupid. It's easy to undo a lock and chain from the inside. Damn it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy. And undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. Aha! It's off. What a stupid puzzle. Look, now the door opens freely, see? Hey. What's this cold feeling on my neck? Alright, well, we know how this goes. It's trapping him in there. I think this is probably a good place to stop. We'll see Battler descend into hell next time. Wow. Oh. Wow, I really like that. Ooh. Ah, come on. My stick's acting up. Eh. Oh no, oh no. Ah! Oh, come on. The stick drift on this can be crazy. Just a second. This is so silly. Yes. baby. Well, now we know who was in that room. It was Battler. And I assume kind of on the outside, he'll be like a zombie as he's trying to think of how to get around this. And then Erika's gonna marry him to get the rights to the game world. Stretch. Oh boy, do I need that. Ooh. Man, oh man. Oh man, that was fucked up. But good. I really enjoyed that. Stick yourself in that chair, girl. Yeah. Yep. But first, let me see if I can. If anybody's even still streaming. Oh yeah, my buddies stopped streaming. Oh wait, no, Owlin's still on. Oh, but I've kind of, now that I've said all this, the tiredness is starting to get to me, and I need to eat something. So, you know what? I'll just end stream. Thank you guys for sticking with me, even going to sleep and getting back up again. I really enjoyed this, and look forward to next week where Battler will be in hell. Good night.